Yeah, welcome to the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. Reviews and reactions. Let's go. It's the Brown Boy Wonder. Hold it down, representing for the culture. Every episode brings you closer into the mind and the heart of a hustler, where the truth and the groove collide. Stay tuned in, come enjoy the ride. Keep it authentic like that, never hold back. It's the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. The Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. Subscribe, share, and stay tuned in. The vibe's always on.
Welcome to the Brown Boy Wonder Podcast. Guys, I appreciate everyone liking, commenting, subscribing, following this podcast on all the streaming services out there. Spotify, Apple, YouTube. I appreciate you guys. So I decided that I want to do something for you guys. For those who have not watched the first Spooky Rewatch we've done, here it is. I'm officially re-releasing my reaction and review series of one of the bloodiest, twistiest, most iconic horror franchise of all time, Saw. That's right. From Saw 1 all the way to Saw 10, we're unlocking the vault, re-editing, upgrading, and dropping all 10 episodes right here on YouTube. I'm taking deep dives, wild reactions, jaw-dropping twists, breakdowns, and of course, my take on Jigsaw's philosophy. Was he crazy? Or was he right? Good question. Of course, I couldn't have done it without my co-host, Skyler. He is on the Ready Set Replay podcast. So shout out to him on his journey there. But come back here, guys. Revisit our first rewatch, Spooky Rewatch of 2023. It is Saw. Welcome to the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast.
I'm very scared.
Since it's the spooky season.
Yeah, it's October. Why are you pausing so much?
My guest. Hold on. I gotta make it spooky. Wasn't that spooky?
I mean, it's a little spooky. It's a little. I just keep thinking you're cutting out.
Oh. Well, I was trying to put the Wilhelm scream, but I guess not. You couldn't hear it?
No, are you doing sound effects?
Yeah, I guess it didn't connect, but I'll do it after post. So if you guys hear the Wilhelm scream, you'll hear it right now.
We are off to a fantastic start.
Anyways, since it's the spooky season of October,
The Wilhelm scream is the spookiest thing you could think of.
Yeah, that's free.
So again, I'm not hearing it right now, but I swear to God, if I listen back to this and you put in something that's not the actual Wilhelm scream, I'm gonna.
Well, you when you listen to it, you'll know. Anyways,
that's true.
Anyways, since it's the spooky season, my guest and I are rewatching all the Saw movies in this month of October.
I'm the guest. That's me.
Speaking of the guest, you are talking without no introduction. Here's Skyler. Man, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We're watching Saw.
Saw, it's a cult franchise, I'll say.
Absolutely. You really like Saw. I really like Saw. All of our other friends fucking hate Saw. Nobody likes Saw but us, and that's fair. Saw's kind of horrible, but
it is.
not. It varies movie to movie whether I mean horrible as in what you're watching is horrible, but it's a good movie, and what you're watching is horrible and it's a horrible movie because some of them suck. Some of them really suck. But the one we're talking about right now does not suck.
It definitely does not suck. We're talking about the first ever Saw that was released in 2004, directed by the icon himself, James Wan.
James Wan. What a man. What a guy.
He's a good guy.
he made Saw, obviously. He made
Mhm.
The Conjuring,
Ooh,
Insidious.
ooh.
One of his more recent films, Malignant. Did you like Malignant, Abrar?
I love
That
Malignant.
that movie goes hard in the paint. That
Uh,
movie, that one's crazy in a
that
good way.
one, yeah, it's also a little gruesome too, as well.
Yeah, James Wan
Especially,
is not scared of the gruesome stuff.
yep. And it was also written by, of course, James Wan and Lee Wilneal, who's also played
Lee,
Adam in this movie.
Lee Winnell is his name.
Oh, that is his name. Sorry,
Yes,
I
Lee
was,
Winnell,
yeah,
who is a director in his own right. He directed that movie Upgrade. Did you see
yeah.
Upgrade?
I did see Upgrade. Do you fake
That's
Tom
a
Hardy?
that's a good movie. Yeah. That's a good movie. It's when it came out and I watched it, I was like, this is kind of, I don't know how controversial this is. This is kind of like a cooler version of the movie Venom. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, I'll agree. It is basically like Venom, but that
Yeah.
makes sense if you know what I
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah. So James Wan, Lee Winnell, good buddies. I think they were friends like almost their whole lives or whatever, and
Yeah, they're best friends.
they
They we work together all the time, give ideas to each other, which is that's why they make those great movies.
they made a short film, the original version of Saw, and
Yes,
then
I haven't seen it.
I've also never seen the original short film. We should watch it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know where to watch it. We should.
probably like Daily Motion or like Vimeo or something.
That's horrible. You have to pay James Wan to watch his art.
Yeah, but let's talk about the cast here. We got
Okay.
Tobin Bell as Jonathan Kramer.
Legend.
Legend. He's now 81 years old. He was what around his 60s when he made the first Saw film. So
Yeah.
kind of late in his career, but I'm glad
Yeah.
he did it.
I don't think it's controversial to say that this series would be nothing and would not have carried 19 years without him.
Oh
Like
yeah,
he's there, which is interesting because Saw 1, which we're talking about, he's barely in it.
yeah.
I mean, other than his voice at certain points, the recordings,
Mm-hmm.
right? But like him as John, he's barely in it. Obviously there's the twist ending that we'll get to.
Oh,
But
we'll get into that.
but yeah. He's fucking awesome in these movies. Even when these movies get a bit dumb and
Mm-hmm.
whatever John's doing might be a bit silly. Um it's always I love seeing him on screen. That guy, Tobin Bell, legend.
I wish I did. I should have researched more, but I don't know if he did anything before this. But I wish he was doing more things
If
like this.
if you when I looked through his filmography, it's like a lot of stuff that like nothing pops out as like, oh, he's known for this. Like he's known for Saw at this point.
Yeah, like how Jordan Peele is known for horror now.
Yeah, that's I mean that's definitely true for a lot of people. I don't know if younger generations watch Key and Peele if they know. They're definitely not watching Mad TV.
Definitely not. Oh my
But
god.
but but I don't know. I mean, Key and Peele is still pretty prevalent on like YouTube
It's,
and stuff. I'm sure
yeah,
kids are watching that.
yeah. Key and Peele came out like 10 years ago. They can watch that, then see the transformation of his horror um filmography, or just 3 films.
Yeah.
Well, the next guy we have is Carrie. I don't know how you pronounce the last name. Is it Elwes?
Harry Elways.
Elways,
Harry
thank you.
Elways. Yeah.
As Dr. Lawrence Gordon.
Another legend in his own right. Not a horror film legend as Tobin Bell
No.
would be, but he's just man from I mean, growing up, I knew him from The Princess Bride, obviously. That's the number
Yes.
one. Robin Hood Men in Tights,
Yeah.
another one. He's in Twister with
Was he?
perfection.
Oh, he.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
oh.
like the asshole, like competition guy. I think he like drives right into a tornado at the end. I don't even remember. But
GG.
um, I think most recently wasn't he just in the newest Mission Impossible?
He was.
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah.
he's still doing stuff besides Saw.
He's great. Love to see him.
Yep.
Lee Winnell, as you mentioned, plays Adam, the other
Yes.
main star of the. But the biggest name, without a doubt,
Whoa, who is it?
our boy Danny Glover.
Oh yeah, of course, Danny Glover. You know, I'm too old for this shit.
He was too old for he was definitely too old for this shit.
Oh.
We'll talk about performances, but first of all, I love Danny Glover. He had no idea what he was doing in this movie.
No, he thinks it was something else.
He was so lost the entire time.
But
it's I don't know if it's the kind of thing where I mean, I don't want to, play conjecture to say like this is probably what happened, but like James Wan very early in his career, young director, this like movie legend that is Danny Glover, like almost how do you direct him? Like I'm not saying he's like a hard to direct guy or like even a scary guy, but like if Danny Glover just starts doing random shit and you're just like, yeah, cut, good, sure. Like how do you tell him you want to do something else?
No, man, he made 3 Lethal Weapon films. He can do whatever he wants.
Lethal Weapon, Predator 2.
Predator 2. He was really good in Predator 2.
Predator 2 is so underrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny Glover, and then also, a bizarre amount of actors who were also on Lost. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
I unfortunately don't know their names. That's awkward.
Which one are you talking about?
The Danny Glover's partner.
Oh yes, so I have it here. Don't worry. That is Ken Young. Young as Detective Singh.
Is it Ken Luang? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, sorry, Luang. Probably Luang.
He's in a bunch of stuff. He pops up everywhere. He was on Lost. I remember that. He's in X-Men 3.
Yeah.
He has a little spiky stuff coming out of his face.
There's one movie he's in, and you haven't seen it.
What? Oh, he's in fucking Rush Hour.
Rush Hour 1.
Don't call back to the fact that I've never seen Rush Hour. We're gonna get comments.
Oh, that's just true.
He had a spot in Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Apparently,
yeah.
he was in. I don't know. He's in a lot of stuff. I don't know why we're talking about this guy specifically, but he's in a lot of stuff.
No, he's pretty cool. He's also another Lost actor, Michael Elmerson, as Zep.
Yeah, there's a lot of hard names for you in this cast.
This is tough, but yes, as Zep, he did well in this.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I can't stop laughing every time they mention that his name is Zep. That's really funny to me.
That is their theme. That's the name of the Saw's theme. It's called Hello Zep.
Is that really the name of the main theme song?
Yeah, Hello Zep.
Oh, that's funny.
For the entire 10 films.
I did not know that, actually.
And our last actor is Shawnee Smith as Amanda.
That's right. She plays Amanda. Well, that's not just our last actor because Dina Meyer also is in this movie. She's in the next 2 movies after this also.
Yes.
She was in Starship Troopers. And I think she was in that remember that like Birds of Prey show that did like 1 season and it was bad and everyone hates it?
Yeah. She was in it?
Yeah, she was Barbara Gordon.
Oh.
In the Birds of Prey show. But she's in better stuff than that, so we don't need to talk about that.
That's fine.
No, I know her from Starship Troopers.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have a question for you.
Yes. Sir.
What do you think was the budget for this film? For this first Saw film?
Oh, like guessing?
Yeah.
Really low, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They just found like a dirty, filthy, rat-filled bathroom and threw Carrie Elway's in it.
It has a nasty bathroom.
I mean, obviously, the most money goes to the actors. That's
Yeah.
what the budget is in this, and then you just find someone who's like really good at like practical gore effects. Which, I mean, we'll talk about it, but this movie is like the least gory of all the Saw movies. Probably.
I agree. I was thinking that too. It is, as far as I've been watching them, this is the least glorious film.
$10 million, around 10 million.
Ooh, you are high. You are high, sir. It is
Really high.
You're really high. It's 1.2 million.
See, that's insane because I was thinking like 1 million, and I was like, no, that's way too low. I guess I'm going by like today's standards because this was like 19
That's
years
true.
ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's amazing.
That's great. And guess how much?
That's how much. That's what these Saw movies did, and why they kept going for as long as they did. Is like you make them dirt cheap, and then you rake in like $100 million per one.
That's crazy.
Then, yeah.
How much do you think it made on the box office?
Probably like 100 million. Like horror movies kind of tend to do lower, and it's like the first Saw movie, so 100 million to like 150 million, something like that.
Man, you are still high.
Really?
It's 103 million.
100. I said 100 million.
Yeah.
I said I was 100 to 150, so I was in there. I'm in the green.
That's true. Well, do you remember when you first watched the first Saw one? Or first Saw?
I'm gonna probably say a lot later in life than you, because you were watching all kinds of horrible shit. I don't know why your parents let you get away with the stuff that you do.
Yeah.
Well, you probably watched it like the year it came out.
Well, I go ahead.
I watched it in high school. I was probably like 14 when I started watching the Saw movies.
Wow, that's kind of
which is it's late in the game.
It is
because I think Saw 7, Saw the Final Chapter as it was called, came out in like 2010, right?
Yes, I believe so. I have to do my research, but yes,
that's when we were. That's probably partially why I was starting to watch them, was because like it's this big franchise that was ending. And
that makes sense.
Me watching the Saw movies, it's a whole. I watched them. This is okay. It's gonna sound fucking horrible.
Okay,
and it's not my fault. I need to stress that it's a person that an old friend from high school. His fault entirely. Watched these movies completely out of order.
Oh God.
It's
that makes sense. You'd be so confused.
No. Yeah, well, I think like the whole drive of he was like, oh, we gotta watch this one. This one has this cool trap. And then you see like all the overarching story stuff. Like, who the fuck is that? What's happening? Yeah, it was.
Your friend likes the trap more than story.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Sure.
But since then, I think what happened was I was like, all right, hold up, I need a hard reset, and then I like by myself went. I was like, all right, number 1, go, and then I kind of caught up that way, and I was like, okay.
Well, so I didn't watch it when it first came out in 2004, but I did watch it when it was. What year was it? It was 2005. I was like 10 years old. I watched it on my PSP UMD.
You're just getting away with all kinds of shit your parents don't know about.
They don't know about anything. But I'm glad I watched it, and I thought, I was like, man, I was blown because I think this was my first gory film.
Yeah.
And I was like blown away.
Yeah.
Also, the quality on the PSP UMD, it was like, I want to say like 480p.
Yeah, of course.
But it still holds up.
Yeah.
But
is that how you're watching it now?
No, I'm watching on the big screen, 85 inch.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it, man.
Yeah.
Well, now let's go into spoiler territory. We're going to talk about the movie, and we're going to talk about all about it. So if you have not watched the first Saw film, pause this episode, go watch it. I think it's on one of the streaming services like Peacock or Hulu. Go watch it right now and come back right here. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we can talk about it. All right. What are your first thoughts about it? Or what's your thoughts on rewatching it?
This movie still holds up.
Yes.
For what it is. So the Saw movies have this like stigma about them where everyone's like, "Oh, gross, torture porn." You like Saw? And it's just like, well, listen,
Mhm.
you're not wrong. It is. It gets to torture porn. It's. I have always liked practical gore effects.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I like the old Friday the 13th movies, like the Tom Savini gore effects. I don't like. It's hard to explain when you're like, I like gore, but I don't like when it's too gory. I don't know. It's because Saw is definitely too gory, but if a movie does like gore and it's really like mean spirited about it,
Yeah.
like out of nowhere, then it's just like, oh, that makes me feel gross. I don't know how I like that. You know, like a kind of weird example of that, and it's not even gore, but like a weird example of mean spiritedness in film is, you know, when you're watching Jurassic World 2015,
Yeah.
and that one random lady, she's not random, she's like she's supposed to be watching the kids, but she gets like swooped up by a pterodactyl, and then she's like thrown around for like
Right.
20 seconds before getting chomped.
Yeah.
You're like, I watched that and I'm like, that lady didn't really deserve that. That's kind of fucked up. I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like same thing with in the Lost World in Jurassic Park, where the guy was hiding in the bathroom and they got turned to in split, and he was eating up like that too, pretty much like that.
Hiding in the bathroom. That's the first one.
No, yeah, that's the first one.
You're talking about when Eddie gets pulled out of the Jeep and he gets torn in half.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah, that's also kind of gets me a little bit, because you're like, oh, Eddie just saved everyone. Oh, he's fucking torn in half. Yeah, that kind of stuff is like a little like mean spirited, and when it's thrown into a movie that's not that way the whole time, you're like, oh, I feel a little uncomfortable right now. But Saw is dirty and horrible the entire way.
Right.
So when people start like hacking parts of their bodies off, I'm like, I'm already prepared for it, and I'm like, yeah, all right, we're good. And then at that point, I'm able to like appreciate how like nasty the practical effects look.
Mm-hmm.
Until they start the Saw movies do eventually, and we'll get to them when we talk about them. They start doing the cardinal sin of digital blood splatter.
Yeah.
Bad, boo, bad. Never do that. But
It's like the Expendables movies.
oh yeah, they do digital blood and digital muzzle flash.
Yeah.
They look like cheap, like a 15-year-old made it.
Yeah.
But no. So I being able to kind of embrace your dingy, like gross, like gore loving side. That's kind of what some of these Saw movies are for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I don't know.
No, it's
hard-
like
it's really
it's
hard
like,
to defend your like of watching just this horrible shit, because people are like, ew, you like that because it's gross, and you're like, yeah,
yeah.
I am gross, I guess. I'm sorry.
Or maybe like you like to be in that situation and trying to get out of it.
That's another part too, where I guess it's like sometimes watching movies, particularly horror movies, it's like riding a roller coaster is the best analogy for it.
Mm-hmm.
Where a roller coaster is adrenaline and simulated danger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so when you watch a movie like Saw or like Friday the 13th, it's the reason, you know, the joke is people yelling at the screen, don't go in there. It's because you put yourself in that situation. You can't help but not. Especially a series like Saw, where you got 50,000 characters and none of them matter.
No.
Like the only characters that matter and like people will remember the names of, if you like Saw, is John and Amanda and like Detective Hoffman.
Yeah.
And maybe the other like detectives that show up like here or there. But that's it. Like all the people that get thrown in the traps, you don't fucking learn their names because they don't matter, because they are there to die. And them being blank slates like that, you can't help but like kind of be like, ooh, if I was in that situation, that's bad. Which is why when you get to the part of in this movie, the guy who's like covered in like petroleum and like trying to like find the combination on the wall, and he's like walking barefoot on broken glass, and your immediate reaction is like, ooh, broken glass on your feet, that's bad. Like you feel that, and it's like I said, it's like a roller coaster where you go through this like range of emotions of feeling like empathetically feeling the pain of who you're seeing on screen, or at least that's how I feel, and it's kind of that reaction of just ooh, oh no. But
Yeah,
that's the fun of these movies. I kinda part of it.
exactly, because you don't see, especially this for this type of story, you don't see this type of setup in any other movie. Like, especially there's slashers, right? There's one mission is for the monster to kill whatever, like other ghosts or demons. But this particular franchise, it's like you have the will to live or die. So that's what intrigues me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of the John's whole mission statement as the series progresses. Is how much are you willing to do to survive the trap? Yeah.
People, the what's the word? Misconception. Thank you.
Yeah.
People think all the Saw films are just traps and blood and stuff, but the whole thing is about Jonathan Kramer wants them to be a better person after this trap.
Yeah, I mean, some of the movies, some of the not as good Saw movies definitely are just trap, and they try to BS the rest of it.
Exactly. But, okay. I don't want to go ahead because the rest, the next Saw films are like not next, but like 4 or 5, 6 or whatever. There's no win. There's just die.
Yes, that's
it's
true.
Not winnable.
So the first three, the first trilogy, that's the James Wan Saw trilogy, right? Because if I remember correctly, so obviously he and Lee Winnell wrote the first one, and then James Wan directed the first one, and I believe that's the only Saw movie James Wan directed is the first one.
Yeah,
but him and Lee Winnell wrote and produced the second and third ones. I think maybe the third one was just written by Lee Winnell, but they produced both of them. So that's kind of like their story. That's why these first three like kind of stand together as far as like quality. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest kind of goes off to whatever it does.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it. What do you think about the whole story of the first one?
It's pretty good. The strength of this movie is how much they're able to do and how engaged they're able to keep the audience when 90% of the movie, maybe 90's too high because there's other stuff that happens, but 70% of the movie is in one room.
Yeah.
It's just the bathroom, and it's what they talk to each other and try to figure out stuff and whatever, all in one room. And then you get your flashbacks, your setup to like the Jigsaw killer, and then you see other traps. And the traps in this one are pretty simple and tame. So the traps are there's the guy in the barbed wire maze.
Yeah, let's go start with the traps now.
Yeah.
So the first trap was the razor wire maze.
Yeah.
This guy was in there because he likes to cut himself, and he's in this room with barbed wire, and the mission for his trap was try to what was it?
It was just get out of the maze. You have to slice your way through this maze to escape, and if you don't in time, the door locks forever.
So his body was getting cut up. Of course, he didn't make it.
Yeah, no.
This trap wasn't gory. It was just
No, it was a lot of this big, mostly naked guy crawling around and shaking his head real fast in the camera.
yeah. I mean, okay, let's talk about how the movie was filmed. There was a
Yeah.
lot of like head banging, like it was still in the middle of the it was like 2004, right? It was the middle of 2000s of all the rock bands were still out there.
Yeah, it was kind of grimy, like punk rock a little bit, in the sense of like how in your face loud it got. Characters just like screaming right in the camera. And then this one had a lot of like sped up footage in the editing, a lot of
Mhm.
like going around real fast, a lot of spinning in a circle, especially Amanda in her trap.
Yeah.
And she's shaking, of course, and then some like bright light flash cuts all throughout that. It's that editing style that's supposed to be like, hey, we're panicking now. We are in a state of panic and we are fucking scared. We are a trapped animal and we need to get out. That's what the editing style is. It's very over the top. It's very in your face. I'm not gonna say it's the best thing ever. It's actually kind of silly if you're watching it with like no stakes involved. Like if you're just like, oh, I don't care. Let's just check this out. What the fuck? What is this? But if you just like go with it, then it's very very 2004 in its own way. I'm not going to say that a lot of stuff in that era was like this, but something about it has early 2000s stink on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Speaking of, you mentioned before the other trap, the flammable jelly.
Yeah.
I just want to say the reason why this guy was in this situation is because he's called in sick for
Yes.
work,
That was
and that's it.
that's another thing. They did leave it kind of vague where he was just like, you're faking an illness. But you're right. In my mind, I'm like, dude called out sick and you did this to him. But like it could be implied that like he's pretending to have like a really bad illness and he's scamming people or something like that. I don't know. But if you look at why people are put in traps now in Saw 1, and then you jump to like Saw 5 and you see what those people are doing, you're like, well, what about the guy that called out sick? This is bullshit for him.
I feel like Jigsaw was, just trying new things. Like, I need a reason. Okay, let me pick that guy.
he's a psychopath.
Well,
But
he has an honorable psychopath.
we'll talk about that. We will talk about that.
The next trap was the reverse bear trap with Amanda.
Yeah. Iconic.
It's very iconic. I think that's what when people think of Saw, they think of the bear trap on her face. I just want to say when she was trying to find that key in that guy's stomach.
Yeah.
There's a question mark.
Yeah.
All I was thinking after this rewatching it, I was thinking like, last riddle. That's what the Riddler said in the Batman.
All right.
But yeah,
it is very Riddler-esque, that question mark.
but she ripped that guy's stomach out.
Oh yeah, she went to town.
She went in town with that knife, and she survived. And that little puppet. Let's talk about that puppet.
Billy.
Is it? Oh yeah, right.
The puppet's
So-
name is Billy.
If I don't, okay, right now I'm still rewatching the third one, but there's no mention of the puppet or Billy. When did that come in play?
They never say his name. I believe. I think it's just like a behind the scenes, like in the know thing. Like they called it Billy while filming or something like that. Like the puppet is, to my knowledge, because it's been a very long time since I've watched like Jigsaw or Spiral, right? And I have not seen Saw X as of yet.
It just came out.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, never once in the movies do they refer to the puppet as Billy. That's just if you're a Saw fan, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, so well, the design of Billy or little puppet, he's when people see that puppet, they probably think it's like a demon or something. but he's literally a harmless piece of plastic.
Yeah, he's just a little like he's the puppet. If people don't know, like I'm sure, like you just said, like people think like the puppet is what kills you, and like no,
No.
it's just that the actual killer is a bit theatric, and he
I mean,
likes to have a little puppet.
he has a lot of time in his hands.
He for a man dying of horrific cancer, he has a lot of time on his hands.
Oh, a lot of time. The next trap is nothing really happened in this trap, but it's the drill chair, where there's two screwdrivers going to the guy's neck. It didn't happen. Yeah,
That they save him. Yeah.
Danny Glover and Detective Singh saved him, but yeah, as if we were gonna see that, that would probably also be gruesome. But I'm glad he was saved.
Well, I don't know if it's intentional, but you see something very, very, very similar in a much later Saw movie, which we'll get to. But
Oh yeah.
the whole two drill coming in at you kind of thing is kind of brought back later. So maybe if that was an intentional callback, but it didn't look similar enough that when I was watching it, I was like, oh yeah, from Saw 1.
That's true. That's true. So there are in all the Saw movies there are traps and there's a test. And Zeb had a test where he had a little slow acting poison in his blood, and if he doesn't, what was his thing? If he doesn't does his mission correctly at 6 p.m. or something like that, he will die.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for the most part, if you end up in a jigsaw trap, it's because you deserve it. Now,
Mhm.
as we've talked about, there's people later who like do horrendous, horrific, awful, like this guy should be torn apart kind of things. But then you look at this movie and like Dr. Gordon almost cheated on his wife.
Yeah.
He didn't even actually do it yet.
He didn't do it.
He was thinking about cheating on his wife, and so he gets a saw trap. So you're like, okay, he doesn't really deserve it, but as Jigsaw says, or well, I don't think he ever says it, but it's supposed to be implied. If you end up in a saw trap, you kind of deserve it for some reason or another. Did we? I don't even remember. Did Zep do anything?
Zep.
Was there a reason Zep was chosen? Why Zep?
Zep. What did he do?
I don't think he did anything.
He was part of. Okay, well, he was part of. He was in the hospital, right? Because
He was an orderly.
Yeah, but I think he was just part of the game. I don't think he did anything.
Yeah, he just wasn't in on it, but he just didn't deserve it either. I don't know. That's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, that's a plot hole. There's
that kind of comes in. I'm not going to call it a plot hole per se. The plot hole, I guess you would get to, is this idea that these first couple movies specifically really try to drive in your head is Jigsaw, quote unquote, does not kill people. He gives you the tools to whatever, and if you don't make it, then you failed your test, you killed yourself, right?
Yeah.
That is the biggest load of bullshit fucking ever. Because if you look at Amanda's trap, right?
Yeah.
Amanda's trap is you have to kill this other guy or else you die. You put anyone in a situation and you're like, one of you is going to die or you're both going to die. You can't say, congratulations, I killed no one in this situation. No, you caused the situation. You're a murderer.
And
there's a lot of that throughout Saw, where you're like, if you let the idea of like, oh, Jigsaw doesn't kill people, he creates the whatever, and you to test it. If you don't pass the test, then you die, but that's your fault. If you go through these movies with that in your head, it don't work. It does not work at all.
Maybe he's just want to try new things. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone's got to have a hobby.
Yeah. Well, I love his line. He says, "People are so ungrateful to be alive."
Yeah, well, no, so that works if you look at the reason why he does things in the first place, and if you look at there are a lot of people that end up in traps, like the guy that was like cutting himself or whatever,
Yeah.
where it's just like you didn't appreciate your life. I'm gonna make you appreciate your life, and it's in a later Saw movie where we kind of see his inspiration to do that, um, which we'll get to when we get to that, but. That works, and that's an interesting thing. And it goes back to what you were saying that you liked about it is like you fight for your life. You know, like how much are you willing to
Yeah, it's
fight?
it's like a survival. Those survival movies.
Yeah.
Like Beast. Bad example. Beast with Idris Elba. He's trying to fight that lion. There's like those type of
Sure.
survival films.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, it's those type of films I really like because you might be in that situation and you gotta think about your instincts. So that's what I like about those films. This is what it's kind of like that, but not really. I mean, it is, but hopefully no one. I hope no one traps me like these people. But let's get to our main trap.
Yeah,
The one you just mentioned, the bathroom trap. There was a lot of things going on. First,
it's very much an escape room, isn't it?
It is. It's the original escape room.
Yeah, it's the escape room. Where there's like little clues, and you have to. One thing kind of leads to another.
Dude, like they woke up and they see a dead body with a gun and a tape recorder in one hand, in each other's hands. What would you, if you're Adam or Dr. Gordon? Well, what the hell would you do? And you were chained.
Well, there's a certain amount of logic to how they behave, at least at first, because they're like, I don't fucking know who you are, but they do cooperate with each other fairly well, to the point where at the end of the film, like, I don't know, they've been through enough where they're like almost like intimate with each other. You know what I mean? Like Gordon crawls over to him and he puts his bloody hand on Adam's face and he's like, "I'm not gonna leave you here." and he crawls away.
Like, I'll come back. I'll come back.
Yeah. If I'm Adam, though, let's talk about this. If I'm Adam, I am beyond fucking pissed off.
Yeah.
My game was lost before I even woke up because the goddamn key got sucked down the drain. How was that on Adam? How is that up to Adam?
I mean, is there a way to keep that key?
Well, I'm interested. Is it implied later? And I know that this is going into later films, but eventually we get to the whole thing where we learn that Amanda is in on this, and Amanda is doing that thing when we come to Saw 3, where she's creating traps that are inescapable.
Yeah.
Is it implied that maybe that's why the key got sucked down the drain? Maybe as a retcon? Like Amanda, maybe the key wasn't supposed to be in the bathtub or wasn't supposed to get sucked down the drain, but she did that because she doesn't give a shit? I don't know.
Maybe. But I did watch Saw 10. That is between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
They do cover a lot on that, I would say.
All right.
But I would say for this part, I think Amanda messed up.
Yeah,
putting the key in the bathroom in the tub.
It's the part at the end where, after the big spoiler, where John is like, "The key's in the bathtub, idiot," and he walks away. I was like, "How the fuck was I supposed to know that?" I was unconscious. That shit's gone.
Well, before we get into that, I just want to say, Danny Glover, he became addicted to the case.
Yeah.
He went crazy.
We talked about how confused he looks in this movie. And that definitely plays into it.
Well, first of all, he was sliced.
Yeah, well, his throat getting cut when John had like that Assassin's Creed dagger.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And got him. Yeah, it was cool. For a guy with horrible cancer, he can get around.
And he has a soul patch too. It makes it cooler.
Oh, his soul, which makes many returns. You have to track. You have to track in this series how the flashbacks, like where they stack up based on like, does he have that little strip soul patch? Does he not? Is he wearing a backwards baseball cap? Like, where is John in the series? It's amazing. What did you think? Because we're talking about how Danny Glover's a little silly in this movie, performance wise. What did you think of Cary Elwes and Lee Winnell? Because I love Cary Elwes. In this movie particularly, I think he had a little struggle. Not a bad struggle, because I've seen far worse, but I think he had a little tough time holding that American accent.
Yeah, I don't know if it slipped or not, but I can. It was definitely hard for him because
The accent never slipped, but there were certain words. Their pronunciation was a little off sounding. You know what I mean?
yeah. What words did he say? That was kind of like
I can't pick that out right now because I watched it a couple days ago. But what I can do is we can also talk about Lee Winnell,
yeah.
who also I believe was hiding an accent. I think he's Australian,
Oh,
or at least from that area. Hope I'm not making that up.
well,
Yeah, he's
Let's
from
talk-
Australia.
okay.
So he had some funny accent stuff going on too.
They
and-
both had high pitched voices.
Yeah. Lee Winnell's performance, it's like I'm not dogging him because I like him. I like him a lot and I think he's a cool guy. But like as a performance goes, like it's really silly, isn't it? At times, because there's times where he's just like normal guy and you're like, okay, you're buying it. But then there's other times where you're like, oh, this guy's not an actor.
He is.
He's the writer of the film, and I think it's just like, I don't know if they couldn't get anyone else for that part, or if like he wanted to do it, or if James Wan wanted them to do it, or whatever. I mean, I get it, but his performance came off a bit hit or miss, in particular, and it's a very odd part of the movie where I think it's supposed to be silly, but then his performance of something supposing to be silly is so silly that it kind of like dead stops you in the middle of the movie. It's when he pretends to smoke the poison cigarette,
Oh yeah.
and
Is it-
his job is to play dead, and it's like if you told a 4-year-old to pretend you just got poisoned and died. He's like grabbing his throat and doing choking sounds. He sticks his tongue out. He like lumps over. And it's just like, it's so silly. But like, I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, it's supposed to be silly. But it's so silly that it's not even, it's broken what it was supposed to do. And now it's just completely its own thing. It's a wild ride. His performance has bits like that.
Yeah. Also, like, you should know if you're smoking a poison smoke, it takes time. It can't go immediately.
Yeah, that's definitely another part. The idea that poison immediately kills you, but also, because to poison the cigarette, Gordon dipped it in the blood.
You're right.
And then tossed it over. So, like, let's say that they weren't in on it together, and they weren't pretending to do the poison cigarette,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because I don't even think he threw the actual poison; he threw a real cigarette. But let's say that Gordon actually was doing what was implied that he should do, and kill him with the poison cigarette. If he had tossed that over, if you saw the cigarette, the entire like quarter-inch like tip of the cigarette is just blood, soaked in blood, absolutely red. And what do you do when you get a cigarette? You look at it to light it at the very least before you put it in your mouth. And you put it in your mouth and then you light it. But either way, like, there's no way you're like, what is this? The blood? This is a bloody cigarette. Can you give me one without blood on it?
I'll say this: the cameras that Zeb was looking at, they're not good quality. So
Well, it's 2004.
that is true. But how Yeah, 2004, 3. But
2004, it's probably pretty good camera, and also they were on the other side of the two-way mirror.
yeah,
In all the Saw movies after this, the cameras are just out; they're not hidden.
that is true. Oh, also the part where Adam dumps his hand into the toilet, but he didn't need to do that.
I wanted to talk about that specifically because the clue they have is follow your heart, and there's a dirty little heart drawn on this disgusting, dilapidated, shit-filled toilet, right?
Snickers.
Yeah, it's in the line he says when he dunks his hand. It actually might be the grossest thing in this movie.
I think so too.
Because he just dunks his hand in this fucking greenish brown sludge, and Gordon says, "Can you find anything?" and Adam says, "Nothing solid." And then, of course, the joke is he checks the back of the toilet, which is relatively clean, and there it is. And the line is even. He says, "Really wish I'd checked in there first." But here comes my biggest question.
Yeah.
Whose diarrhea was that in the toilet?
Oh man, that is a good question.
Did Saw X answer that?
No. I want to say,
Was it John's? Was it Amanda's?
I don't think it was Amanda or John. I think it was probably Zeb.
It was Zep. He came down here. Well, he did know where it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he had to come here at some point. May have been Zep.
Oh god.
That question of who diarrheaed in this toilet.
We'll never answer that.
Because I mean, I'm not a scientist, and I'm especially not a scientist that specializes in shit.
No.
But you would think, like, if someone did a big diarrhea in a toilet and then left it there for a very long time, like months, years even, like what would happen? Would it dissipate? Would it just become brown water? I don't know. But like that was more than that. That was
I think that diarrhea is recent. Maybe he did that like 3 hours before.
Definitely recent. I believe it was cold. This is a foul conversation. I believe it was cold, and like maybe it's a couple days old, but it's not. Somebody did that recently.
Yeah,
and I think you might be onto something saying it was Zep.
It has to be. I don't think Don or Emmanuel would do that. Zep has that face of a diarrhea shitter.
John here. Okay, here's something to think about though. John has an illness.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that the game's all set up and John's laying there and they're not waking up yet, but then suddenly he feels
the urge.
He's got to take care of this or else it's going to be a long 6 hours, because this is the longest game. Everyone else gets like 30 minutes or an hour in like the rest of the Saw series. He gave them 6 hours to sit there.
That's crazy.
So maybe John had to take care of something beforehand. That room had to smell bad.
Yeah, that's the one thing. They didn't put like. Did they even mention like, oh man, this smells like in this bathroom? Maybe they did.
I don't think so. Maybe I don't know about you, but like anytime that I have to go into a public restroom, I kind of like instinctively try not to breathe through my nose. So maybe like they woke up and immediately we're just like, no, we're not risking that.
Yeah. Let's talk about Adam, how he got captured.
Yeah, he was in his fucking filthy house, which granted he does say it's a shithole apartment, and then he woke up in an actual shithole. But that kind of goes on, and again, I keep saying, in later Saw movies, but as we go through this series, there's almost zero clean buildings in this entire fucking city.
Man,
every warehouse is abandoned. Every factory is abandoned. There's like dilapidated, rundown buildings everywhere, and to the point where like you get to certain characters like Adam, or like there's like a hotel that someone goes to in a different movie, and they're all like this. They're all shitty and moldy, and like the paint's peeling off the walls, and the doors creak, and it's fucking horrible. What city is this?
They didn't say anything about a city, but
Chicago,
no, Chicago is clean.
Okay.
ish. But Dr. Gordon's house was pretty clean.
Well, he's rich.
Yeah.
There are a few clean places in the movies, but for the most part, everything's just horrible and dingy and awful, and you get tetanus by walking in the door.
Well, Adam, we later on we figure out why he was captured because he was taking pictures of Dr. Gordon.
Mm. Yep.
Um,
It's kind of a small twist that I didn't even remember, because I remembered that Adam is taking pictures of Gordon and Adam's a photographer or whatever. But in my mind, I was like, oh, was he taking them for Jigsaw? I didn't remember. But then the twist that he's taking them for Danny Glover ties
yeah.
him back into the story. I was like, oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, Danny Glover, he's not a cop, he's trying to figure out that case, and he hired Adam to take the pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an interesting thing. I guess another kind of twist is so the whole movie, like, it's never really asked seriously who is Jigsaw. You know what I mean? Like they
Mm-hmm.
mentioned, like, oh, he's the Jigsaw killer. He takes people and he takes the little jigsaw piece out of their skin, and that's why they call him the Jigsaw killer. No one's like, we gotta find out who the Jigsaw killer is. And then I guess if you're someone watching this movie for the first time, then you think it's Zepp, and then the twist at the end reveals it's not Zepp. But there's also that like moment where you learn that like it's Danny Glover that's like keeping an eye on stuff. Like what's he up to? I don't know, but it's almost a question that's like, I want to say not really answered, but it is definitively answered when John stands up. But
Before we get to that, so I just want to say that Danny Glover has the coolest transition. I don't know if you saw that.
No,
when,
I know what you're talking about when the car pulls up.
Yeah, I think that's the cleanest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh man, it's I think I cheered out loud when I saw that. I was like, whoa!
That's like the coolest transition scene I've ever seen from a movie. I wish they do that more often, but
They
one time only.
it's not one time only. There's I want to say there's a couple, because I'm further in the series than you are right now in my rewatch. I just rewatched Saw 6. There's a couple of things where you're like, oh, that's a neat transition. Nothing really matches that one with the car in the first one until Saw 4. We're going to talk about it more when we get to it, but there's a transition where it's fucking bonkers. Someone gets thrown like into a mirror, but in the shot they crash through the mirror, and then we go through the mirror and we're in a different location.
Oh.
And it's all like in the span of 2 seconds.
Oh.
It like I said, I cheered for the car. Like I screamed when that happened. I was like, oh my god. It's so it may be the coolest thing about Saw 4, because that movie's like, it's okay. But absolutely bonkers.
I can't wait to see that. Let's get right into nitty gritty. First, Detective what's his name? Danny Glover. Detective Glover and Detective Skink.
His name is Tap.
Tap, great name. Tap and Sink, they figure out, because they looked at the tape of where the location is, and they're like, all right, let's go to the location. Yeah. And they went to the location. Danny Glover was, in there. They're looking at the traps. They saw the drill trap. They see that guy. Jigsaw came in. Jigsaw was running.
Yeah.
Before, what's his name? Tap got sliced. And then Singh died.
He
terribly
tripped a tripwire, and like 6 different double barrel shotguns fired off right on top of his head.
That gotta suck.
Well, something weird that this series does to you after you watch so many of them is when you look at a trap that like, oh, that person got shot and died. Yeah, I would take that over some of the other shit that happens.
Yeah, it's quick and easy, not painful.
Yeah, that's like Singh's trouble is over. He's done. It's fine. Yeah, he's missing his goddamn head, but at least he's done.
So that was like towards the middle, but now let's talk about the whole last 20 minutes. Zepp is kidnapped, Gordon's wife and
his wife.
his wife and
that
kid.
his wife he was almost gonna cheat on, and his
Yeah.
kid who was like, "Dad, there's a man standing in my closet," and he said, "Go to bed."
Also, like Zeb, when he was trying to get the kid, he had the covers on. I was like, "That's
Yeah, that strange shot. Like, why did he dress up like a ghost?
yeah." I was like,
Another thing about Zepp, something interesting about him holding the family hostage, is you would think, you would assume him like he's got the poison in his blood, as we learn, and it's his test to hold the family there, right?
yeah, and then he's trying to get that. If he succeeds his mission, he'll get the antidote so he can save his life.
Yeah. But there's the part before they even actually reveal that it's Zepp officially, because they kind of show his face a lot without showing it. So like if you're at all paying attention, you're like, it's the guy from the hospital. but if you're not paying attention, then you're like, oh, who is this guy? But he's got the mother and the daughter like tied up, and he's like holding the gun to like the daughter's head and like feeling the heartbeat. Like Zepp's doing a little extracurricular there. He's getting a little freaky on his own.
Yeah, that's why he took this shit in the toilet.
He definitely shit in the toilet, that fucking freak.
But yeah, so Danny Glover, he was watching that room and he saw the fire shots. He's like, all right, let me go there and do something. He doesn't know they were kidnapped or not, but he's gonna go to that room, to the house, and they had a shoot off.
And then he hides behind the smallest pillar possible.
Yes, he's trying to hide. He's trying to put his legs in between his hands, and yeah, that was terrible. But I forgot how he died. How did Tap died?
He just got shot, I think.
Oh right, you're right. By Zepp.
He got
when he was
shot.
following him, right? When he was following him in the not maze, but wherever Zepp was going.
When they got into like the sewer area or whatever it is.
Yeah, he leaned back. He dropped down and the gun was pointing straight, and then he shot him in the head or in the stomach. That's how he died. So
if you look at it from like the script, like what does Tap accomplish? Well, technically, he saved the mother and daughter because he chased Zepp out of there.
Yeah.
So that serves a purpose. But if you look at it like as the character's motivation, Tap's motivation to do what he was doing, he fucking sucks and failed at everything because he didn't even stop him. He chased him. They got in their little cars, and then there was that sequence where they're just like in a black room with a car, and there's the lights flashing, and they're just shaking their heads and screaming real fast, and the camera's going around all crazy because they weren't actually driving. You know what I mean? And then they get to the area, and then he runs in and dies.
I mean, he did save them, so
I can't blame him. I can't blame him. If I was in the same situation, I would hope to at least do as well as he did. It'd be horrible if he ran in there and got shot and didn't even save the family. So he did something.
He did something.
But yeah, so then Zepp gets in the room with Gordon. Gordon has at this point taken the gun that was part of like the trap and the clues that were all in there. And he shot Adam, because I guess that's something we never mentioned. If anyone's listened to this far and still hasn't seen Saw, is the way Gordon is supposed to get out. He has to kill Adam. Like that's the test. He needs to kill Adam, and then his family's good, and he's let out. So like
before he shot him,
far too late.
Yeah,
because he has till 6:00, and then it's like he shoots Adam through the shoulder at like 6:10. Like, if I was Adam, I'd be like, dude, it's already over. Stop.
Well, before he shot him, he he was because he had the phone, right? He was trying to talk to Zep or his family, and nothing was happening. He's trying to talk to them, can't talk to them back. He got so frustrated. It was time for him to cut his leg.
Yep. That's the most iconic thing in, if not this, like, definitely the most iconic thing of this movie. It might be one of the most iconic things of the franchise is Gordon cutting his foot off.
Yeah.
He takes the saw blade, and there's the scene earlier where they get the saw blades and they're trying to cut through the chains, and Adam's saw breaks, and and Gordon says, like, they're not meant for our chains, they're meant for our feet. And I'm like, do you have to say feet? Can't you say leg? Like, the idea of cutting through your leg, but then the idea of cutting through your foot, like, that paints a different picture to me. I don't know.
Also,
Like,
their feet is dirty.
Yes, very dirty.
Dirty, but
Dirty bathroom.
that is true.
Thanks
there
to
was
Zep.
he decorated the whole bathroom.
He did something to that bathroom.
There was this one movie I watched. I forgot the name of it, but it was like a family, like it was like a background. They were watching a movie. It was like in the background of something.
Yeah.
But they were watching that scene of Gordon cutting his leg.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I forgot what movie it was. I kind of figured it out, but it was that scene. I laughed so I was like, "Why that scene for this family?" Whatever. It was like, how intense he was. He was like, "Ah!"
Yeah, he's
like,
screaming, and Adam's screaming, and
the movie, the family was just like chilling, just watching it. Normally, the kids. But anyways, I digress. So
he gets the foot off, and Zep comes in, and that's when it's revealed that even though Gordon shot Adam, Adam did not die. It was just a shot in the shoulder. Adam absolutely turns Zep's face into mashed potatoes with the back of that dirty toilet. Oh, it all comes full circle. Zep's killed by the toilet.
Oh, yes.
And then Gordon lovingly crawls over to Adam and puts his hand on his face like John Travolta in Face Off.
Oh, yes.
And he's like, I'm going to go get help. And then he's like super pale because of all the blood loss. He's sweaty. And he's trailing blood behind him. And
when he was leaving, like, we don't know if he's gonna come back or is he dead in the hallway.
Well, yeah, like you get like 5 movies later in the franchise, you still never hear from him. You don't know what happened. He's still crawling for all we know at that point. But Adam is just like, no, Gordon, don't leave me here, please don't, because he's in a total panic. And then Gordon's crawling away out the door, and he comically turns back, and he's like, don't worry, I'm coming back. And then he crawls out. It's so fucking, like, it's a great ending to the movie, but because we're idiots, it's so funny to us. And then the big twist of the movie is
the biggest twist is where Adam.
Corpse, yeah.
Go ahead.
The corpse that was in the room with them the entire time, that was believed to be a man that shot himself in the head, stands up, and it's a great shot too. Adam, like, Adam's in focus, and he's like off to the side, like sobbing because like this is finally over, but he just witnessed all this horrible shit and just whatever. And then in the background, the blurred background, the corpse stands up. And then Adam turns and looks at him. He takes the prosthetic, like, blood gunshot off of his head, and he's like, "The key's in the tub, idiot," as I said before. And then, like, it's pieced together that it's this guy from the hospital, one of Gordon's patients. Then you get the iconic game over, and the door slams closed, and Adam is screaming, and you just hear Adam screaming as the credits start. It's amazing ending.
Yeah,
the ending. So a lot of this movie may be kind of silly, especially the way that we've talked about it. The ending alone carries so much of this movie's legacy.
Yes, it's one of the greatest. To me, it's one of the greatest twist endings of all time. When I think of like Sixth Sense or any of M. Night Shyamalan's films, I think this is one of the greatest twists of all time.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Especially with the song when Adam pressed the tape recorder to play, and the music starts playing.
The song is the Saw franchise. If you're a fan, does this fucking amazing thing to your brain where you could be watching a Saw movie and you could not even like them. You could be watching one of the bad ones and not even like it. And then the ending happens and it's got like some sort of like twist, whether it's a great twist like this one or like a half-assed twist later on, I don't know. But that music hits and then it you feel something inside of you and you're just like, shit, I got to watch the next one now. It's amazing.
You're completely hooked into this film after, especially when the credits rolls. You're like, you gotta watch the second one. You gotta binge the series.
The movie aside, like Hello Zep, as I now remember it's called, is one of the greatest, probably one of the greatest horror movie theme songs, if not just like on like a top 50 list of greatest movie theme songs of all time. It is so good. That one theme song, to the point where like any other music you hear throughout the movie, like background music or like score or whatever, it doesn't even really register to me. Like if I try to think like other music that this played throughout the movie, just like loud like guitar, drum tracks, whatever, while people are like spinning frantically in a circle. But the main theme song it's iconic, it's amazing. It gets you so pumped.
I think it's better than like Halloween. The Halloween theme.
I'm not even gonna disagree with you because the Halloween theme song is probably the most iconic horror movie theme song.
Right.
And it was composed by John Carpenter himself, who does great music, especially for his films. And what I will say without agreeing or disagreeing is that what the Saw theme song does to your brain, to my brain when I hear it in the movie, what it does is completely different. Because the Halloween theme, it goes and you're like, all right, I'm watching a Halloween movie, here we go. But like I said, the Saw theme happens at the end and the end credits happen, you're like, well, shit, now I gotta watch the whole fucking series.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for Saul. I just want to say there's one scene when Gordon was talking to Zep. He was on the phone and he was like talking to Zep. He was like, "Oh, you bastard, you mother effer!" Yeah. And then when he hears his wife's name or his wife, he was like, "Allie." Do you remember that part?
Allie?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was so. I will say, me and my brother, when we watched it, we laughed at that part too. Because it's not just the way his voice goes; his face completely changes. He's like super angry, and then he just turns into like this puppy dog face, like "You motherfucker, Ali." No, that's amazing. This movie gets a 4 out of 5 stars from me.
Okay. After the rewatch.
Yeah, it's a great, fun horror movie. It's got great effects. It is really goofy at points. It's really silly. Some of the performances are a bit goofy, hit or miss, whatever. But I mean, the Saw franchise, it became this franchise for a reason, and that reason is this movie. I think it's a great movie.
I agree too. I'm still giving it 5 out of 5.
Our scoring systems have always been a little different. Whereas 4 stars is really good for me, and 5 is just you're like, oh, it's a legendary movie, 5 stars. I can't even fault you for that.
Yeah. To me, it's like if I have to put it in my horror all-time list, this is one of them.
Yeah, and let's not forget to mention what it did for the Halloween season. For years, like even the tagline, the catchphrase was Like it's Halloween time, it's time for Saw. Like they said that in like the trailers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And it still holds true.
yeah, it was in theaters every what was it past 10 years from 2004 to two or like nine say 6 or 8 years to 2010. It was always around the Halloween time.
Yeah, they're cranking them out like once a year. It
Yeah.
was just became just Halloween tradition. The Paranormal Activity movies did something
Ooh.
similar. I don't remember if those released around Halloween. No, they did. Some of them released like on Halloween night, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
They were like in theaters on Halloween. They did something similar. I didn't really connect with the Paranormal Activity movies as much as I. It's horrible to say connect with Saw, but I mean that's a different conversation if we do those in the future, because we've watched some of those together even.
Yeah, I want to say this Paranormal Activity and Saw, they're franchises that are like one of a kind.
Yeah, they're that kind of lightning in the bottle thing that only happened because some person with no money had this idea that they could pull off with no money. And then because I think if you look at the budget for Paranormal Activity, like Saw 1 was $1 million, Paranormal Activity 1 was even less than that. It was like 100,000 or something ridiculously small.
And that was when it comes to like ghosts or demons, that's like one of the terrifying movies out there too.
That would be a different conversation. Like let's say like
Yes.
next October if we decide to like do another series about horror movies, because I rewatched Paranormal Activity 1 like a year ago and it did nothing for me.
Really? Like, okay,
Yeah.
what if you're like at home and like things are moving? You hear sounds?
Well, I don't because when I was like a teenager, it was different.
Oh.
I would agree with what you're saying, but now as a fucking old man who hates the world, I'm just like, whatever. It's a demon. Just let it kill you. I don't care.
All right. Well, yeah, so that's pretty it for this first Saw film. You gave it 4 out of 5. I gave 5 out of 5.
4 out of 5. Yep.
Uh, yeah. So this is it for this episode. We will be reviewing the other Saw films. The next one is of course Saw 2.
Hell yeah.
We'll be doing that, and of course it's October. We're doing Saw. Just hang with us. 10 films. There's a lot of films, but just listen to us, and yeah. Any thoughts? Any concerns? Or
Just whenever I'm on this podcast, I always feel the need to apologize for how like unorganized our thoughts are. Like we just kind of spew out whatever thoughts we have, and then at the end we're like, yeah, so good movie.
yeah.
But if anyone's stuck around this far, we've been talking for about an hour or so.
Yeah. I forgot to say that the guy who stand up with that was Jigsaw. Just that John Kramer is Jigsaw.
Yeah. Yes. I mean,
That's-
what? No.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the most important part of this film, that he was Jigsaw.
I mentioned I
I think
that
it did.
the reveal that the guy from the hospital, John, is.
Yeah. You did. I just want to clear that out because we have like 9 more films to go. So,
but next podcast, next episode of this review of Saw, special guest star Donnie Wahlberg.
yes, Donnie. He brings another whole call back to Key and Peele or Mad TV. Whole nother lava.
We'll talk more about Donnie next time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's it. That's pretty much it. Where they can find you in the socials.
At this point, the only place you could find me is right here on the Brown Boy Wonders podcast whenever Abrar makes the mistake of bringing me back.
All right. Well, of course, you guys can follow me.
You know what?
Yeah?
You know what? I'll reveal. I do have a Twitter, but I'm not going to tell anyone what it is.
Yeah. You guys have to search all the words out there to find them.
Yeah, and it's privated, so I'm not even going to accept you.
Hey. That's messed up. But it's okay because you guys can follow me on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, probably Google Podcasts by now, I believe, but it's going to be YouTube Music.
Wait a
Of
minute,
course,
wasn't there controversy? Isn't one of those podcasts ending?
yeah. So it's Google Podcasts. They're transitioning
Oh, it's
to
Google.
YouTube Music, but I don't know when that's gonna happen.
Oh, right.
You can
Yeah.
still find me on Google Podcasts. Whoever's listening from there,
Thanks for
uh,
nothing, Google.
Google. Sorry. Of course, you can follow me on Twitter on @BrownBoyWonders. You can also follow my YouTube channel, or not YouTube channel, my Facebook page. If anybody's using that, it's Brown Boy Wonders. I not posting anything near there yet. Maybe I will. Who knows? But
Facebook
till
page.
yes, I made this.
Are you
I
are
made
you a 90-year-old grandmother?
90.
You you post political memes on your Facebook page?
Whoa! I don't do that. I just promote this Brown Boy Wonders podcast.
Yeah, as you should. It's a good podcast.
Oh, thank you. Hey, that's a good review. But that's let me end this here. On three, let's say, do you want to play a game? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Three, two, one.
It's a me, Jigsaw.
Okay.
Bing bang.
Welcome to the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. Right now, you should hear the Wilhelm scream. Now. Since it's a spooky season, October, my guest and I are gonna review. You should know by this now. Saw 2. Since we're doing a rewatchable on the Saw movies, we're gonna do Saw 2. But first, let me introduce my guest, Skyler. How you doing, man?
If you forget to edit in those Wilhelm screams, it's gonna be so funny.
No, I'll remember. I'll remember to do it. But I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We're doing Saw 2, and I have to ask you this one question.
Mhm.
You want to play a game?
Dun 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 dun. Hello, Zep. We learned that last week that the song is called Hello, Zep.
It is called Hello Zep. A great song, great people. But I do have another real question for you. Would you rather commit a crime in front of Batman or Jigsaw?
Batman.
Why?
Batman. Well, okay. Here's. So let's say that I go into a Taco Bell, right? And
Yeah.
I ask for a water cup, and then they give me a free water cup, and then I go fill it with Baja Blast. All right.
Right.
Now, Batman sees me do this,
Yeah.
and then he wrestles me to the ground and punches all my teeth out, and takes me to jail. Right.
Yeah.
Now, Jigsaw sees me do this, and I'm cutting off body parts or stabbing stuff in my eyes or putting fire ants in my ears. I'm not Batman, all right?
Yeah.
Batman can beat the piss out of me all day long before I would like to be in a saw trap. That's Batman, please.
Batman, I'd rather get punched in the face instead of chopping my leg off. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Anyways, we're here talking about Saw 2. Saw 2 came out 2005. I was 10. You were 10 also, I believe.
Yep, we are the
Yep.
same age.
Yes, I forgot. I always forget. The cast for Saw 2. We did mention if you guys watched the first one, you should know the cast by now. But we do have new members in the Saw cast. We have our very own. No, not very own. I hope so. Maybe no. Donnie Wahlberg.
You think he listens, Donnie? Donnie, you out there?
I think Donnie listens. Donnie, if you're listening, say hi. But, yeah.
Last week I said he was going to be here, and he's not, and it's a little disappointing to me because Abrar did lead me to believe that Donnie would be here,
Yeah.
and he's not here. But Donnie, if you're out there, I love you. I love your burgers.
Burgers. But he's playing as Eric Matthews, not the same character.
Not from Boy Meets World.
No, not Boy Meets World, but his name is Eric Matthews.
I think that every time.
He has a little son here. Oh, not little, but he's a teenager. His name is Eric. That's the actor's name, Eric
Knudsen, I
Kunsen,
think.
as
You know,
Daniel.
we're gonna get to the point where a lot of these cast members aren't gonna be worth shouting out.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
no disrespect to them, but a lot of these people are in like not much. Like they're in this, and that's what we know them from. But
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. For those are the main part of the story, or like main act or famous actor. I'll just shout them
I will,
out.
I will say though, Eric Knudsen, who plays Daniel in this, he's in Scream 4.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the kid with the like live stream headset on the whole time.
okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he's friends with in that movie. He's friends with the Culkin brother, but not Macaulay and not Kieran. There's a third Culkin. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Well, he's in Scream 4.
I gotta watch that. But we're
Yeah.
here to talk about Salt 2. What's your what do you think? What was the budget for this film?
Well, the Law of Hollywood, since last time we said it was like 1.2 million, right?
Yeah,
Law of Hollywood is sequel gets more.
yeah.
And just looking at this movie, you can see that it has more because we have more background actors. We've got people just in SWAT stuff. We've got the sets are still kind of on the cheaper side.
Kind of same. Yeah,
I'm gonna say around 5 million.
5 million. You're kind of close. You're actually close. It was 4 million.
Ah, see, look at that.
So they did raise up the price there. And what do you think about the box office?
Ooh, that one I genuinely don't know. So last one was 100 million. This one's got to be higher because this Saw trend went a good while. So 200 million?
A little high. It was 152 million.9.
Okay, so an extra 50 million. That's still a great cash rake in for this. So you put in 4 million, you get in 159. A lot of the kind of rule that they say for like Hollywood budgets is whatever the budget says, you kind of double that to account for marketing. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Saw did a lot of marketing. Like that's a big part of it is like every year, just like, oh, Halloween time, come out and watch Saw. So if you kind of account that they did like another 4 million for like all the billboards and commercials and stuff, but that's still a good chunk of cash for the studio, raking it in for basically doing nothing.
Exactly. I just want to say about the companies that made this, Lionsgate and Twisted Pictures.
That's Twisted Metal.
Not Twisted Metal. Twisted Pictures. I only know Twisted Pictures because of Saw. They're the only company that only makes Saw movies. They don't make any other movies. That I know of.
I mean, I can't think off the top of my head anything. Let's. Oh, they made Dead Silence.
Okay, that was a great film.
That's another James Wan movie.
Shout out to James Wan. But James Wan did not directed this film.
No, he did not. But I think in Dead Silence, if I'm remembering correctly, because it's all about puppets, that movie.
Yeah.
There's a room with a bunch of puppets, and I think you can see Billy in that room.
Yes, sir. It was towards the end.
Yeah,
but yeah, you do see him.
Ooh, and Donnie Wahlberg is also in Dead Silence. Oh
yes,
my goodness,
sir.
Donnie, call me.
Donnie Wahlberg was not in Aquaman, but in Aquaman, Annabelle was in the ocean.
I think Donnie stopped acting.
Oh, did he? Wasn't he in that show, Blue Shield? Blue
Blood? He was in Band of Brothers.
Oh,
I know that because I'm on his Wikipedia page. Yes, he was in Blue Bloods.
Okay.
I lied. Oh wait, no. I think he stopped acting.
Oh, I probably eating those burgers.
His last movie. You'll never guess what his last movie is.
Aquaman 2.
I wish. His last movie is Zookeeper with Kevin James.
Shout out to Kevin James. He's a very memeable guy for some reason. King of Queens set.
Yeah, right now it's all about Kevin James, King of Queens memes.
I don't know who started that, but they're a genius.
I don't know,
But
but
yeah,
Donnie,
Donnie. Would you rather have Mark Wahlberg or Donnie Wahlberg in this film or in this series?
Donnie.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like I like Donnie. Donnie needs more stuff going on.
yeah. So this was not directed by James Wan. It was directed by Darren Balsman, who also created Spiral. So he has that little inch. When we watch Spiral, we'll have that. We'll know that he's still into the Saw movies. But that's the only two films he made or directed.
That's not true. He directed Saw 3.
Did he? Oh, I didn't miss that. I apologize to people.
And he also directed Saw 4.
Oh, really? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'll tell you this. I did not rewatch Saw 3 or 4, so I apologize.
Yeah, that's all right.
Um,
Yeah, so he did 2, 3, 4, and then Spiral.
interesting.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
looking at
so
the list of all the other movies he's done, and it's mostly all horror. It looks like not a lot of stuff that I have seen.
yeah. But let's get into the great and gritty. Not the gritty dance, but let's get
Oh, you know, uh, gonna cross over into the conversation of wrestling really quick.
sure.
But as we're recording this, AEW Wrestle Dream, the pay per view, just happened the other day, and Swerve Strickland hit the gritty in the ring.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did. It was awesome.
Shout out to Swerve. Whose house?
Swerve's house. Shout out to Prince Nana.
Oh, I love his dance. All right, let's get back to Saul.
Yeah. How niche can we make this podcast? We talk about Saw, which people already don't like a lot, and then now we throw in pro wrestling. Everyone's already turned off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's get them back in because let's talk about the story.
Hell yeah.
First, I just want to say that this movie was like a school group project where like no one listens to each other.
Yeah, yes.
Um,
This is what happens when the teacher randomly assigns groups together.
yeah, that's what it is. It never turns out well because what happens. But let's since we're talking about it, if you have not watched freaking Saw 2, pause this episode, go to Hulu, Peacock, watch it right now. If you don't have, go to Best Buy.
Go to Best Buy. Buy the box set Blu-ray. You don't have to do 4K. It's fine. Although some of the blood and gore effects in later movies in 4K, that shit might be crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Go watch it. Come back here, and now let's do it. So what do you thought about the movie, man?
So first I'll kind of say that excluding Saw 1, which is its own thing, it's the one out of this whole series that kind of stands out from the rest. As far as like its narrative, the rest of these movies all kind of break down into one or two things. Now there's two plots in each one. There's whatever the cops are doing. I guess there's three plots. There's whatever the cops are doing. There's the John Kramer flashbacks that we like learn more about John and stuff or whatever. So there's whatever the cops are doing, whatever John is doing or was doing, and then there's the main trap. And the main trap going forward for basically the rest of the original run of this series, like 2 through 7, it's broken down into two different kinds. There's one person going room to room into different traps, and like there's people in those traps. And then the second kind is there's a bunch of people that have to go room to room together, and they all just kind of slowly die. This is that kind.
Yeah, it's like an escape room, but
you fucking die.
yeah. Let's get into the traps. The first trap, it was not really a trap. This guy got blown in the head with a pistol through the door.
I know that I just rewatched this movie. Does this movie not start with like just a cold open trap? Because a lot of them do.
You are right. I am apologize. I'm off the rails.
You are off the rails. What's going on? I'm taking over.
No, hold on. Well,
This is
we
about
did.
this is about to become the White Boys Pundit podcast.
Let's not go there. But the
Let's
first.
not go there. I don't think the world needs any more of that.
No, because we started with the death mask trap.
Oh, yes, the nails in the mask that. Oh, he has the key in his eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, now we're on the same page.
Or not really.
Yeah, there's not a lot to that one.
Not really.
It's like a little Iron Maiden. It's the same basic principle of the reverse bear trap.
Yeah.
Like even in Saw 1, John says, think of it as a reverse bear trap. And in this one, he tries to do it again. Like, I don't know if they tried to make it a thing and it just wasn't as popular. But he was like, think of it as a Venus fly trap. Whatever. Yeah, it's just a little Iron Maiden, and you got to get it off with a key, and the key's in his eye. And there's a bunch of like really gnarly shots of him like putting a X-Acto knife like really close to his eye.
Yeah.
But he never actually does it. And then it closes on his head, and that's the end. So
Yeah.
the trap itself isn't anything to write home about, really.
Yeah.
But the shots, I mean, I'm not alone in saying this. Anything with a knife held really close to a fucking eyeball, it's gonna freak you out. And it's every time he does it, it's like, okay, he didn't do it. Oh, no, he didn't do it. And then he doesn't do it. So
Yeah.
that's how we start the movie.
I mean, it's not a great trap, but you don't want to be in that trap.
Absolutely not. No, because we talked about this in the last episode where you can't help but kind of like put yourself in that situation of, okay, what if I was in that trap? And then you feel that pain kind of thing. I was thinking when watching it, I was like, yeah, I couldn't do my eye either. So you're just waiting 60 seconds for nails to get shoved in your face and die.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I mean, I can put like contact lens in my eyeballs. How can I get? Yeah. How can
I'm also one of those very weak people that can't do contact lenses.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that either. But yeah, shout out to that guy. He didn't make it. I wish the best for him.
Yeah, we don't even know his name, but shout out.
I do know his name. His name is Michael Marks.
Michael Marks.
Shout out to Michael.
All right.
The next trap is not really a trap. It was more like it's a trap. But
It's not really a trap, but it's like a different kind of trap.
Yeah, it's where
the stairs.
cops. Yeah, the cops. They trying to come upstairs, but they got electrified. Nothing really going on there.
Well, there is something going on there more than just getting electrified. Is that one cop falls through the stairs and gets his goddamn shins broken in half.
Yeah.
And then he tumbles backwards onto the other guys who then get electrified by the fence. I guess we're left to assume that the cops that were electrified died.
Yeah, I think so. They never went back to them. So I think they either passed out or died.
Yeah, but the guy with the broken legs, they did drag him out while he was like screaming. He's got broken legs all, and they just drag him out the room slowly. So props to that guy. He technically survived a saw trap.
He did.
That sucks.
And now we're go ahead.
Yeah. So the way this movie really kicks off and why those cops got fucked up in the first place is, long story short, the cops found Jigsaw. They found John.
Yes.
And our lead detective, played by Donnie Wahlberg, he's leading the charge. There's actually 3 police officers in this movie that matter.
Yeah.
Donnie Wahlberg, who plays Eric Matthews, as we said. Dina Meyer, who plays whatever her character's name was, Carrie.
Carrie.
And then Detective Rigg, played by Lyric Bent, is the actor's name, apparently.
Oh.
And that's a cool name, Lyric. Anyways, yeah. So they're the 3 cops that kind of matter and then recur throughout the next couple movies. But they find Jigsaw. They kind of arrest Jigsaw. At this point, John's just an old man in the wheelchair who's dying, and
He was just chilling. He's like, "You found
he
me."
was just hanging out, drinking his chocolate milk, and they're about to like yank his ass out of that chair and say you're going to jail when he says, "Actually, detective, I got a trap going and I put your son in the trap. Gotcha."
Dun, dun, dun.
And
Yeah.
then we get to our house of traps with the people in it.
House of Horrors, I'll say.
Yeah.
I just want to say that when I first saw this film, I was like, they already caught Jigsaw just like that? It's just a second film.
Well, it becomes apparent the more we go on that there is no just like that. Never. There's never a just like that. It's gonna keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, now we're in the room of random people. We got the girl from 7-Eleven or 7 Heaven. I forgot her name.
That's what. Every time I watch this movie, I'm like, I know that girl's from something, but I never. I don't. I mean, I know what Seventh Heaven is, but I don't watch it. It had Seventh Heaven had that guy that was in Star Trek, the motion picture, and then who
Yes.
jail because he did horrible things.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that we always like every time that I'm on this show, on this podcast, and we're like, we're gonna talk about Saw 2, and then 20 minutes in, we're talking about Seventh Heaven. It's every time, and it's partially my fault. That's the kind of like my brain's trajectory. It works off of hyperlinks. You click the blue words,
Exactly.
And then you go to the page.
That's how my brain works too. But yeah, you got the girl from 7 Heaven. You of course you got Daniel.
The kid from Saw, Scream 4, as we said.
And I also think he looks like Timothée Chalamet.
Okay, you can think that. I don't agree.
He's kind of looks like him. And you got some other actors that we really don't know.
I do have a friend who has been on this podcast and may listen to this podcast.
Oh,
He may be listening right now. Who would be very mad if I did not mention that the kid that plays Daniel was on the show Jericho. So I don't know if anyone's ever watched Jericho. I haven't. That's my problem. I'm sorry, but if there's any Jericho fans out there, that's who this kid is.
Shout out to Jericho fans and break the walls down, I'll say.
They're back to wrestling.
Yeah, I know. I see, like again, hyperlinks.
Yeah, exactly. So chaotic.
But yeah, so they're all struggling. They're like, "What the hell? Why are we here in this room?" They're all panicking, of course. Bad group.
Yeah, exactly.
And one of the guys, he's like, "Hey, there's a hole. Let me look into it." Bam! Got shot in the eye.
That's like they put the key in the door. Doesn't it say like there's something that says don't put that key in that door, and then they put the key in the door, and then the gun fire again.
Don't listen. They don't listen.
They don't listen. It's the bad group project. But again, it's one of those things where, like that dude is just over for him. Like we said last time, Detective Singh from Lost.
Yeah.
He got shot with some shotguns and his head got blown off.
Oh.
But in the grand scheme of things, it's just over.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy just got shot in the head. Like that's if you look at some of the other stuff, particularly, a couple characters in this movie get messed up real bad. And for him, he's just got shot in the head. So I guess, if you had to pick one.
Yeah, you gotta go to the easy way out. If you don't want to be, tortured, I think that's the one way to go.
Yeah. We'll say just for prosperity, the people that are in this house, the people in the trap, their characters are Daniel, that's the kid that matters.
Yep.
Xavier, who was like the big tough
macho guy.
Yeah, he's macho guy. Jonas, I don't know which one that is. That might be the black guy.
Yeah, I think the African American.
Kind of smart.
Yeah.
Laura, which we can assume was one of the girls. Addison, which we can assume was one of the other girls. Actually, let's check.
Addison is I think the Hispanic lady.
Yeah, Laura is the Seventh Heaven girl.
Yeah.
Obi. No, he says his name is Abi. Every time I read this, I'm like, oh,
Yes.
that's Obi. Maybe it's because, Obi-Wan. I don't know. But in the movie, he specifically says his name is Abi. And I'm like, come on.
The movie came out in 2005. Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005.
That's gotta be. Maybe George threatened to sue.
Oh, so it'd be Abby. Okay. Makes sense.
And then the last guy is Gus. He doesn't matter because he just got shot in the fucking head.
He got shot in the head.
But the important thing that gets everything going, why you have to get out of this house, is Jigsaw's filling it with a gas or a nerve agent, and it's gonna kill them within 2 hours. He's pretty lenient still on the timing. Give him 2 full hours.
Last movie was 6 hours. Now it's 2 hours. It's still a lot of time.
He's cutting it. He's cutting it close. He'll make it smaller.
Yeah. I believe after the eye shot, they went to a place where the antidotes was in this type of furnace.
Yeah, they make it down to the basement where there's this big. It looks kind of like a big smoker.
Yeah. It's I believe it's the nerve gas house basement. So that's what the house is called. Nerve gas house.
Sure. Nerve gas house.
Yeah, so the Obby guy, he went inside, he saw that, there's antidotes, so he'll be glad to do it. He's like, alright, I got it. When he got the first 2 antidotes, he's like, alright, I got it. And the third one's hanging. He grabbed it.
Actually, there's only 2 in there.
Wasn't there 2? I thought it was 3.
I'm gonna fact check you because what you skipped over was they played the tape, right? Obviously, there's a tape in every room.
Yeah.
They play the tape, and John on the tape reveals that Abby helped John kidnap everybody.
Yes.
Oh my God, Abrar, we're both stupid.
Yeah.
We listed all these people. We left one out. Amanda,
the most important part of the movie.
Yeah, like literally, like the most important person in this trap, other than the kid. Yeah, Amanda's here. Amanda, who had the bear trap from the first movie. She's being tested again, or is she? Haha.
Like I said, I'm off the rails. Because this movie was all over the place.
It's almost like we're not good at this.
I have,
but that won't stop us.
Nope. That won't stop us.
Amanda's role as far as like character in the script, she's the one, because she's been through a trap before. She's the one that tells everyone you have to follow the fucking rules. I think that's an exact quote from her.
Yes.
And then people don't follow the rules and then they die. So she's here. But then back to what we were talking about. They're in the basement. There's that big thing. The tape says Abby helped kidnap everybody, and then basically everyone's like, "Well, Abby, since you're a big piece of shit, why don't you crawl inside there and get the 2 antidotes that are hanging there, one for him and one for someone else."
Gotcha.
But he doesn't make it out of there, does he, Abrar?
No, because he got cooked.
Absolutely.
He was burning. They were trying to get him out of there, but of course the steering wheel was too hot, and he was trapped in there. He was burned alive, and I think he was trying to get out the other side, but he was just hanging out.
Yeah, there was kind of like a glass pane on the other side, and by the end he smashed his head through it, and like he had like a head and like one shoulder out.
Yeah,
but he couldn't squeeze through, and then he got his little feetsies cooked right off.
He got cooked, and the antidotes are
also
destroyed.
cooked. Yeah. Much to everybody else's anger.
Yeah, so everyone's of course still panicking. They're just going crazy. Meanwhile,
to their credit, they did try really hard to get him out.
Yes, I agree.
They're like smashing that glass the best they can. What did we say his name was? Jonas character. He like tried to open the thing and like burned his hand. Like only only a couple characters. I think like the kid Daniel was just like off to the side, just like staring like an idiot. Like he didn't do anything, but he's a kid, so what do you expect?
Yeah.
And then like some of the girls were not strong girls, so
Yeah.
they just kind of like stood in the corner and cried.
Yeah.
And I don't remember Amanda giving a shit or caring or trying to help anybody, but a fair few characters did try to help get this guy out of there. It did not work though.
It did not work. They were just panicking. While meanwhile, back in Jigsaw, Donnie Wahlberg is just yelling at Jigsaw, like, "Hey, where's my son? Where's my effing son?" They're trying to figure out what's going on because you can see they can see them live.
Yeah, it's on
From-
it's on the TV.
Yeah, Butterfingers. They can see what's happening, trying to figure out what's going on. Jigsaw being a diva, he's like, he's like, I think in this movie he's just acting like all sassy.
He's pretty sassy in this one, where he's like, Donnie Wahlberg, you gotta get me a new little cup of water with a bendy straw, or else I'm not gonna tell you a goddamn thing.
I think he's just going through that cancer. So I feel like he didn't care about anything. Which is I don't want to go forward because I saw Salt X recently, and that's all is between 1 and 2, and that character development from his character in Salt X to Salt 2 quite different. But maybe that's the progression of the cancer.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say having watched some of the ones later than this, I mean spoilers for Saw 3. The next time we see John after this one, after Saw 2, he's dying a whole heck of a lot more.
Yeah.
And then for the most of the rest of the series, it's a lot of flashbacks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's never this sassy again.
No, this is the only time.
This is him at his diva peak.
Yes.
He's and part of that, if we actually, it may tie in a little bit. I mean, this is definitely me reading between the lines, but it may kind of play into someone's test in this movie.
Oh yes, let's speak about that test. That is Eric Matthews' test.
Mm.
He has a big test for him, and I think. Do you think he, in the beginning, when you trying to figure out his test, do you think he will succeed or not?
It's, if there was a test that anyone should have passed, it was this one.
Yeah.
And if on paper, if you're like, Jigsaw's going to give you a test to choose one of these tests, I would choose this test because the test is just sit here and talk to John.
See, that's like the easiest test.
I would love to sit there and talk to John.
But hold on, he's being sassy.
He is being sassy. He's being very sassy. But even with that sass, John has that like calming voice. You know what I mean? Tobin Bell has a very calming voice.
Oh yeah, he does.
He could do very scary ASMR videos.
Oh, I'm into that.
I knew you would be. Yeah, so he's just got to sit. He says, Donnie Wahlberg, if you just sit here and talk to me for like an hour or until the timer is up.
Yeah.
If you sit here and talk to me until the timer is up, then you will find your son safe and sound, is what he says.
Safe and sound.
Safe and in a secure place.
Wow.
No.
This guy, yeah.
The phrasing is actually very important because what he actually says is, you will find your son in a safe and secure place.
Yes. Well, before we get into that, let's go back to our traps. After the furnace, I believe it's the needle pit. Is that the next one?
Yeah, that should be the next one. Where Xavier, the big meathead guy, this trap is for him. The tape says it's for him, because he's a drug dealer, right?
I think so. Yes.
He's a drug dealer, and so the idea is like, oh, you gave all these people stuff, needles in their skin. Now you got to get needles in your skin, and it's a giant fucking pit. It's basically like a little tiny swimming pool full of filthy fucking hypodermic needles, and there's a key in there somewhere. And if you get the key, you come out and you unlock the door before the timer's up, and then there's antidotes in there. And you know what? I'm gonna give Xavier not props. Props is the wrong word, but he definitely thought outside the box on this one, because everyone kind of looks at him and is like, "All right, dude, go get that key. This is your trap." And he says, "I'm not fucking getting in there." And he picks up Amanda and just completely Batista bombs her ass inside that pit of needles. And that's gnarly, because you got like the shots of like her with needles like stuck in her arm. She's not wearing shoes, so she's got like needles stuck in her feet.
Damn.
And she's screaming, and she's like, after she like composes herself, she fucking like swiping these like needles across. And of course, like the syringes are like breaking, so like there's broken glass in there too. You can hear like that sound. And meanwhile, the dickhead Xavier's like, "Come on, bitch, do it, bitch, you got it."
Yeah,
Get it, bitch. And
I think everyone hated Xavier at that point, or maybe even before that. But I just want to say that Amanda did find the key. Was it the key, right?
You found the key with just enough time to spare. The only thing that would trip them up is if Xavier fumbles and drops the key like he did.
He did.
He gets the key to the door, fumbles it, timer runs out, and then he has the gall to be upset. He's like, "Oh fuck, this is everyone else's fault."
Man, yeah, that needle pit is not what you dream of when you think of.
It's pretty gnarly if you're like squeamish to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you see, like I said, you see the needles sticking out of her arm, and you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
But it is tame compared to a lot of the other stuff that Saw kind of gets known for.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even, the needles don't even bother me as much as like the blade almost going into the eye from the very beginning. You know, that bothers me a lot more.
I see. Well, since I rewatched this, and that when I saw that needle pit scene, I was like, "Oh, I think I have to get my flu shot," and I'm getting it this Wednesday.
Hey, you know what? Saw saves another life.
Yes, sir. But yeah, so after the needle pit, Amanda's bleeding, not like she got stabbed everywhere. Xavier's going crazy, and then what happens next? I believe they went back to where they came from, the same room. Two of the guys, but I think Xavier killed the black guy.
Yeah.
That's his name.
They do the thing where they're a group of people that hate each other because they're a bunch of assholes, right? So they like assault each other, and like Xavier storms off, and progressively like the poison is like hurting everyone more and more. So like they're coughing up blood. In fact, I'll go ahead and say it now because it's not much longer after this that the Seventh Heaven girl, she just like slumps over and dies.
Yeah, she died through the poison.
The poison got her.
So, and besides that, before all this happened, everyone was coughing out blood because of the poison. But except for two people. But we'll get into that later.
Well, as you were gonna say, Xavier and Jonas go back to like the first room, and they kind of get in this confrontation where Jonas is telling him like, "My guy, we gotta work together," and and Xavier just says, "No, fuck all that."
Yeah.
And then this is gonna sound completely out of nowhere because, well, mostly because, and I just realized, part of the setup from the first thing we learned, we forgot to mention, is that Jigsaw, one of his like little clues that he gave was like, there's a combination to get out of this house, and the numbers are in the back of your mind, is what he says on the tape.
Yes.
And then he also says, This one I don't remember the exact quote, but he's like, "You just to know the code, you just got to follow the rainbow" or something like that. It's something about the rainbow, and it's at this point where Xavier notices that on the back of Jonas's neck, there's like a little blue number or whatever.
Mhm.
And so he's like, oh, he pieces it together. He's like, oh, we've all got the combination on the back of our necks. And he's like, hey, let me see your fucking neck. And Jonas is like, no way. And so, and this part's out of nowhere because I genuinely don't remember where he got it. But Xavier brains Jonas with a fucking spiked baseball bat.
Dude, yeah, I don't know where you got that from.
I do not remember where he got it. I think it was just like, because there's kind of like stuff all around, like hidden throughout the house. Like they pick up a flashlight that's like hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
So I think he just like picked it up at some point a while ago, and he's been the one carrying it, and so he sticks it right into Jonas's head, and it's stuck in there. It doesn't not come out.
Yeah. Oh man.
Then he gets the number off of his. He just reads it. But okay, here's the thing. Here's what I had to say about that.
Yeah.
He needs to now Xavier, the definitive bad guy, because he's officially killed somebody.
Yes.
What he knows he needs to do is get the numbers off of everybody's necks and then put them in the correct order. I don't believe that he is smart enough to remember all the numbers. And I do not believe he is smart enough to remember all the numbers and what colors they are.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I especially do not believe he is smart enough to know the order of the colors of the rainbow to put them in the right order. There's no way this meathead who can't even work together with anybody was going to figure that shit out. So I don't know what his plan was, I got to get the numbers. But it wasn't going to work, is my point.
Yeah, the thing is for him is he's dumb.
Yeah, yes.
He's not thinking, no one's thinking. That's why didn't he like slice the numbers off their necks?
No, we'll get to that at the very end.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Speaking of dumb, I think this one of the, because we don't really have to keep talking about what's going on with Jigsaw and the detectives, because really
nothing's really happening.
We've kind of covered everything until they leave that location, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next part, the next trap.
Sure.
And this character, it's the character of Addison.
Yes.
She, in my mind, is definitely a front runner at this point in the series to get the dumbest person award. Because we just talked about how dumb Xavier is, because he's dumb, but at least he's making some sort of progress.
Yeah.
Addison stumbles into a room by herself. It has a trap in it. And it has the tape recording, right?
Yeah.
She takes the tape recording and like fucking throws it aside. She doesn't even listen to that shit. She sees a syringe of the cure for the poison.
Yeah.
And she just sticks her fucking hand in. But it's like the contraption is like razor blades.
Yeah,
and
it's called the razor box.
The razor box, yeah. And the way it's built is like you could put something in, but if you try to pull it out, it pulls against the razors, right?
Yeah.
So she sticks one hand in and gets stuck, just trying to reach for the fucking thing. And then her big brain play after that is to stick her hand in another box. Not to try to get the first hand out. It's just to go right in for another box. And now she's got both hands stuck in the razor boxes, and she's just going to bleed out and die. She's stuck there unless somebody just wanders in and helps her. And, of course, the only person to wander in is Xavier. He reads the number on her neck and fucking leaves, and she's out of the movie. She's gone.
Yep. Yeah.
It is the dumbest it's like I don't know. It's like watching like an animal walk directly into traffic. It's
Like I said, like uh, this group.
no,
is-
there's like they weren't getting out of here.
No. Uh, I did read more into it. So that razor box trap was intended for Amanda.
Yeah, well, I pieced that together as well because Amanda's whole thing and the reason that they said that because obviously she was tested in the first movie, she's being tested again in this movie. No one else in the room cares about that, but
No.
us as an audience, we're like, whoa, 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 she already got her test. Why is she getting tested again? Because in the first movie, she was like, Jigsaw's trap saved my life, technically. Like, all right, bitch, you killed a person. Um, but
But she's coming back. She's going back to
you're
going.
supposed to wonder. You were like, oh, why? And it's because that she was like cutting herself because I don't know. She
Yeah,
has
it's just
mental
the addicting, just going back to that same
yeah.
habit.
So she was like cutting her wrists, and it's Jigsaw is like, well, you're not appreciating the new life that I gave you, so back in you go. And so that's why it's very clearly a trap for Amanda because it's all about cutting your wrists. But Amanda didn't even go in that room. She doesn't even know that trap exists.
Yeah, that's kind of sad. Shout out
Um,
to Addison.
Yeah, shout out. She. If we're giving out awards for dumbest person per movie, she might be it for this one.
Yeah, they're dumb, they're desperate, and they're not
You know
working
what?
together.
Let's do that. Let's hand out awards for dumbest person per movie. So
Okay.
this one, I think, and it could be debated by the end, but I think it's definitely Addison. The way she jumps in that trap and
I
doesn't even she doesn't even press play on the recorder. I mean, come on.
I agree. Addison, congrats.
I mean, granted, there's a lot of dumb people in this movie not listening to what they're being told to their faces, but Addison, I think, just come on. The fact that she got in someone else's, she got herself stuck in someone else's trap, and at one point, there's a feasible way to get out, and she botched it. She's the Zach Wilson of this movie.
Hey, whoa, let's not bring
Whoa! I'm sorry. Whoa! I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
let's not bring my New York Jets into this episode. But let's get back into it. So do you want to talk about the ending now? I think that's towards the end
Well,
we're at.
we're about there where the people in the house, the only people left standing are Amanda and Daniel the kid and Xavier, who's going around
Xavier.
number collecting. Jonas is dead, Laura's dead, Ashton's dead, Abby's dead. So yeah, so that in the house we're about done. What happens next is Xavier confronts Amanda and Daniel and is like, "Give me your fucking numbers."
Yeah.
But also, something that the characters have learned through a clue that was in the house is now all the people in the house know that Daniel is the son of Donnie Wahlberg, and Donnie Wahlberg is the police officer who not only arrested all these people because they're all former convicts,
Yes.
but like planted evidence on like all of them.
Yeah.
He's kind of a shithead cop.
Yeah. So Donnie Wahlberg, I know you're listening to this, but what the hell, man?
Yeah, Donnie, listen, it's not your fault. It's what the script said. I know you would never. Um, but so now Xavier's not even at the point where he's smart enough to be like, just let me see the numbers. Let me explain to you what I've been doing, and then we can go. He sees the picture of Daniel with the police officer who arrested him, and he's gone full gorilla brain, and he's just like, I'm gonna kill this fucking kid and take his number. So now Amanda and the kid run away, and Xavier chases them, and they basically find a way out through a trapdoor. Not a way out of the whole situation, but into like these weird like sewer tunnels, kind of.
Yeah.
Which Xavier chases them all the way through, and a big twist, not the big twist, but a big twist Where do they end up, Abrar?
They end up back to the bathroom from Saw 1.
And who's in the bathroom, Abrar? A
Wing.
dead Zep.
Yes, a dead Zep.
He's just dead and like decaying. He's like a little. He looks like that new alien they found in Mexico.
Yes, it looks like that. Just
And
ashy.
also Adam is there too.
Adam is also ashy
still-
too.
Still dead.
It looks like they've been there for a bit.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
But yeah, they're there. So the house was basically the same place where Saw 1 was. So which is pretty.
Yeah.
We were not expecting that, but it happened, and everything's connecting.
Yeah, and it's at this point where they're in the Saw 1 bathroom. Which, here's a little fun fact, if I can take an aside. So the Saw 1 bathroom, as I mentioned in Saw 1, it's just like a shitty, dirty bathroom, whatever. That's where they filmed, and they didn't like no work was put into that bathroom other than like, oh, make it look a little gross, right?
Yeah.
Have Zep poop in the toilet.
Uh,
But then that set was taken apart, just like destroyed, and then they had to completely recreate it.
Oh.
So the bathroom set in every movie going forward, well, I'm assuming they were smart enough to keep it this time. But every time we see that bathroom now, it's been recreated, and it cost like 5 times more to make look exactly like the way it was the first time.
I bet because
All the detail, because they got it to look exactly the same.
they have to.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Well, you know what? I will say they didn't have to, but they chose to, and that's props to this series.
Exactly. They're consistent. I mean, you have to be because they have to go. They're going back to movies, going forward to movies. They had to be consistent with it.
So it's at this point that Amanda is like points out how dumb Xavier is, and is like, "Idiot, you have a number on your neck too, and I ain't gonna tell you what it is because you're an asshole."
Yep.
And so he does the big brain play where he takes the knife. Well, at first he kind of like dumb guy, like he looks around to see if he can see the back of his neck. And of course he cannot. And then he's like, "Is there a mirror in here? It doesn't really work. It's kind of grubby. I can't see." So then he does the big brain play of taking the knife he's got and slicing off the entire back of his neck with the number on it.
While the theme song is playing, pretty great.
The Saw music is playing, and then he's got it off. And what does he do? He sticks it in his pocket like a wet piece of bologna. And then he's like, "All right, now I'll kill you." And then they just attack him, right? Like they just what happens next?
I think they die through them. I think he got stabbed.
Yeah, like Amanda fights him, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no. Daniel, the kid, he takes the foot saw.
Right.
He grabs the foot saw as Xavier runs at him, and he clips him in the neck and slices his throat.
Yes, and then he's bleeding out, and then he died.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
And so that's kind of how that situation ends. But then going back to Donnie Wahlberg has had fucking enough with Jigsaw's nonsense, and the timer is almost up.
Yes.
So he naturally decides to beat the shit out of Jigsaw's face with his fist.
He did. First he wiped the table, make it clean,
Yeah.
and then he just started nailing him.
No, he went full Batman on this guy.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You gonna tell me where my son is? You gonna take me to my son?" And then after getting bloodied up pretty bad in the face, John is like, "All right, I'll take you. Fuck, I'm sorry, I'll take you." And then they get in the car and they do some Saw crazy driving.
Yeah. Throw back to what we talked about in the last episode. They're going
Exactly.
Those crazy shots of going back and forth.
Yeah.
They're not moving their heads, but they're going zooming in, zooming out, doing all that stuff.
And so they get to a second location.
Yes.
I believe. Oh, so what happens is it's kind of like a little twist. There's a lot of little twists. There's always a big twist, but then there's a lot of little twists.
Yeah.
The room that Donnie Wahlberg has been interrogating John in this entire time is actually an elevator. And it takes him down, and all the other cops are like, "Where the fuck? Hey, wait a minute!" And then, they finally, I believe, find the location of the house, right? So,
You did it.
we're at this point where Donnie Wahlberg and John are going to the second location, and all the cops believe they finally found out where the house is, so they're going to the location. So and this is all happening while Xavier is like chasing everyone down to the Saw 1 bathroom. So everyone's on the move. All the cops get to the house, and it's revealed that all the people, like, they're finding like the Seventh Heaven girl dead, but she's not just dead; she's been dead for a while.
Yes.
And they find like all the other bodies, and they're like, "Oh, these people have also been dead for a while." And they're like, "What the fuck? This doesn't make any sense."
Well, because
it's because the thing that they've been watching in the Jigsaw hideout the whole time has been a recording.
yes, a big recording. I don't know how long it was before. Maybe like the recording. I don't know how he did that with those old monitors.
He's a tech genius, and he's an engineering genius, and he's a
Yes.
criminal mastermind genius, and he's a puppet painting genius.
He had a lot of time in his hands. Just gotta say that again.
It's a man with a lot of hobbies. But so the timer finally counts all the way down.
Yes.
And then in the little Jigsaw office that Dina Mayer is currently posted up in, a little safe opens up, a big ass safe on the floor. And it swings open, and when you know it, Daniel, the kid, is in there with a little oxygen mask, because you can't breathe in a safe.
Nope, you'll die.
and that's why I emphasized that he was in a safe and secure place. Ha ha ha.
And that was the big twist. The recording. There was a recording of what's been happening, and at the end of the movie, you just see Jigsaw just laughing when it pans out, and that's the end of the movie.
Well, it's not quite the end of the movie, because where Jigsaw has been taking Donnie Wahlberg this whole time, because Donnie thinks he's going to his son, but I believe he gets clocked over the head and dragged to the Saw 1 bathroom by Amanda. Amanda is like, "I was in on it the whole fucking time."
Yes, sir.
And we recreate the ending of Saw 1. He's chained in the bathroom. Amanda slams the door, says game over. Donnie Wahlberg is now the one screaming. That's the end of Saw 2.
Yes.
Pretty solid ending.
Do you think the copy of the first Saw ending to this one, you think that's okay, or is it like it's fine? Like does it ruin the like that mystique of the first ending?
No, I think it's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as good as the first one. I'm talking about the ending specifically. Like,
yeah.
That one is kind of legendary, iconic as far as what this is, but I think like the poetic, because not the whole point, but when we learn Amanda is working for Jigsaw and Jigsaw's dying, clearly what they're setting up is Amanda is gonna take over, right?
Yeah.
And so her ending this one the same way he ended the first one, I think it fits in a narrative sense and kind of poetic film sense, you know?
Mm-hmm. It's like it's connecting like what happened to the first one and to now. It's just that I don't know, it was still, of course, when
to see a movie copy something that it previously did better, it's always never going to be as good, right?
Yeah.
Like think about in a movie I like, Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
When Green Goblin says, "I'm something of a scientist myself."
Yeah.
and we in the audience are like, "That's he said that before. I know that."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh, it's the bathroom. I know that." But that's the Zepp toilet. I've seen it before.
Oh gosh, Snickers doodle.
Oh man.
But yeah, Don at the end of the movie, Donnie Wahlberg or Eric Matthews from Boy Meets World is in the bathroom, and that's how they ended it.
Yeah, pretty solid ending.
And again, you want to know what happens next?
Yeah, exactly. Because the music's going this entire time that I've been bumbling through all these storylines converging at one point. The main Saw theme is going, and it's good, man.
What would you give it out of 5 through Letterboxd?
Out of 5 for me, this one's a 3.5.
3.5. Okay, this
Which
was
I don't know. I don't know how other people like tend to view star ratings, because I always feel like when I say a movie's a 3.5, that seems really low. But 3.5 out of 5, that's 70%, which is a C. That's a passing grade.
It is.
So, I think like as a fun Halloween time horror movie, this one's a pass. This one's a good one.
It's a good one with dumb characters, but
Lots of dumb. Well, that's yes. There's lots of dumb fucking idiots. You're definitely gonna be. I think a good way to watch the Saw movies during Halloween time is you get a bunch of people together in a room and you put them on, and you all yell like how dumb the characters are. You know what I mean? So it's there are characters later in the series that are like aggravatingly dumb. So this one not that bad.
yeah, it's not bad. On my Letterboxd, initially I gave it a 4 out of 5, but now I was not since I rewatched it. I also agree with you. It's like about like a 3.5 out of 5.
Yeah. Still good. Still passing, like I say.
Still passing. It's a movie where, yeah, you agree. You watch with your friends. I think that's most of the Saw movies. At least you watch with your friends.
Yeah. Definitely the more interesting part of this movie is the Donnie Wahlberg stuff.
Yes.
Like it's more interesting than the traps even.
You think?
Traps in this one The traps in this one are a bit weak compared to how creative they will get later.
Yes, I would say it's more. I would say a little gruesome than the first one, because the first one was not gruesome at all.
It is the most gruesome part of the first one is Gordon sawing through his foot. That's the most gruesome part. Everything else, there's a lot of implied gore, like the barbed wire stuff and the editing, and you don't even really see Amanda stab into that guy's stomach in the first one that much.
No, you just see him take out the guts, but you don't see him stabbing and stuff.
Yeah, this one with the needles, the needle pit, and then the thing on the eye, and then
the razor box.
The razor box is a bit on the gnarly side. It doesn't like make me cringe away from the TV when I watch it, but it's just like, ooh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
And then obviously watching Abby burn to death.
Oh man,
that's a different kind of gnarly.
Yeah, I do not. Okay, which trap do you not want to be in? If you have to pick. Oh, if you have to pick, which trap you have to be in?
If I have to pick, I'm picking talking to John for an hour.
Oh, I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all too, guys.
Yeah.
Any thoughts of the film?
If you watched Saw 1, well, first of all, I don't remember if I said this in the last episode, but Saw 1 is if you're a horror movie fan and you haven't seen Saw for some reason, Saw 1 is a recommendation from me. And if you like Saw 1, go ahead and watch Saw 2 as well. It's pretty alright.
Yeah, it's alright. Do not watch Saw 10 through Saw 1. You'd be very confused.
Do not watch Saw 1 and then Saw 10 and then Saw 2?
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, you could
Yeah.
do that, but just watch it when it was released. That's how I watch movies.
Also, for the record, don't watch Saw 6 and then Saw 3 and 4 and then Saw 7 and then Saw 1 and 2. Don't do that.
Don't do that at all.
Don't do it. Don't do it in that order.
Do you um do you read spoilers then watch the movie?
No, no way.
I know one person who does that, and I think they're crazy.
What?
Yeah, they
What do you-
since well, at least for a scary film, they said I don't want to be scared, so let me read the spoilers and then I'll watch it.
That's okay. That's an interesting strategy. Well, okay. I can't say objectively that any way to watch a movie is wrong, because if you're watching a movie and you're having fun, then you did it right. But for my personal enjoyment, no, I don't want to know what's happening. There's only one exception to that rule, and if like a film is historical, like
Yeah,
Oppenheimer came out this year.
sure.
If you want to read more about Oppenheimer, the man, before you see the movie, that's something.
Yeah.
And like if you're watching a biopic of John F. Kennedy and you don't know how that story ends, that might be quite a
Ooh,
twist. But
that's a big twist.
um,
Uh,
yeah. So, but no, I would not advise, especially a movie series like Saw, where a lot of the excitement and want to watch more comes from the third act twists.
yeah.
I would not advise knowing all those twists going in, because then you're gonna watch this whole movie and realize that Amanda's not hacking up blood or not getting into traps. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. Amanda and Daniel were not coughing up blood, and you know that because they're not poisoned, and they're Daniel was, yeah. I noticed that he doesn't do it to kids.
Yeah. Well, what? You're gonna put a 4-year-old in a saw trap?
Oh, I don't want to spoil for Saw
What?
10.
Oh my god,
Anyways,
are you serious? Wait a minute.
let's not go there. But that's the end of Saw 2. Next episode we're gonna talk about Saw 3, of course. In this month of Spooky October.
Saw
Uh,
3, that movie has one of the worst protagonists in any of the Saw movies.
oh, really? I guess when I rewatch it, I'll know.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's a bad guy,
Uh-huh.
or I'm not even saying he's a bad actor, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying that that dude, like, in the situation of being in the traps, he fucking sucks.
All
He ain't getting nothing done, that guy.
right.
But
Well,
I'm excited to talk about that next time after you've rewatched it.
I'll rewatch it. When for the next episode, that'll be Saw 3. Well, Skyler, where can they find you in the socials?
Um,
I ask this every time. You don't have to give me an answer.
well, I'm running out of funny things to say. I am running out of ways to not answer. I don't know, man.
Uh,
Don't. I said I have a Twitter. I said don't follow me. Don't do it.
I'll get out of you some way. But of course, you can follow this podcast on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. Follow me on Twitter or Instagram at BrownBoyWonders. You can add me on PlayStation at the Green Knight 3 if you want.
Oh damn! I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I already did
Oh,
that.
you did.
Peek behind the curtain.
But yeah, that's Saw 2, and let's end it with let's do you want to play a game? All right, on 3.
Okay.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Abby is not a real name.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Bing bang.
Welcome to this spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. In this month of October of spookiness, Skyler and I are rewatching all the Saw movies. And right now, we're going to talk about Saw 3. Let me introduce my guy who's been doing this with me. His name is Skyler. Skyler, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Abrar. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah. How's your week been?
Week's been good. You know, we're in October, watching a bunch of scary movies, not just Saw. Um, I want to talk about something really quick. Last time, the time before, actually, when we were recording our Saw 1 conversation,
Yeah.
that's when you first put in what you called the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
And I was confused at the time, and I was like, Wilhelm scream, that's the scariest sound you could think of?
Yeah.
And then I said in that episode, if I listen back to this and it's not the Wilhelm scream, then we're going to have words. And lo and behold, I listened back, and there was a scream, not the Wilhelm scream. What is your problem?
Okay, first of all, that was the women's Wilhelm scream.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah. I was trying to find that particular scream. I was like, man, I can't find it. So I was searching. It's been like 3 months or so. Not 3 months.
You couldn't find
3 hours.
you could find the most used scream in all of cinema history.
Oh, I didn't know what it was called, so I kept searching because I was trying to find the Mortal Kombat. You know, that woman goes.
That's
I
that's
can't.
that's a good one. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I can't find that one either. Like a good quality of it. So I was like, you know what? Let me just get that one since it's a free sample. I was like, let me just get that.
It is a scream that I'm sure most people have heard before because it's another stock scream that's used in stuff. But you're gonna get letters calling that the Wilhelm scream because I think there's two different screams from the same guy that are considered Wilhelm screams, and that was not either of them.
Well, it says on YouTube, so I don't know, man.
Well, Abrar, all I'm gonna say is like I can get over this. I can move past this. I think you and I can still be friends, but other people are gonna be mad.
Uh, well, comment below in the Spotify Q&A. Just let me know if you guys are upset with the my use of the Wilhelm scream or lack of Wilhelm scream. Just let me know, and I'll replace it with something else. Maybe with my own scream.
That's probably not necessary.
All right.
But if people are gonna leave a comment, you should comment your favorite use of the Wilhelm scream. What movie uses it the best, or maybe even uses it the worst, but makes it really funny?
I think it was the Titanic when the ship was shipping. I think they used it.
I always think of the one in Man of Steel. Remember, they're in the plane, and Lois Lane is putting that little piece in the bomb or whatever. And that one guy, he's
Oh,
like, Miss Lane, get away from the thing, Miss Lane. And then a Kryptonian jumps in the ship and he gets thrown out of the plane and it just does the Wilhelm scream.
that's perfectly done.
Yeah. It's a
Well,
funny scream.
it's a good scream. I wish I can.
Do you like when movies use it or does it take you out?
Uh, that's a good question.
I
I
think at
just,
this point, it's kind of like Hollywood's oldest running joke.
it is. I think it just goes over my head. Like I know it's there, but I'm still watching the film.
I think I'm right in the middle where it does take me out where I'm just like, oh, there's a Wilhelm scream. But it doesn't like annoy me, you know? Like I know why it's being used, but it doesn't like anger me or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean it's there. It doesn't anger me either. It's sometimes funny if they use it at the right moment.
For people who don't know what it sounds like, you should try again to find an actual clip of it. I can't believe it'd be that hard to find it. And if you can find it, you should play it right here. And
That
if Abrar couldn't find it, then he's gonna play like a wah wah sound.
no, I'll find it. I'll find it. You'll hear it right now.
We'll we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm excited to listen back and to hear what actually gets played right there.
It can't be anything, but don't worry, I'll put the right thing.
You know what? Here's if it's the actual Wilhelm scream this time, I'll buy you a Coke.
Okay. Coca-Cola original.
Yeah.
Okay, deal.
I'll track down a bottle of New Coke. Remember New Coke?
Yeah.
You don't remember New Coke, you liar.
No.
All right. Talk
Okay.
about Saw.
Yeah. So first of all, I just want to say that. Do you want to play a game?
Yeah, I want to play a game this time. What do you want to play?
All right. Well, let's
Madden?
play. What?
You Madden? You want to play Madden?
Yeah, let's play Madden, man. I'm really good
Alright.
at the game back in the day.
We
But
can-
okay, so right now, in the last Saw movie, Saw 2, Jigsaw's still alive. Eric Matthews is trapped. Amanda's still alive. So in the rise of the Saw movies, so since the third installment, they
Mhm.
made a parody of the Saw, which was in Scary Movie with Shaq and Dr. Phil. Have you seen that?
I have seen the Shaq and Dr. Phil scene. Oh man, we're gonna start with this. We're gonna get more angry letters because now it's kind of like a running joke at this point. Famously, as revealed on this very podcast, I've never seen Rush Hour. That upset some people. I know. Now I'm gonna upset some more people. I'm not gonna say I've never seen Scary Movie. I've seen Scary Movie. What I am gonna say might be worse. I don't like Scary Movie.
I mean, it's dumb. It's sometimes funny. I mean, you don't like that?
I don't. I mean, there are bits that I think are funny. I think Scary Movie 2 has some of the funnier bits. Like what's his name? Chris Elliott with his little he's got the tiny hand, right? Is that Chris Elliott? Or David Cross? I
Elliot.
know David Cross is in there too.
No, David Cross is the one on the wheelchair, but the Elliot was with the hand.
With the hand, yeah, and there's the bit where he like leans out the window, he's like, "Take my hand," and he'd rather fall to his death than I think that's really funny. So yeah, of course, any movie's gonna have bits that you chuckle at, but I just, you know, it's not my thing. I tend to not like parody movies, which is funny because when we talked about comedies, I was like, oh, Mel Brooks and all he does a lot of parody stuff.
Yeah.
But I think modern day parody stuff, like there's a lot of humor that just goes for like the crass kind of like the fart joke, you know, or it's funny because they smoke the weed. And
Right.
it's just like, yeah, that doesn't really make me laugh though, you know. Um, but there's some stuff I can appreciate, and yet definitely of the time, especially when we were that age, you know, because we were a lot younger.
Yeah.
The idea of Shaq and Dr. Phil in a saw trap, that's haha, it's funny. It is kind of funny. Yeah.
It is funny. Would you survive if you're with them? And that's all.
If I was
that's
with
the trap?
Shaq and
Yeah.
I was with Shaq and Dr. Phil,
Yeah.
I might have. You know what? I think if anyone's stuck in that trap with Shaq and Dr. Phil, they have a better chance of getting out than if they were with actual Dr. Gordon and Adam.
Oh yeah. I do agree with that. But Dr. Phil did cut off the wrong leg, so.
Oh
there's
yeah,
no
that
hope.
is funny. That is funny. If it was like the movie and they were like, you have to kill Dr. Phil to get out, I probably would have just shot him. Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I
I'll
don't-
keep Shaq. I'll keep Shaq.
Yeah, if they were like, you have to kill Shaq, I'd probably there'd be some more tears about it.
Yeah.
Like not Shaq. Come on.
Well, Saw 3. It came out in 2006, and we have some new cast members.
Yes, we do. Good luck
we got-
reading them.
Don't worry, I only got 2 of them. Well,
Okay.
three. I got 3 of them. So we got Bahar Somik as Lynn, Dr. Lynn.
Yeah.
We got Angus McFadden as the most annoying character of all time, Jeff.
I'm glad you said that. Yes, it is
Yes.
true. Angus
And,
McFadden, I think is how you pronounce his name.
McFadden?
McFadden.
McFadden. Oh, okay.
It's okay.
And we also got Detective Hoffman. Oh, we got Kostas Mandalore as Detective Hoffman.
Costas Man. Yeah, I guess his last name is kind of
Mandalore.
Yeah. As as Detective Hoffman, who Hoffman obviously becomes a bigger part in the series after this movie. I really like him.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
I think he's cool. He kind of we'll talk about that in the next one, I guess. But
Yeah. So this movie, what do you think was the budget?
well, again, the budget's gonna keep getting bigger. What was the last one? We said it was like because the first one was like $1 million, and then I was like, next
I'll
one I
tell
thought
you
was
right
like,
now.
yeah.
The budget was 4 million for Saw 2.
Oh, for Saw 2. I think it's gonna be more, but I'm not gonna go as far to double it. I'll say $6 million.
You're kind of close. It's the budget was 10 million.
10 million. I guess I could have doubled it and been still not there.
Yeah.
$10 million.
What
Okay.
what do you think about the box office? What's your prediction there?
Mm,
The box office for Saw 2 was 152.
probably around the same. Probably 100, 150, probably.
Yeah, it's around there. It was 164 million.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So
We're
it's still
still
getting
getting
that
money.
money. Yeah,
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 still
yeah.
getting that money.
So yeah, for Saw 3, what's your overall thoughts of the film?
I still like this one. With one big exception. It's Jeff, our kind of main guy in the trap. You
Yeah.
alluded to it earlier. That dude sucks so bad, and it kind of adds to the charm of this movie. Actually, how bad Jeff is. But we'll talk about that as we're going through the traps and the stuff. But we get a lot more John in this movie.
Yeah.
But a different kind of John. He's very sick, very on the cusp of dying, and pretty good performance from Tobin Bell. I still like Tobin Bell. A lot of Amanda in this movie. She's pretty good. Um, I would say that this one is probably on the same level of 2 for me,
Oh, okay.
where obviously Saw 1 is the GOAT, but Saw 2 and 3 I think are pretty solid.
Okay. Well, for me, so of course, Saw 1 is the best one, and I feel like Saw 1 and Saw 3 are kind of the same.
You think so?
Yeah, like as in like a great movie. That I think so. The second one kind of leans off, like I was like 4.5, but when it comes to Saw 1 and Saw 3, I think it's a 5 out of 5.
You know what I think that is we kind of talked about when we talked about Saw 2 that Saw 2 isn't really that gruesome. There's a couple of things
There's some
where you're
things, yeah.
like, but this movie is where the
Yeah.
gruesome starts. This movie is
Yeah.
really where it becomes like you're going to see some messed up stuff in this one.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about Jeff being really annoying in this film. And I
Yeah.
also thought Amanda was annoying too.
She's a different kind of annoying. This movie is full of people who just don't get it. They just don't understand. And you could tell them to their face, don't do this or something bad will happen to you. And then they do it anyways. And then they're
Yeah.
surprised when something bad happens to them.
Oh man. We talked about Jigsaw's ideology, his rule or like his philosophy. I
Yeah.
think that kinda well, it's not because of him, it's because of Amanda, but I think his idea is fading away.
Yeah, it's kind of dying with him, isn't it?
It is. It is. Oh, I see what you
Yeah,
did there.
it's thematic.
Oh. Well, okay, let's get to the base of the story. So, well, you want to go to the traps first because I think as we go through the traps, we go through the story as well.
Yeah, but let's start first with how the movie starts where we
Sure.
left off with Donnie Wahlberg,
Oh man,
because that's not a trap, but it's definitely one of the most gruesome things in the whole movie.
yeah,
Where Eric Matthews, as played by Donnie Wahlberg, is stuck in the same exact position that Gordon and Adam were stuck in from the first movie. He's got his leg chained in the same bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
and Amanda left him there to die. But to escape, he takes. Does he take the lid of Zepp's toilet?
Yeah, the lid. Yes.
Yeah, he takes the lid of Zepp's toilet, and he smashes his foot to powder, to bloody, disgusting mulch, and
Ugh.
destroys his ankle. And then he disgustingly snaps his foot completely sideways and slips it through the cuff. And it's how you know we're off to the races in this one. Saw is becoming Saw.
Oh man. Yeah, I feel like I think after as soon as he was trapped, it was basically done for him for the next few movies.
Yeah.
Oh,
he had to pull a full Aaron Rodgers to get out of this trap.
Oh, don't do that. But he did.
I'm sorry.
No, he did. He did. He literally broke his whole leg right there.
How do you feel watching that?
I feel because when you're a kid, you love all that, gruesome, and now I'm older, and I'm in the medical field. Well, not medical field. I'm in the health profession.
Yeah,
I'm like, hell no! What the hell, man?
There's no So again, watching it as a young dumb teenager, watching him brute force destroy his foot and then slip it out. It's kind of he got out without even cutting it off. That's, I guess, kind of smart. It's brutal, but he got to keep his foot.
It's painful.
If it were me now thinking about that, dude, just cut it off. That foot is useless now anyways. That thing is gone. That is never going to be a foot again.
No.
You might get all the way out and survive and get to the hospital, and they were like, dude, we have to cut this off anyways.
Yeah, it makes sense.
This is horrible.
I think he just doesn't want to cut it off,
Well, I mean, I'm as a viewer, as a watcher, I'm glad he didn't cut it off because A, we got something a little different, and B, we got something super gruesome.
True. Yeah. Ouch.
But yeah, he's with his stump of a foot. He's hobbling through the halls of that weird. We still don't even know what that area is. It's some sort of sewer or electrical hallway that leads underground from the Saw 2 house to the Saw 1 bathroom. I don't know. It's like a subway thing. I've got no idea what that area is supposed to be.
Well, Jigsaw has good estate right there, man. He owns that place.
He's got a lot of places. But he's going through there. He's hollering out his son's name. And that's kind of where we leave Matthews for a good while, I think, for the rest of this movie.
I think so too. I think we'll see him next.
Until the end, we flash back to the end of this, where I guess we could cover that now. He catches up to Amanda, and Amanda basically wrestles him down and defeats him. He's smacking the crap out of her really bad. He starts beating on her, but then what does she do, Abrar?
He freaking kicks his ankle, and you just see a snap.
Kicks his stump foot, and he folds, man. He goes. I don't blame him. He's gone.
Oh man! Also, that's a brutal fight between both of them as well, because he was smashing her head to the concrete too.
But we're really ramping up the violence in this one.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, RIP to Eric's foot. We won't see that again. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of that. But the first trap of this movie was the classroom trap.
Mm-hmm.
We got this guy. I don't know what he did, how he got there, why he's there, but he is chained on every ligament. His shoulder, his arm, his, what do you call it? This is your foot, but it's like your
it's the Aaron Rodgers Achilles, bro.
Pretty much, and also between your fingers, that that soft part.
Oh yeah, right in between the webbing of your hands.
Yeah, that, and pretty much everywhere, and also on his, I believe it's on his mouth as well.
Yeah, a big one through his jaw. So like bunch of rings all through his body, like his skin everywhere. And then a big one through his jaw, and he has to rip all the rings out one by one to escape the room before a bomb, an IED goes off. And then that's what he attempts to do. You see him get just about every ring out one at a time, his flesh tearing, goodness gracious. And then the last one he couldn't get out is the jaw one, because that one's like, it's a huge ring, and I assume if he had gotten it out, he would have had to like tear it like completely through his like teeth, like his bottom teeth. I don't know. That one seems.
Also, like I believe he was like Native American because he has that ring like piercing, and he just put that hook underneath, I believe.
Yeah, I think. Actually, you're spot on, because I just looked, and the actor that plays him, J. Adam LaRose, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He is Navajo. So you're right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. He's trying to rip all those rings out, or the chains out, but didn't make it on time, and he later got blown in half.
He gets turned into chili.
Yeah.
A lot of people get turned into chili in this movie.
Yeah, that is
He's
true.
Just the first.
Detective Hoffman and I believe Detective Alley was with him when they meet the guy blown in half.
Alley.
But
Carrie. Detective
Carrie. Sorry, Carrie.
Played by Gina Mayer.
Yes. They're looking at the crime scene, see what's happening, and I think Hoffman was in that one scene, and he looks sus already.
Yeah, he does. There are bits where they're just talking about how messed up what they're looking at is, and he's just kind of looking spooky in the background, and you're kind of like, "What's up with this guy?"
Yeah, man. Like, what the hell? But I think also the next trap was Harry. She also was taken as well.
Yeah. There's the bit before she gets taken in her apartment where she's watching, and I want you to explain to me how this happened.
Yeah.
She's watching the jigsaw tapes that they get from the crime scenes. The Hello Troy, the guy that just got blown up. She's watching that tape. And she's looking through case files in her bed. And it's this weird juxtaposition of she's in her jammy jams and she's on her bed and she looks all cozy and she's looking at pictures of the most disgusting stuff you could possibly think of. Watching this scary like serial killer tape. But the confusing part for me is the tape stops playing and it starts playing like a live feed from a camera that's recording her. It's in her closet, and that's the spooky thing. She's like, "Oh, that's my bedroom." She gets up, she looks at the closet. How did it do that?
I don't know.
How did it turn off a videotape, and then start live streaming from a camera that she didn't know was there in 2004? What's going on?
I think Jigsaw or Amanda, they invented the streaming through VHS.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy at that time, but I can't explain that.
No,
it's
cool though.
It's cool.
She gets up, and one of her first reactions is to immediately pull out her piece and like fire off 4 shots into the closet. But then, of course, she checks the closet. There's the camera on like a tripod or whatever, and then she gets kidnapped.
She's kidnapped, and then she's in a trap. It's called the Angel Trap, and I think this one is kind of messed up too.
Yeah, this one makes me actually. It's funny. This movie has probably the most traps in it that make me feel all squeamish.
Yeah.
Because we've already done multiple things with feet, like Donnie Wahlberg's feet. We've talked about extensively, and I didn't mention when we were talking about the Troy's trap, how I've made the Aaron Rodgers joke earlier, but honestly, I've always been weird about like my Achilles And like
Yeah.
the idea of your Achilles like getting sliced or like hurt, it freaks me out. I don't like it. Matter of fact, my leg feels weird just thinking about it now.
Yeah.
And watching him very casually just like jerk his leg forward and the chain rips right through it. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh no.
You don't want to do it slowly. You got to do it fast, like a band-aid.
Yeah, well, that's what he did. God bless him. But then also another thing that I'm kind of weird about is like the rib cage, right? Like
Yeah.
I like getting like hit in the rib cage or poked in the rib cage. I don't like it. It makes me feel freaking like defensive. I'm like, don't touch me there.
Right.
And this trap is stabbed into her rib cage. It's
Rib cage.
connected to her rib cage, and the whole thing is like you got to get out or it's gonna rip your rib cage open, and that freaks me out. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, this trap is a lose-lose situation because she's trying to the key's under some acid and she had to
Yeah.
put her hand in there.
Well, let's talk about that too, because the key is dropped in a little jar of acid, and the idea is she has to stick her hand in, grab the key.
Yeah.
But it's dropped in the acid before the video starts, and then the video starts going. And then, like at the end, he's like, "The key will dissolve in a matter of seconds." I'm like, "Dude, it's been a minute."
I think it was lying.
Yeah, well, it really ended up not mattering
Yeah.
because she burns her hand, she gets the key, she unlocks the thing, but then it's still hooked into her rib cage, and she's like, "How do I? It's not doing it. How do I get out?" And then some mysterious figure walks up and watches her get her ribs yanked right out of her.
Oh man. Yeah, this
And
is
it really makes you want to go eat at Chili's, doesn't it?
it really does. But yeah, if I was in that trap, I would like grab the jar and like grab with both hands at the bottom and like try to
At least dump some of it out.
dump something out, but maybe like it will splash on me, so I don't think it'll work.
I don't know. When I was watching it with my brother, we also had the same reaction of just tip it. Like, even if it doesn't get all the acid out, less acid is better, right? But
Yeah, but what if it swings?
who knows? Well, you got to play, but that's the thing. We're thinking like, oh, just do that. That's a smart way to get out of the trap. But what happens to everyone who tries to get out of the trap? You get shot in the head or something terrible happens because you have to play by the rules.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You gotta play the rules. So she pretty much died. All her rib cage is out, and behind that
I
is
assume the reason she died is because I'm not going to say that Dina Meyer is like the biggest actor in the world or anything. Like I'm
Mhm.
sure a lot of people don't know her or either know her from one or two things, but she is in a good amount of stuff, and I imagine that you'd probably pay her more than you'd pay a lot of the other, because a lot of the actors going forward are either like really non-established people or people that you might recognize that are just in small parts. But like I assumed it once it became clear, like, oh, we're doing a Saw movie every year, then you just slowly start killing all the actual big actors. You know, you're like we can't afford to get them back every year, so let's kill them now.
that's smart budgeting right there.
I guess so.
Uh,
Problem is, you get 7 movies in, and then you have nobody in your movie.
no, you have somebody.
we get some people back, so we'll get there when we get there. But yeah,
Well, she died because it was a lose-lose situation, and who made that was Amanda.
yep, the game was rigged from the start. There was
Yeah.
no way to win.
But let's get into Jigsaw himself and who he's with. So
Yes.
they Amanda kidnapped Dr. Lin, who's also a surgeon. They kidnapped her, put her with Jigsaw in a hospital room setting they made.
Mhm.
They pretty much told her first they gave her the thing is called a shotgun collar, where basically if Jigsaw dies, then you die, and that shotgun will boom to your face.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
it just blows your head up like you're in the Suicide Squad.
Oh, that makes sense. Or if you remember the movie Battle Royale, the Japanese movie.
Yes. Yep. That's a really good movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I felt depressed while watching that. Anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah, so she was trapped in that, and Jigsaw's telling her like, "You dude, you know, you not she didn't say dude, but it's like, Dr. Lin, you have to help me." Or Amanda was like, telling her to help him, and she's like, "Dude, I can't do anything. You need to go to the hospital." And
Yeah.
they're like, "Dude, just do it right now. You're a doctor." She's like, "Ah."
I wish John talked like that. Dude, come on. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, there was one scene where Jigsaw was like, he was acting like the Joker. He said like, "Look at me." I was like, "Whoa."
Yeah.
But yeah, they needed all that anesthetics because there's one part of the movie where it made me so squeamish. They got all the supplies Amanda got for Dr. Lin, and they're trying to trying to take away his headaches pretty much of Jigsaw. Yeah. So they did some brain surgery, and what are your thoughts on that, man?
It's funny because you're not the only person I've talked to that says that the brain surgery scene makes you squeamish, and it's the thing that makes me the least squeamish in the whole movie, basically.
Really?
Yeah, that one doesn't. I mean, there is one very specific sound that kind of makes me flinch. It's when she taps the drill against the skull.
Oh yeah.
You know, it makes a very distinct like tick, and it's like, ooh, I like that sound.
No man.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the brain surgery. If it's just like, I mean, it's obviously freaky. I'm not gonna say it's not freaky because you're in this dingy warehouse and peel like his like skin back, and then she like taps. She washes the skull clean with like the whatever it's called, the alcohol.
Yeah.
And then she drills the holes in the skull and then uses the saw blade to cut it open. And then once you get in there, there's like the membrane she peels back, and there's the brain. I don't know what it is, if it's just like how procedural or medical it comes across, where it doesn't freak me out the way that I already talked about like the Achilles tendon thing.
Yeah.
But there's I would say the biggest trap in this movie that we get to later that freaks me out worse than this.
Dude, that's just crazy because when I was watching, I was like, man, I think I'm looking at a real brain surgery, but it looks so realistic.
Yeah, it did look real. It looked really good, and I think part of that might be because, as you mentioned, you work in the medical field.
Yeah.
Have you seen anything like this in real life?
Oh man, I'll say this: I worked at a Children's Cook's Hospital, and I seen doctors doing like a spinal tap to kids who like needed it.
Oh,
and that did not look good. So
that's rough.
Yeah. So and you can hear them screaming, but but when I'm looking at that, that's what reminds me of when I was in the hospital. Not particularly, but like just the
kind of that kind of makes sense psychologically, like piecing that together as to why it would make you feel more squeamish towards this. Like not just the idea how realistic they made it look, so it's like, oh, this looks like a real brain surgery, but then couple that with like where we are in this gross warehouse where if anything goes wrong, this dude is just dead. And so you being an actual like in the medical field, making that connection, I can understand why this would freak you out worse than it would me.
Yeah, man, it's just painful. But Jigsaw, he looked high. I don't know if they gave him some drugs, but
I will say this about John during him getting his skull sawed open. He was straight chilling. Like he gave like a big thumbs up at one point. He was like, "This is good. I like this."
But yeah, shout out to Jigsaw. He's a trooper. But yeah, Amanda also, because meanwhile, when Jigsaw and Dr. Lin was talking to each other, like how they're like Jigsaw was like being like supportive to Dr. Lin, like, hey, you could do this and stuff. Amanda looks like looks a little jelly, look a little jealous.
She was mad jelly. Yeah, she was. Amanda's going through a lot psychologically and emotionally in this movie. Some of it we don't even get the full extent of until later movies. But in this one, from what we know on surface value, is just that she's very jelly and does not like Lynn. She does not like Lynn at all. And the closer that Lynn gets to John Kramer, the more mad Amanda gets. And to the point where she gets kind of like violent and being a big bully, you know?
Yeah. I think if I remember this correctly, I think Jigsaw one point said like, like the Amanda Bynes show. Jigsaw said like, Amanda, please. I was like, I was laughing right there.
You were laughing. You go from being like freaked out by like the brain surgery to laughing because you remembered the Amanda show.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
he's Amanda, please, but
It's a good movie, yeah.
but yeah, so that's been happening. They're doing all that. Meanwhile, let's go to Jeff.
Yep, we got our person in the trap this movie. The big trap. Jeff is his name, and getting everyone he ever meets killed is his game. Jeff's whole deal is that he is very, very, very angry and depressed and basically going psychotic because his little boy, his young boy, was killed by a drunk driver.
Yeah.
And he's never been able to move on from that. He blames a lot of people for that, whether it be rightfully so or not. And he's like neglecting his family. He's neglecting his other child, his daughter. And
Yeah, like his whole thing is like revenge, and Jigsaw's like, no man, no revenge.
He's really high on revenge, and you see flashbacks of him like waving a gun around in his house, like preparing to confront the driver that killed his little boy. And it's as for like random person put in a trap, there is kind of, I think, for people watching, somewhat of an immediate connection with Jeff, because obviously whether you can relate might be a strong word, because unless you've actually lost someone like that, which hopefully you haven't, but you can at least feel empathetic towards like, oh, his kid was killed.
Sure.
We get that that's a very bad thing, and we get that we obviously you feel sorry for that, and then you take off from there, and that's a strong starting point. Where Jeff loses you, I think, is just his immediate actions through the rest of the movie. So so Jigsaw says what? He's like, revenge is bad. You need to chill out. Go through this trap. You'll confront stuff you're mad about. Yada yada. We'll get there. That's kind of what he says. And then Jeff has to drop out of a big box.
Yeah, big box. Yeah. No.
His first test is he's in a big crate. And I remember watching it, and I was like, "What? Let him out?" He's one of the only people. Like a lot of the times, you'll wake up and you're strapped to something, or you'll wake up and like a chain's pulling you somewhere, or whatever. Jeff wakes up. He's not chained to anything. He's just in a big crate, and the crate is like on a forklift or something. It's up above the ground, and he just has to rock around until the crate falls over and smashes open. And honestly, with maybe one exception, that's the most pain Jeff goes through this entire movie.
Oh man, I agree. It's like when wrestlers go through a table. It's pretty much like that when he fell down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he dropped out of the crate. It's like Fortnite. He went to his first. He went to his first trap, and it was called the freezer room. So he met with a naked eyewitness who saw the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
When I first saw this film, I did not saw this trap because I was not old enough to watch this scene.
Wait. What do you mean you didn't see this trap?
So when I was younger, when I was first watching this film, I was pretty much like closing my eyes because she was naked.
Okay. Oh, okay. This is very interesting. This is an interesting insight into Abrar for those listening, and I hope someone's listening this far, because this I think we're going to get into something interesting here. So the first thing you said is you didn't see this trap because you were not old enough to see this scene.
Yeah.
Okay. but you were old enough to watch the rest of the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
Donnie Wahlberg busting his foot off and some of the other gnarly stuff we see, that's totally fine. But a lady gets nudie and a bra better not be watching that. That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
Okay.
what
Okay.
what I think from my childhood is I could do violence, but when it comes to nudity, no bueno.
Okay. Now, here's where we get to the interesting part that I'm desperate to understand.
Yeah,
Did your mother know you were watching this movie at all?
definitely not.
Okay, so am I right in assuming that the person policing you from watching this scene was you?
Yeah.
So it's not you weren't allowed to. I mean, you weren't allowed to watch any of it. Probably
No, nope,
you were not supposed to be watching any of this. But you were
nope.
like, oh, it's okay, whatever. I'm a little Abrar. I'm gonna watch this on my PSP, and you were watching this scene. And you're like, oh, Donnie Wahlberg's foot. Oh, there it goes. Oh, the chains through the whatever. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, the brain surgery. Ooh, this is the thing that's freaking me out the most. Oh, naked woman, and you immediately like throw your PSP to the other side of the room. You're like, I can't be. That's not allowed here.
Uh, pretty much. I mean, I covered my eyes.
I love that it's not that like an older sibling or someone like fast forwarded or like someone said like a bra violence is okay but sexuality is not. It's you were like, no, this is not allowed in my little bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, I feel guilty, but yeah, but now I've seen this whole trap now for the first time.
I wish you hadn't. I wish you still fast forwarded through it.
Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah. So go ahead and explain the trap.
The woman who Abrar was not allowed to look at, and honestly, no one should look at. Respect women,
No.
please.
Yeah. Yes.
The woman whose name I don't remember.
Her name is Diancia Scott.
I think it's Danica.
Oh.
Okay. Anyways, she's chained up in the middle of this room that's like sub-zero. It's a freezer room. She's chained up with all this like there's meat in there, right? Like dead pigs hanging or something.
A little bit.
So it's like a meat freezer, and she's completely stripped naked, and every now and again, like water gets sprayed on her, like these little faucets or sprinklers spray a bunch of like freezing cold water on her, and she's like got mad hypothermia. Her skin is totally blue, and it's basically up to Jeff to get the key and get her down. And what we are told is that this woman was a witness to his son's death that like decided not to testify. She was like on her way to Kroger or something, or if you're on the West Coast, Vaughn's.
Yeah.
Or if you're on the East Coast, I don't know where you people shop.
Wawa, yeah.
Okay. She's on her way to the grocery store, and she was like, I'm not having any of this today. I gotta go. And Jeff was there crying because his son's dead. And now Jigsaw's like, she had the chance to help you. Will you take the time to help her, even though she didn't help you? And the trap begins, dumping water on her, and she's gonna like freeze to death imminently. And what does Jeff do immediately? He decides to be a Karen, and he stands there, and he's like, why didn't you help me? Dude, I get it. Maybe get her down first and then.
Yeah.
Right? But that's not how Jeff rolls. Jeff paces back and forth, be like, my son is dead. She's like, I'm fucking dying. and then at the point where she becomes like unresponsive, Jeff is like, maybe I should do something.
Yeah.
He walks over to where the key is, and granted, it's a little difficult for him to get the key because it's just out of reach to the point where like his skin has to like be pressed up against this like sub-zero frozen metal, and if his skin touches it, it's frozen to it. He's got to rip it off, and that it does happen to his face. He gets like a little patch of his skin ripped off his face.
Yeah.
I say he probably could have like removed his jacket to some extent, which it covered his face, and he would have been fine. But he didn't do that, so he hurt himself. All for naught, because by the time he actually decided to help, the woman turned completely into a block of ice. and died.
Yeah, she's gone.
And so he's standing there with the key, like, "Oh no, I can't believe you froze to death,
Yeah,
idiot."
yeah, and it was those Saul's effects where he's going back and forth. You just see him screaming
Yeah,
like
a lot of cuts, a lot of screaming, a lot of him complaining, idiot.
Yeah, very
so,
annoying.
so that's one. That's one in the column for Jeff did not help.
uh,
Him moving on to the next trap.
yeah, this one is a little disgusting, man. So this one was the pig vat. That's what it's called, or like I guess like the I always say it's like a pig sewer, pretty much. The guy who's trapped he's the judge of the case, and I believe he gave like a 6 month sentence.
He gave the kid a light sentence. Which, sure, it's a little messed up, I guess. It's one of those things where when you read a judge that's just like, "Oh, I don't want to ruin this young man's life for the rest of his life just because he did one bad thing," and you're like, "Oh, his one bad thing is he did a bad thing," But yeah, so it's the judge that basically let off the driver easy, and he's in this vat, chained down, like his arms and his legs and his neck, I believe. And every couple of seconds, like this disgusting, rotting, maggoty pig carcass is like dropped into the grinder, and it sloshes all this like gooey pig juice into the vat, piece by piece. And basically, if Jeff takes too long, this guy's gonna drown in pig carcass.
Yeah, dude.
Which it is nasty. It's a different kind of nasty, It's like in the first one, there's sawing your leg off, and then there's Zepp's toilet, right?
Yeah.
Two different kinds of nasty, and so this one is definitely on the Zepp's toilet side of everything.
Oh god, dude. Like, so I'm not my not philosophy, but like my religion teaches me like not to eat like pork.
Yeah.
And man, I am never gonna eat that.
So watching this movie definitely made that easier for you.
Very easy.
I can understand that. This movie, this scene in particular, does not paint pork in a very good light.
No, man. He was almost drowned in pig fluid, but Jeff saved him eventually. And
yeah. So what Jeff had to do to save the judge is there's just like a furnace with all of his son's like toys in it.
Yeah.
And the metaphor here is like, learn to let go. Your son is dead. You're holding on to this stuff.
Mhm.
You're being spiteful, vengeful, whatever. Let this go. Burn these toys, and then you're able to move on, and you can save this guy. So the trap starts, and pigs start, filling up the thing. And what does Jeff do? He starts being a Karen, and he's like, "You shouldn't let the guy go. You should. My son is dead." Blah blah blah. The dude's like, "I'm drowning in pigs. Please, just push the button." And he learned nothing from the first room, where he let the woman die. Learned nothing. And he's still doing it. And eventually, Jeff does nut up, and he does his little saw thing, where he's like, "Oh, I can't do this." And then he pushes the button. The toys burn, which I'm kind of a pack rat. I'm kind of I'm not a hoarder by any means, but there's stuff in my garage from my childhood that I just don't throw away or get rid of because I don't know. So
Right.
I understand the hang up, especially if it's like belonging to a loved one who is gone. I can understand why that'd be difficult, but it doesn't really fit in a Saw movie, does it? Where you're like, horrible things are happening, dude. Just push the button. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes they're just not. At least for Jeff, he's not thinking.
No, Jeff sucks.
Yeah, he's just not thinking. He just wants his killer, but he's just not learning his traps.
Yeah, he does eventually do. I feel like what Jeff had to do in this trap was definitely a softball. Like I said that the first one was easy for him, and it could have been even easier, but this one's definitely a softball. Just like, yeah, it sucks, but I got to burn my son's stuff, and then I save this guy. Which
Very
eventually
easy.
he does. He gets the key. He gets the guy out. He pulls him out of the goo. Oh, I love, by the way, this guy's been drowning in the goo the entire time. And like I said, Jeff's been like, you shouldn't have been a bad judge. And then the second Jeff has to get in the goo to let the guy out, he's like, oh, God. It's like, no, really? You got your feet in it, dude. This guy's drowning.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, no one likes Jeff.
No, Jeff only gets worse from here, everybody.
Um, it looks like he's on his last trap now.
Yeah,
And now
so
he's go ahead.
Slimy Judge now, I will call him Slimy Judge, has joined the party. He's
Yes,
part of
sir.
the group now. He's moving on with us.
And they both went into the killer's trap. So the drunk driver who killed his son is in a trap, and it's called the rack.
The Wreck.
Pretty much, his arms, legs, and head are trapped, and I forgot how it goes, but every time moves on, it twists.
Yeah,
Each limbs.
one by one, each limb is going to slowly twist backwards until it's completely snapped and severed.
Yeah, and I think
starting with the arms and then the legs and then the head.
Yeah, so I think this one is the worst trap,
Absolutely.
or like this whole movie. The way to stop it is to get the key, right, from that shotgun glass.
So what Jigsaw says is basically in your final step to forgive and move on. This is the guy that actually killed your son.
Yeah.
And the key to let him out is hanging in this little like glass case, and on the other, it's tied to the trigger of a shotgun. Basically, you get the key, you have to take a bullet for the man who killed your son.
Yeah.
Clever setup. The trap starts going off, and what does Jeff do? You killed my son! You blah, blah, blah. His arm is being twisted off of his goddamn body.
Oh my God.
You killed him. Did you give him a chance? The judge is standing there like, dude, please
Help him.
You're murdering this man by not helping. Jeff's pacing back and forth. The kid's name is Tim, and we see like the little flashback of when the accident happened. He's a younger gentleman, and he's probably like, I don't know, like a college freshman when the accident happens, and like a college kid now.
Yeah.
And in the flashback, like you could tell that him hitting this kid ruined his life too, because he's like emotionally a wreck over it. It's not just, oh, I killed a kid and I get to go on with my life. Like his life is forever changed because of a horrible mistake that he made.
Yeah, he's traumatized forever.
Yeah, and now he's getting this disgustingly awful trap happening to him. By the time that like his first arm is completely twisted off of his body, basically, and Jeff is still like humming and hawing, being like, "Oh, this guy killed my son." We know, dude, you're gonna let another person die. Jeff finally decides that he's like, "All right, let me take a look at this key situation." He's like, okay, the key is tied to this little string, right? So he decides, rather than just pull the key off and then get shot like he's supposed to, he kind of, to be fair, outsmarts the trap a little bit, because he unties the string and he gets the key and he like kind of gets out of the way. So he's like, aha, it's not going to shoot me. Unfortunately, Slimy Judge wasn't really clued into this part of the plan. So he lets go the thing, the shotgun blast goes off, it shoots the judge's face off, we got a man down. Jeff is in the negative as far as people saved.
Do you think Jeff did it on purpose, or the judge was just in the way?
Absolutely, he did not do that on purpose. Jeff has horrible communication skills and just sucks in general. Because the judge, where he is, he's not just like in the way standing around like a dumbass. He's like up with the guy getting twisted. He's like trying to like see if he can, I mean, it's futile. He can't do it, but he's like trying to figure out like, oh, can I get this arm out? Can I whatever? Like, Jeff, you got to help do something. He like steps down off of that. That's when the gun goes off and just takes the dude out. The judge is gone, and Jeff is like, oh shit. And at this point, now the driver's head is getting twisted around, and Jeff gets up there, and it's too late.
Yeah.
And it's at this point that Jeff is like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgive you.
Yeah. So when Tim's leg was twisting and his arm is twisting, like you see the ones, you see the tendons, you see all of that.
Yeah, it's nasty.
But when it comes to the head, I laughed a little bit because he went cross-eyed. When he went a little cross-eyed.
That's horrible.
I don't know. He went a little cross-eyed, like, and he was twisting his head. Because that reminded me of the Dave Chappelle skit where the Rick James, where the bodyguards came in and one of them was like cross-eyed. I'm like, okay, I made a little laugh. But yeah, it was unfortunate for Tim.
I just want to point out now is the perfect time to remind the listeners that Abrar is watching the scene where these bones are snapping through the skin and the tendons are tearing and you're seeing horrific body violence. But the scene with the naked lady, that's a hard pass.
Yeah. What can I do, man? What can I do? But yeah, so Jeff just went through that terrible trap with Tim. But
the rack is definitely the one you remember out of this whole movie. And,
yeah, definitely.
And kind of for me out of the series, it's a gnarly one.
It's tough to watch because you don't want to be in that predicament.
No.
But Amanda, so she also has a test.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, so pretty much like she needs to, if Lynn refuse or Jeff refuse, pretty much she will die too. But I forgot how she will die.
So when Lynn was brought here, she was told that her test is just keep John alive until Jeff finishes the test. And then Amanda's job is to keep Lynn alive.
Okay.
But at this point, Amanda's so like in her own head about all the reasons we've kind of talked about before, and then some. Amanda is now waving a gun around, being like, "We're not letting Lynn go," because basically Lynn succeeded. Lynn is supposed to go free now, and Amanda's like, "No, I'm gonna kill her." Jigsaw is like, "Amanda, you want to do that? She's more important to you than you know." And Amanda's like, "What are you talking about? She's not important to me. I want her dead. I want her really dead." And John's like, "No, Amanda, you gotta let her go. You gotta keep her alive for reasons." But Amanda does not listen. And what does she do?
She, first of all, became gangster. Points to the gun sideways.
That's right. She's not even looking when she fires the gun, too. She's looking away.
Well, good accuracy, but yeah, bam, she shot Lynn in the back.
Yep, she shoots Lynn. Lynn goes down right as Jeff gets through the door, where we learn the big reveal is that Jeff and Lynn are married.
Yes, big twist right there.
It's a twist that's pretty well covered up, too, because at the very beginning of the film, we see Lynn with another man.
Yeah.
And they're kind of bickering, and it like leads us to believe like they're in an unhappy marriage. And she says to the guy, "What do you want from me?" And he says, "A divorce." And you're like, "Oh, this guy wants to divorce you." And then that's kind of like corroborated with like stuff Jigsaw says, where he's like, "You're in a failing marriage" or whatever. But it all comes together when like, no, that guy wanted her to divorce Jeff. And Jeff is the reason for the failing marriage, and she's having an affair, and but then she's killed in front of him.
Yeah. The shot got shot in the back, and Jeff, as Jeff does.
Piece by piece, after every test that he, let's be honest, fails.
Yeah.
He's gotten like a different piece to a gun. Like first he gets a bullet, and then he gets like a magazine clip, and then he gets like the gun eventually. Uh, he gets through the door. He sees his wife get shot, so naturally he fires off a round at Amanda, hits her in the neck, and Amanda's down.
Yeah. Mana dies. That's what surprised me actually. Because
Yeah,
the thing is, so I saw 10, and it's between 1 and 2, and you
Yeah.
see the story of Amanda as well. She's also in the film, and between Saw 1 to Saw 10 to Saw 2 to Saw 3, her story ended pretty bad. Like she had an arcing story, but it went crashing down because she was supposed to be like good, but then in this movie, bam, she became bad.
Yeah, well, we see the reasons for kind of filling in those gaps a bit later, and I still haven't seen Saw 10, so I'm excited to see what you're talking about there. But
Yeah.
yeah, this is the moment of she's bleeding out on the ground, and it's like this reveal, like, no, Amanda, you were being tested this whole time because you weren't listening and you were doing the bad traps that you can't escape, etc., etc.
Yeah. Also, didn't he like give her the tape while she was dying?
Yeah, he did. It is really rub salt in the wounds, right? He
Yeah.
just,
Like what the hell,
like, oh,
man?
now that you've already lost, he clicks the little tape. But
Yeah.
Amanda's dead on the ground, and John's not done giving tests yet because he has to slump over and talk to Jeff now.
Oh man.
He's like, Jeff, the ending of this movie is in your hands. You have two options. One, you forgive me and you go free. End of story. You and your wife can skip on out of here all happy as you do. Or two, you can kill me and bad stuff's gonna happen, but I advise you don't do that, Jeff. And Jeff thinks about it. And the first thing he does is he walks over to Jigsaw and he's like, hey, I forgive you. And then he takes a big saw blade as the Saw music is playing now.
Yeah.
And Lynn, who knows that as soon as John dies, she's gonna explode,
Yeah.
is like, Jeff, no, please don't. And Jeff's not listening.
And
So Jeff slices Jigsaw's throat with the saw blade, and he's all happy and smug. He's got the biggest shit-eating grin at this
Yeah.
point. And so does John, actually.
yeah.
John's dying with a big smile on his face, being like, John's last act is to press play on another tape, which is for Jeff, because he knew the guy was going to kill him. Lynn's head explodes. He's
Oh,
the
man.
other person that gets turned into chili in this movie.
Yeah, it was like 4 chilies here.
Man, she's gone.
You don't see
And-
her head.
Her head is no longer existent.
It's not there. You just-
So the saw music's playing, the tape's playing, and it's like, hello, Jeff. By the way, you just killed the only guy that knows where your daughter is. Big reveal. He kidnapped Jeff's daughter, and he's like, and if you want to get her back, what does he have to do, Abrar? He has to play a little game.
Yeah.
And that's how the
Man.
movie ends.
That was a good twist because it was kind of like the past 2 twists, but this one particular, like, damn, Jeff is screwed. No matter
Yeah.
what.
For the most part, there's a lot of the Saw movies have good twists you don't see coming. Like they're pretty good at hiding them. I know that, like, the idea of like a last minute twist, it can be kind of hokey, you know? Like M. Night Shyamalan movies can get hokey. Like obviously Sixth Sense is really good, but
Yeah.
there's other ones that suck. But you kind of take a risk, like having a big beat in your story hinge on a twist, but a lot of the Saw movies are able to conceal them pretty well, and they work pretty well. Like so far, Saw 1, 2, and 3, all pretty good twists.
Yeah, great twist. Hopefully it carries on the next films.
Well, the twist of the next one is kind of BS, but we'll talk about that in the next episode.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But yeah,
But
the your thoughts on the movie after watching it, or after rewatching it.
so Saw 1 got a 4 stars from me, and Saw 2 got a 3.5.
Okay.
This one is gonna just barely come in under that at a 3 stars. And
Wow.
no, so all right. So the way I explained it last time is 3.5 is passing. It's a passing grade, 70 out of 100, right? 9
Yeah.
out of 10. Um. But there's still like a movie can be 3 stars and I can still enjoy it. It just has some things objectively wrong with it, and objectively, what is wrong with this movie is Jeff.
Yeah.
The dude sucks so bad, and we spend 90% of our time with him. I really like the Jigsaw stuff in this movie. The idea of the traps that you can't escape. It's an interesting idea of like you're going against John's ideology, but it really doesn't go anywhere other than that's bad. You shouldn't do that. But spoilers: Amanda's not the last person to do that. So
Yeah, there are maybe. Well, we'll find out in the next movie, Saw 4.
yeah. So I give this a 3 stars. I give this movie 3 stars, but like as a side note, I give it a little smiley face. I think it's still a fun watch as you're watching all these movies in a series. I think this is still can be considered one of the good ones.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I still think it's 5 out of 5. The traps are gruesome. The brain surgery is realistic.
Oh, yeah, that brain surgery scene is a standout of like the series, kind of.
Yeah. Jeff, as annoying he is, his story is, like, again, you said, like, it's relatable. I thought it touches on that, so I thought that was great too. But
I will say
mhm.
one thing about the brain surgery scene. There's one shot in particular because we've talked about how great it looks, and it does look great. But there's one shot in particular where she's like patting down his head, and it's like kind of gushing blood from the top.
Yeah.
But it's very clearly a dummy head. It's very clearly like a big
Yes.
mannequin head with like a little wig glued onto it. So there's one shot in there where I need to stress, ignore that one. But the actual up close like brain surgery part looks really great.
It's great, man. I'm still giving 5 out of 5.
Hey, that's you know what? I like this movie.
I like it too. A good trilogy. If they ended here, I'll say it's a good trilogy.
If it ended here, I think people would be kind of mad because it's a big cliffhanger. But if you look at it, a trilogy of John Kramer,
Oh yeah.
it works as a place for him to exit the story, but he doesn't exit the story, does he?
No, I remember. No, he does not. Sometimes he wear a baseball cap, but who knows?
Oh, I'm excited for that.
But yeah, that's it for the not third episode of Saw, but the episode of Saw 3.
Yeah.
Well, Skyler, where can the audience go? Where can they find you?
They can find me at the movie theaters watching Saw X. So it's still in theaters for Halloween.
Yeah, it should be in the theaters for a whole month at least, right? They should keep it there.
I hope it's there long enough for me to actually go see it because I need to see it. Because if we get to the point where it's time to talk about Saw X and I haven't seen it yet, boy, are we going to be in trouble.
We'll be called to that guy, the judge in this movie. We'll be in his court.
Slimy judge.
I wonder how he smelled like.
He probably smelled
You
like
know when,
rotting pig slime.
yeah, like when you know someone doesn't put like deodorant on and you can smell them.
Yeah, I would venture to say he probably smelled worse than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, true.
Because what if he already smelled like that before the pig slime?
I'm sure he smelled like that before.
My definitive answer, bro, you know what he smells like?
Yeah.
He smells like Zepp's toilet.
I agree. I knew you were gonna say that, and I agree. Um,
The toilet has become the mascot of the series.
disgusting. It's like Snickers doo doo, man. Uh, man. You guys can find me on this podcast. It's on Spotify at Brown Boy Wonders, on Apple Podcasts, and also follow me on Instagram. It's on private, but I'll follow you. Right, Skyler?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll let you. That's
I'll
fine.
I'll let you in. Like Bray Wyatt, let me in. That's another
Rest in
topic.
peace.
Rest in peace. Oh man, if Bray Wyatt or the Fiend, they should have if he was still alive, he would make like this type of movie, right?
This is very off topic for Saw, but
Yeah.
what I'll say is they made 2 movies with Kane, See No Evil.
Yeah.
I think The Fiend could have been in a killer movie. I mean,
Definitely.
as a rule, WWE movies tend to suck really bad. Like really bad.
Yeah.
Like really bad.
Yeah. I know. I've
But
seen them.
if they made one with The Fiend, I would have watched it.
I would watch it too. But till then, let's Zep Toilet on 3, 3,
Okay. 2.
2, 1. Zep
I'm
Toilet.
gonna put Abrar in the rack.
Bing bang.
Welcome to the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. And this month of October of spookiness, Skyler and I are rewatching all the Saw movies. Right now, we're talking about Saw 4. Skyler, you're here, man. How you doing, man?
I'm here. I'm doing good. Do we still do the screams? Are we still doing the?
So I was pausing. That's where I insert them.
Oh, I didn't realize that. See, I still don't hear the screams, so I just gotta have faith that they're there, and then I have to listen back later to have faith that they sound correct.
Don't worry,
And
man.
I gotta tell you, I never approach that with confidence. I always think it's gonna be wrong.
I mean, in the last episode, we talked about the Wilhelm screams. I'm telling you, when you hear them, you'll hear them.
Are they different screams every time?
They're the same scream, but this time, I don't know. I might do something else.
You gotta get creative. You know, you gotta get some good ones in there.
Yeah, that's true. But right now, we're going to talk about Saw 4. And I have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Which actor could replace Tobin Bell as Jigsaw? If Jigsaw was... Oh, no, I'm sorry. If Tobin Bell never got this role, who would play Jigsaw?
Anthony Hopkins.
That is on my list, and there's another guy.
Okay. Do you think Anthony Hopkins would have done it though? I don't think they could have afforded him. I'm just saying that he probably could have done really well.
Yeah, I mean, his Hannibal role was amazing. I would think he would do the same thing here, but yeah, they will have to pay a lot of money for him.
You know, in our last episode, you were like quoting Jigsaw incorrectly. You were like, you said that Jigsaw said like, "Oh, just come on, dude, help me out, dude." And it actually made me think of Anthony Hopkins in Transformers 5 when he's like, "Dude."
Man, that's just crazy. What the hell was he in that film?
He's the best part of that absolutely unwatchable movie. That movie, if we could just take a moment and say Transformers 5 is unwatchable. It's like 3 hours of garbage.
All right, a moment of silence for Transformers 5.
All right, that's enough. That's all it gets.
It's all enough. The other actor I was...
Did you sneak another scream in there during that moment of silence?
I might put something there.
Probably should do a fart sound instead.
Okay, it's gonna be a lot of editing after this post, but
you could also just do nothing and no one would care.
but I was thinking Michael Caine might be Jigsaw.
Michael Caine as Jigsaw.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one. I don't see that.
I mean, he's He's an old guy, right? He's in the older age.
That is the one thing that they have in common is that they're old. Yeah.
And Michael Caine has a British accent. So does Tobin Bell.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
What? You try to sneak that past me? Absolutely, he does not.
But imagine Jigsaw with a British accent. Amazing.
I think I'd be less scared actually.
That is true. But yeah, okay. About Anthony Hopkins, I think we agree with that.
Um. Who else? Maybe. Bryan Cranston.
Ooh,
He would have been
maybe.
a lot. You would have been a lot younger back then.
Yeah.
Not young per se, but younger. That definitely it would have been way before.
Isn't during Malcolm in the Middle? Malcolm in the Middle? Malcolm in the Middle?
Yeah, 2004
5, 6.
ish. Yeah,
Yeah.
would have been around Malcolm in the Middle.
But then,
After his Power Rangers days,
but if he,
but before his other Power Rangers days.
yeah, but if he took this role, he would never be Walter White.
That's probably true. Well, then who would have played Walter White? Probably Tobin Bell.
Tobin Bell. Oh, that'd
There's
be
a
pretty
universe out there where that happened.
good. I'll be there.
I'm
But
just kind of thinking of like white bald guys now. Patrick Stewart.
yeah, Patrick. I mean, he has a British accent. Same thing with Michael Caine.
Our friend Steven.
Steven.
Who
So
was-
shout out to Steven. I think he'd be a great Jigsaw.
How many episodes of your podcast has Steven been on? Just the one?
I think 2.
You want me to do my impression of Steven?
Sure.
All right. My name's Steven, and I like to play video games. I like Nintendo, and I like Pokemon. Huh. That's Steven. Shout
That's
out,
pretty-
Steven.
Shout out to
I hope he
Steven.
listens. He won't.
But let's go. Let's get into it. Saw 4 came out in 2007.
Sorry.
We have some new cast members. We have some new cast members.
Godspeed to you, Abrar, saying these names.
Yep. So
You always gotta do a little prayer before Abrar tries to say names.
I appreciate it. So we got the actor Scott Patterson as Agent Statham. Is this Statham?
Oh man, you were so close. Because you got his actual name right, but then his character's name you got completely wrong. He's not Jason Statham. He's Agent Strom.
Oh God, Agent Strong.
Yeah. Scott Patterson, who I feel like a lot of people would know from the Gilmore Girls.
Yes, he's the guy who wears the cap.
Yeah, he does. I like him in these movies, these movies that he's in. I won't spoil how many movies he's in of this series, but I do like him.
Yeah, he's a good actor. The next new cast member, we got Athena Karkasian as Agent Perez.
I think you got Athena correct. I think it's Carcanis.
Arcanis, yes, that sounds about right. As Agent Perez. So we got 2 FBI agents in this film. Finally.
Yeah, they really walk in this movie like they're Mulder and Scully, don't they?
They do. They do. Actually, yeah, they do. And also we got here is Bestie Russell as Jill.
All right, it's Betsy Russell.
What did I say?
You said bestie.
Oh, I mean, she is my bestie.
It's oh, I like that. I like that a lot.
And yeah. We also got Louis as Art Blank.
Justin is it? It's probably Justin Lewis or Justin Louis.
Justin Louis. He kind of looks like Jason Alexander from the Exorcist movies.
I'm
Do you
sorry,
see that?
what?
You know Jason Alexander? No,
I know Jason Alexander.
no, not from Seinfeld. I'm talking about the priest from the old Exorcist movies.
Is there someone named Jason Alexander in The Exorcist?
I think that's his name.
Okay, I'm gonna give that a quick Google, really quick.
Quick Google alert. Quick Google alert.
We got a Abrar is often right about a lot of things, but it's always safe to fact check him because he's also never right about anything.
Hey,
Um,
I am the Brown Boy Wonders.
yeah, that's okay. That's true. That one's real. Jason Alexander.
Is that his name?
Are you telling me that's the actor's name or the character's name? What do you?
I think that's the character's name.
Okay, is it in the first Exorcist?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm not remembering that at all. And
I
then
think so.
Max von Sydow's in the movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say Abrar's full of shit on this one. This one's not real.
Well,
You
don't
just
worry.
threw out a name, and it happened to be Jason Alexander from Seinfeld. And you said he was in The Exorcist, and I have to say, what the hell are you talking about?
Anyways, pardon my French, but what do you think the budget was for this film?
Oh, well, if they had Jason Alexander, it'd be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And so my rule, and I've said it every time, is like, well, every single movie gets a little bit more expensive, but I keep forgetting how expensive the last one was.
Yeah.
Um,
The last one was let me go do a little check here. The last budget was 10 million. Saw 3.
I'm gonna break my own rule here. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna say it was 10 million again.
You are correct.
Oh, got him. Yeah,
But
because my thought process there was this movie kind of looks the same, and we're at the point where the movies are still coming out every year, and I think they've found their formula where they're like, we don't need to spend more. This is how much the last one cost. Let's just do it again.
yeah.
So I think that's where we're at. And your next question is how much did it make at the box office?
Yeah.
Last time it was like what 160 million.
It was. Let me double check here. A little double check. 1 second, sir. Uno momento, por favor. It was 164.
164. We're gonna say that because Saw 3 left out on such a big cliffhanger. I mean, they all do, don't they? But Saw 3 had a very specific cliffhanger. This one made a little bit more money. Let's say 175.
Oh, bad news. I think this is the first drop. Now it's 139 million.
Oh no, it's because of Jeff. Everyone hated Jeff. We're not doing it again.
No one liked Jeff in the last one.
Oh, Jeff. All right.
But yeah. What was your thoughts on this film?
This film is it's fine. It's okay.
Okay.
They our main story throughout, following our main character, Detective Rigg, who was in
Yes.
the last movies. Our main story following him is it's got interesting stuff about it that we'll talk about. The traps in this one they range from okay to kind of boring to pretty gnarly to whatever to kind of stupid. But this one is kind of if the first 3 were like the trilogy of like, yeah, these ones are good to pretty all right, then we're in the start of like, all right, we got the rest to get through now.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say it's like terrible, and I'm not gonna say like if I'm watching all the Saw movies, I don't hesitate when it comes to this one. It's like, yep, put on Saw 4, but I think there's like a dip in quality here, and we're reaching the point now where every movie, because as we said in the last one, John is dead now. He's dead.
Yeah.
We're reaching the point where we have to come up with ways to get him back in the movie. Like, how do we get John back? We killed him. Why did we kill him? I don't know. We have to get him back.
Yeah.
So we do that here.
I mean, I still like this film. The gore is still there. I like
The gore is
Riggs.
definitely here.
Yeah, I like Riggs' story better than Jeff, of course.
Oh,
Um,
Jeff sucks, but Riggs pretty all right.
yeah, Rick is cool. I like the actor. I don't think he's been in a lot of things, but maybe he was. But I liked him. He's pretty cool in this. Uh, the I think this one stands out with the transitions.
Yeah, I alluded to this way back when we talked about Saw 1.
Yeah, the transitions on this film, forget about it. It is amazing.
It goes nuts.
um, but yeah, let's get into it. So, in the last episode, I forgot to say spoiler alert. By now, you guys should know if we're gonna talk about this movie.
Yeah.
So this movie starts with so at the end of the last one, Jigsaw died, Amanda died, Jeff is trapped, his daughter is trapped or like stuck, not stuck, but she's in a safe
Yeah.
basically. Dr. Lin died as well.
Mm-hmm.
So now, since Jigsaw died, now the doctors or they got the body and stuff, and they're doing an autopsy on Jigsaw's body. And I'll say, same thing as the brain surgery. It's as gruesome as the autopsy is.
Yeah, this autopsy looks pretty good, except for one part, which I'll talk about in a second. But when they're slicing him open and they like rip open his rib cage and they like peel back his face skin.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that looks really good, like impressively cool. But then they put his face back and it like flumps over like a big rubber mask. And I said it to my brother when we were watching it. I was like, that doesn't seem right, but I don't know enough about dead people's skin to dispute it. So I don't know.
I'll say it's kind of on the nose.
I'm willing to let it slide.
Yeah.
On Jigsaw's nose because he took it off his face.
Yeah, but they were digging him up, and in his stomach they found a tape.
Oh, and then it comically flashes back to him pouring wax on a tape and then shoving it down his throat right before Jeff kills him.
Yeah. So first of all, how did he swallow that?
Well, the wax definitely helped, didn't it? Because the whole idea of pouring the wax over it makes it smooth coated so that you could swallow it, and then he just shoved it down like a bird swallows a worm, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, this Jigsaw guy is really like he thinks about everything.
He's really the one playing 4D chess. He's got. I mean, we learned this in this movie and in the two to follow, that like all these tests that are gonna happen basically from now on, for most of the rest of the series is. They're all tests that John planned out and then had someone else execute because he was going to die. But like down to the every like detail, like, oh, if they do this, then this happens. But if they run away, then this happens. John has it all planned out and someone else just has to like step by step follow it. And it just happens to be correct. Like John knows what he's doing.
He is a man with a plan. Oh
God, what's his name? The wrestler. What's the theme song? I've just brought the podcast to a screeching halt for an obscure wrestler reference that I don't even know if everyone's gonna appreciate.
Oh, you're talking about William Regal? I'm a man.
Well, that's a good theme song. No, okay, let's just continue.
Yeah, okay.
And then halfway through our conversation, I will scream out a wrestler's name, and that'll tie this up.
Sounds good. Well, before, so Hoffman came to the room, and he's like, "Hey, where's his body?" And the doctor's like, "It's right there." And so they found the tape. Before we play that tape, let's rewind and go from the first trap here. So this one is called the. Sorry if I can't mispronounce this, but it's called the. I'm looking at the word, I know the word it is, but I cannot pronounce it. So it's called
Brian
the.
Kendrick. It was Brian Kendrick.
Oh, okay, Brian Kendrick. Okay,
I'm a
okay.
man
Okay.
with a plan. That was his theme
Yes,
song.
that is the theme song. Yes. Very nice, very nice. So we got the Mausoleum. Is that the
What
word
on
they
earth are
at?
you trying to pronounce right now? What's
So,
happening?
so the first trap, where they at?
Oh, the mausoleum.
Mausoleum. Thank you. Man, I
Okay.
cannot pronounce words, but yeah,
No, it's okay. We everyone who knows you knows that, and it's fine. That's why you do the podcast with two people so that I can help.
thank you, thank you. Yes, we're at the Molosseum, not the Coliseum, but the Molosseum.
You still got it wrong, but that's okay.
Okay, I just called the Molly. How about that? The Molly. No, that's something else. I just called this building. Okay.
Call it the dead people house.
Yeah, the dead people's house. So we got two guys. You know what I'm saying? We got Trevor, and we got, as I said before, Art Blank.
Oh,
So Trevor. So these guys woke up, right, and they're tied to some machinery in the middle. They're on two opposite ends of the room. Trevor on the left side, he is blind. His eyes are stitched out.
Yeah, his
Uh,
eyes are stitched closed.
and the guy on the right, Art Blank, his mouth is shut.
Yeah, his mouth is sewn completely. closed.
Yeah. So basically, one can't see, one can't talk. That's a lot of problems right there if you're trying to communicate.
And they're chained together through this like pulley system that's gonna like slowly bring them together.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen because so this trap it never happened, right? Never saw the trap. But yeah, what would happen if they come together?
He saw the trap.
Did
I
we?
think I don't think the idea was like they get all the way together and then it like strangles them or something. I think the idea was they're freaking out and one has to kill the other because what we quickly learn is that Art, who can see but not speak,
Right.
sees that there's a key like on the back of the collar that the other guy's chained to, Trevor. So he's like has no way to communicate. Like, bro, you have a key, and Trevor's freaking out, like throwing haymakers and swinging. I think he gets like some sort of weapon that he just like picks up and he starts swinging it around violently. So Art's trying to get to this key, and then Trevor like stabs Art in the leg, and it makes a really comical like splat sound effect.
Yeah.
That happens, and that's when like Art says like, "All right, all bets are off. I'm just killing this dude," and he kills Trevor. I don't remember how. It's been like a week or two since I watched this movie. You remember how? You just watched it.
I watched last week. So he pretty much like he strangled him, and then he like pretty much hit him with like a I forgot what he hit him with, but he hit him with the head, and he just bled out.
I do remember that as this is happening and Art's like beating the snot out of Trevor here, I was very, very, very angry because this is the Saw movie where we start using digital blood splatter.
Yeah.
And it is so noticeable and it's just come on. I don't know if I assume what happened is they filmed this bit and then someone in the editing room was like, I feel like Saw 3 was bloodier than this. Can we add some blood? And just don't. I'd rather there be less blood than digital blood. Digital blood never looks good, and it just makes me angry.
Yeah. So he killed him with like a small axe and a hook.
Oh, right, okay.
And like it went over his like it landed on his head. And
Yeah.
that's how he survived.
And then Art gets the key to get himself out, and then the last shot we see of him from this part is he like muscles his way out of the stitches in his mouth and he screams bloody murder because he just ripped stitches out of his mouth.
Yeah, that gotta be painful.
Yeah, I have a couple things to say about that. Number one, you just got the key. You can leave. Don't do that now. Go get a knife or some scissors. Do it different than that.
Oh,
surely.
That's true.
Number two, if you were going to do that and just rip the stitches open and scream bloody murder, do that before you kill the guy.
Yeah.
Like, if you had just done that a second ago, like, I guess murder's got the adrenaline pumping. He's like, all right, you know what? I could just do it now. If you had done that earlier, you could have said, okay, ow, my mouth hurts, but hey, guy, there's a key on your back. I'm going to come over and take it from you very gently, and we can both get out of here. No, he did the third option, the neither smart options, and killed the guy and then ripped his mouth open.
Yeah, it's
now,
not. Yeah,
Art isn't this dumb through the we come back to Art later, and he's no Jeff. Art is no Jeff,
no.
but he definitely starts off acting a little Jeffy, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But you do make. I can't disagree with you. You do make good points, but all I gotta say is you gotta give the people what they want.
Yeah. Art should have given Trevor the people's elbow.
Yeah, you're damn right. But
a lot of our jokes here are just guy from movie should do wrestling move, and then we laugh. We laugh. Stupid.
So yes, but so let's get into it, right? So Rig and he saw his partner, or he sees his partner's body, Carrie, hanging when her ribs were ripped apart.
They just found Carrie from the last movie.
Yeah,
and they're doing this whole bomb squad thing where they send in the little drone robot guy with a little camera, and everyone's posted up all easy because they've learned at this point if you just run in, then like those people from Saw 2, you're gonna get your kneecap shattered by stairs or something. So they're being all extra careful. The second they see it's Carrie, Rig yells, "Carrie!" and he bursts through the door and he just runs in there. And luckily nothing bad happens, but everyone kind of walks up to him like, "Dude, how are you kidding me right now?"
Yeah, so his thing is like, he's not patient and
No.
he's just run to things, and that's what kind of led him to the trap.
Yeah, that's what gets him in the hole. It's he's not patient. He doesn't have the forward thinking to be patient, and he's a little obsessive. Not obsessive like Danny Glover, where he's like taping stuff to the walls and wandering around and muttering to himself, but he's obsessive in the fact where he's like, Carrie just got killed. We still haven't found Donnie Wahlberg. I'm not going to drop this case, to the point where like all the other people on the force are like, dude, you need to chill out or you're going to get yourself hurt. And his wife is like leaving him. Rig's wife is going to be like, I'm out of here because you're too obsessive and you're not letting it go.
I mean, don't you? I feel like Rig. I mean, he's doing his best, but it's just the obsession part that you just mentioned that's kind of drove him kind of crazy.
He's probably the best cop we've seen in the movies, but he just has this kind of dumb guy tendency to run in. That's perfectly illustrated in this scene.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Carrie was a pretty good cop. We didn't really see her do much of anything other than stand around a couple times and then get put in an inescapable saw trap. But we know that like Donnie Wahlberg was kind of crooked. He was like planting evidence and stuff, and but Rig, like his drive is to be a good cop and to save the people. He wants to save everyone, and everyone keeps saying like you can't save everyone.
Yeah.
And if you try to save everyone, you're going to get yourself killed. And that's what leads us on our journey following Rig throughout this movie.
Yeah, pretty much. His game, his trapper game is, you gotta save his partners. Detective Eric Matthews and Detective Hoffman, because Hoffman and Eric Matthews are trapped.
Yeah, so Hoffman is kidnapped, and when he wakes up, he is on this silly little device where it's like a scale, kind of like teeter-totter type thing.
Yeah.
Where Hoffman's on one side, and on the other side is Eric Matthews, who, man, this is going to take a lot of explaining. He is, there's a like a collar around his neck that is tied and all the way up to the roof. So if he like falls off what he's standing on, then he like strangles himself and dies. And what he's standing on is a big block of ice, and it's slowly melting. And not only if it melts all the way, then Donnie Wahlberg, will strangle, but then the water that melts off the ice cube will like flood the little balance that they're on and go over to Hoffman's side, and it'll hit some wires and it'll electrocute him. So it's this kind of like Tom and Jerry machine. Like it takes a lot of explaining. I mean, if you see it, you get it. But me trying to describe it in this non-visual medium, it's just I feel like an idiot. But
no, it's fine because it's a weird type of looking trap. But I just want to say, Donnie Wahlberg, man, it's been like what? It's been years or a few months? Not a few months, but at least like a year.
I mean, as far as Saw fans watching the movies in theaters, it's been 2 years since we last seen him, right?
Yeah.
It's been a good chunk of time in the movies. He's got a big beard, his hair's all grown out, and he just looks like hell. He's clearly been like kept in a dirty basement for a while. He's got a big boot on his foot because his foot is just effed.
Yeah. Shout out to Donnie Wahlberg going through all that for no reason.
There was a reason.
There was a reason. It's just that it's just taking a while. But he's in this trap, and Riggs has about 2 hours to save them. Only 2 hours.
Yeah, it's kind of an absurdly small amount of time. Like Jeff in the last movie was given an hour, and he only just barely didn't make it because Jeff's an idiot. Like he could have sped run that, especially knowing that he saved nobody anyways. He could have just ran through all the rooms and then been done in like 15 minutes, I bet. But Rig is given 2 hours, and his stuff involves going all over town. He's got multiple places to go to.
He does.
And that's kind of an interesting part of this movie where he's not trapped in anything other than his obsession to save Donnie Wahlberg. Like that is the only reason he hasn't called anyone for backup or said where he is or where he's going. Because he easily could, and it all plays back to his fatal flaw. That he's the guy that runs in, you know?
Yeah, before we get into that, let's get back to the two FBI agents. Their thing is, they're trying to figure out like what is happening, and they trying to interrogate Jigsaw's ex-wife.
Yeah, we bring in Jigsaw's wife. The character's name is Jill Tuck, and she seems absurdly young compared to how old John Kramer was.
Yeah.
Let's see. There is a 21-year difference between the two, and I'm not going to say that's unheard of, and whether people go off on the ethics of whatever. I mean, if they're two consenting adults, then that's fine. Like age difference doesn't really mean anything when you're, if say she's 40 and he's 60, whatever, who cares? But so
yeah.
But it's just seeing it on screen because she has the look of like she's this like skinny little blonde lady.
She's like middle-aged mom.
Yeah, she's kind of got like an hourglass figure thing going on, and Tobin Bell is just this like creepy old mechanic who kills people, and you're like, what happened here? How did this get together?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but love is love, right?
I agree. You know what? Beautifully put.
Yes, sir. So we got Perez and not Jason Statham.
No, Agent Strom.
Agent Strom. We got these two guys interrogating her, trying to figure out what is happening. You were married to this guy. Do you know anything?
I earlier said compared them to Mulder and Scully from the X-Files.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if whoever wrote this script like typed their names as Agent Mulder, Agent Scully, and then just replaced it later. I really think they did. I mean, not to say that like they don't share that kind of like charisma or partnership, or like their characters don't really line up that much, but clearly that's what the inspiration was.
Yeah,
Like, what if we just had two FBI agents that came in like Mulder and Scully, and then they just whatever. And it's the total vibe you get when they show up, definitely.
definitely. Yeah, they're going through all that while we going back to the first trap where Riggs goes to. The first trap was called the scalping seat.
Oh man, so not only is this the nastiest trap in this movie, they chose it for the poster.
Yes.
Um,
With the pig's face or mask, right?
yeah, it's she's got like the pig mask on. So
Uh,
it's this woman who has a name,
her name is Brenda.
and so Brenda, unfortunately, has the pleasure of being in this device on this seat where her like braided ponytail is like tied very firmly onto this like turning gear, so that the longer Rig takes to get her out, it just pulls and pulls and pulls until her entire scalp comes off.
And you see it too. I was holding my head the entire time when it was
Oh,
happening.
it's a nasty thing, man. So if we go over like the stuff in the series that gets me the most, like in a list.
Uh-huh.
Last episode we talked about like anything to do with the Achilles kind of freaks me out. The rib cage freaked me out. The rack is obviously terrible.
Yeah.
This is the move. This is the trap in this movie. That's like, nope, don't like it. I say though that again, I think they throw some, if I remember correctly, digital blood splatter when the scalp's coming off, and that's kind of undercuts it for me a bit. Where I'm just like, oh, come on, you got plenty of other stuff. You don't have to do that.
Did it show it? I didn't see it, or maybe I didn't pay attention to it.
I don't remember if they did it here because, like I said, I watched this like 2 weeks ago. Um, so if they didn't do it here, good on them. If they did, bad. But so the fact that I can't remember clearly, it not that bad. So ignore me. I'm just a crazy person.
That's fine because okay. So first of all, her head is
It
almost
looks
gone.
nasty. The prosthetic that they're doing, it looks nasty.
It's
Not. It also looks a little goofy because eventually he does get her out of the chair, and then her hair's just on sideways,
yeah.
and she's got like blood dripping down her face and whatever, and it does look a little comical once she's out of the chair, but just watching the skin tear and um it slide back and just the exposed nastiness, it's not a good. I'm getting like a headache just thinking about it actually.
Yeah. The thing is, like, when that was happening, her hair is going through. Shouldn't Riggs get like scissors and cut her hair? So, or would that like explode or something? I don't know.
Um well, what we always say is you have to play by the rules.
Right.
And so it's possible that if he had like found a knife and then like cut her ponytail off, then like a trap door in the ceiling would have released a bunch of spiders on him or something. Who knows? But I personally think there's a part where he's like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna stop it," and he like shoots the gears. He shoots the
Yeah.
device with his gun, and I'm thinking like, dude, just shoot the ponytail, right? Got to do
Uh,
something.
will bullet go through hair?
Well, a bullet would go through a rope. You've seen that in movies tons, right? Like in
Yeah.
westerns, if someone's
Yeah.
hanging there and someone shoots the rope, well, her hair's tied super tight like a rope, right? Like the fibers of a
That might.
rope. So I think if he had like fired off two shots, I think enough of the hair would have frayed and broken that she would have been fine.
I guess, but Riggs pretty much saved her. He shot, as you said, he shot the gears. But
Well, shooting the gears didn't save her. It stopped for a
yeah,
second, and he had a dumb guy like, "I did it," and then it just started turning faster.
yeah.
He eventually figured out that there's numbers on like the gears that are a combination to get her out, and that's what he did. And she's like bleeding horribly on the ground once he gets her off the chair, and he's like, I saved you, don't worry, I'm gonna go do something." And then she gets to her part. You want to say what she does?
Yeah, so pretty much, she has a tape where if the officer saves you, you have to kill him. And that's a big thing because Riggs didn't know what's going on, and so he was pretty much fighting the person who he just saved. And there was a cool
Yes. So the reason why
Yeah.
she tried to kill him, is because, when Riggs walked in the room, there's pictures all over the room of her doing nefarious acts,
Oh, right, I
and
forgot about that.
the tape basically reveals like this woman Brenda is a pimp
Yeah,
for girls who are
Lady of the Night.
not old enough to have a pimp. These girls.
Yeah,
It's yeah. So the Jigsaw's tape says like there's enough evidence here to put you away like forever. If you want to go free, kill this guy.
yeah,
And what he says is like the tool to do it is like in the cabinet under the television. It doesn't say it's a knife. I'm sure when she got out and saw it was a knife, she was kind of mad because if she had known it was a knife, she probably would have said, "Get the knife and cut my hair."
Oh man, you are correct.
But no, she I think at the point that the entire top of my head is no longer attached to my body, I don't care about going to prison. I wouldn't have the strength to try to half-ass kill this cop that just saved me. I don't know, but she does try. She gets the knife and starts swinging it at him, and then this leads to the little fight that has the transition you were just going to talk about.
Yes, so they're fighting, and then I think Riggs, like threw her to. I want to say the window, but the window.
It was a mirror. It was a mirror.
Okay, it was a mirror. Yes, so it was a. She threw it to the mirror, and the mirror transitioned to an opening door, and I would say that is the coolest shot in probably the whole series.
It's amazing. I'm trying to think of a series like because you want to say it almost doesn't even belong in Saw. It goes hand in hand with the car shot from the first movie.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of another series where this would be appropriate in. I can't think of one. I think I just wish Saw did this more.
yeah. I think they put so much. So I saw like this montage. So I was watching this film. Then later back, I was like, let me look at the transitions. So I check on YouTube again, and like I feel like it's like every scene pretty much is like a transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, this had the most transitions in the whole series. But
Which is
yes,
weird because the director Darren Lynn Bousman, he's the one that did Saw 2, 3, and 4.
yeah,
So why didn't Saw 2 and 3 have this? Is it the cinematography guy?
maybe,
David A. Armstrong? He also did Saw 2 and Saw 3 and Saw 4 and Saw 5 and Saw 6. So what I'm saying is why didn't we get this in other stuff?
maybe,
Why is it just here?
maybe they want to try something, and then maybe people didn't like it, so they just stopped doing it.
That's insane. I think they struck gold here as far as the transitions. Transitions are definitely the best part of this movie.
Definitely. So we pretty much in that transition we went back to the FBI's and Jigsaw's ex-wife, and they were explaining what happened with Jigsaw and Jill. Pretty much like their relationship was kind of like it's kind of weird, I guess, because Jigsaw didn't want to tell her what he was doing the entire time. Because they kind of rented that. What I mean, the original thing he's supposed to like rent that whole warehouse for his engineering stuff, right?
Yeah. So this movie uh kind of covers
Like
why
the whole background.
John
Yeah.
becomes a
Yeah.
killer. Now, in our Saw 3 conversation, we didn't talk about what movie has the scene where John gets in the car wreck? What movie covers that? Is that 2 or 3? Because that's happened by now already.
Yeah, it's happened. That was, I believe that was 2.
Well, we must have missed that back in 2, because we learn the idea behind putting people in saw traps is John tried to kill himself after his cancer diagnosis
Yeah.
by like crashing his car off a bridge or whatever, but it didn't kill him. It like impaled him through like shrapnel and whatever, and he found the will to live through that pain and survived it, and that's where he got the idea to like cleanse other people's lives through the same kind of experience. But before that even happened, we get lots of flashbacks in this movie where John is happy and he's with his wife, and his wife is pregnant.
Yeah.
She's pregnant and she works at, I think, a methadone clinic,
Yes.
like a to help people addicted to narcotics.
Yeah.
And there's a point, a rather uncomfortable point, where one of these I will lovingly call smackheads comes in and he like, oh, let me in, I forgot my jacket, like as they're closing, and
Yeah.
his Jigsaw's pregnant wife is like, oh, I just gotta leave and go home and be pregnant. He's like, oh, I left my jacket, can you please let me back in? And she's like, I'll go get your jacket. And
First of all, he's a weird guy.
his name is Cecil.
Cecil Adams.
Yeah, he's kind of like skeevy a little bit.
Yeah.
We introduced to him in one flashback, and then it's this flashback where he's like, "Oh, just let me inside," and then he essentially ends up busting his way in, and then like holding a gun or a knife to her, and then being like, "I'm gonna go steal all the methadone you got, idiot!" And then she runs in, or he runs in, and I don't know why she stuck around at this point. Like it's her job to protect the clinic, the pregnant woman.
She just leave.
Probably should have waddled her way outside and told John, like, hey, the place is getting robbed, call the police. But she stood there and waited, and then she kind of walked forward and was like, Cecil, and then Cecil kicks the door in, and very uncomfortably the door smacks into her big pregnant belly, which causes like an immediate miscarriage.
Yeah. That was kind of sad. Also, meanwhile, Jigsaw was, waiting for her in the alley. That's weird that they have to leave in the back alley. Why not just in the front?
This entire city is back alleys. This entire city is awful back alleys and abandoned warehouses.
Yeah, it's weird. Meanwhile, that was happening. Jigsaw had his window open, and I think a lady just came by.
Well, it wasn't just a lady. It was the girl from Saw 2.
Yes,
You're
right.
The dumb one that put her hand in the razor blade boxes.
Yeah, I forgot her name, but yeah, that was her. And Jigsaw.
She was being a lady of the night, and she was like, "Hey, Jigsaw, you want to, pay for services?" And he's like,
"No.
You know what this building is? It's a building that helps people, and one day I'm gonna help you. Get out of here."
That happened.
So John witnessed like this horrible miscarriage of his little baby, who he was gonna call Gideon.
Yes.
Which I want to point out, John was gonna name his baby boy after like, he was so proud to name it after like a steelworkers warehouse that he built. I'm like, what? You're naming it after like the first thing you built, but it's like a company brand name. That's your son, dude. That's weird.
He's proud of his work, He's an engineer.
Okay. But Abrar, if you were a construction worker and your first ever job was to build a Burger King,
right?
You're not going to name your son Burger King.
I'll probably call him like B.
If he was a McDonald's, would you call your son Ronald?
Maybe. Or
Ronald
Mickey D's.
Doesn't sound so bad, I guess.
No. But yeah, so that flashback happened, and we're back to the present where Riggs is still going through his tests, and the next trap. This one is kind of like ew. The
Oh
next,
yeah.
yeah, this one is Rick's next trap was the bedroom trap,
Hmm.
and the guy. Oh man, so this is a big disgusting guy. He was pretty much like, what can I say?
He would, if I'll just rip the band-aid off and I'll say he was a rapist.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so this kind of goes into why I kind of like think this movie is like for some reason this is the movie where they were like, now we're going to talk about sex crimes.
Yeah,
Because the first lady, she was like a pimp for underage girls, which is nasty, and then this guy has like recordings of him like assaulting women, which is nasty. And
yeah,
um the next one isn't sexual per se, but it is domestic abuse.
yes,
So that's, well, I don't know. Is there implied sexual abuse? I certainly hope not. But yeah, this one is the one where it's just like none of the other Saw movies do this.
it's just this
And
one.
I'm not gonna say they have no right to. I'm just saying it feels weird that it was just like, all right, we're in the fourth movie now. Now we're gonna do sexual crimes, and then everyone felt gross, and they're like, oh, we're never gonna do it again. I appreciate that they never do it again because it just doesn't work here, really. It's just,
No,
it's a different kind. You know what I'll say, and maybe other people watch this and don't feel the same way, or maybe I'm crazy, but it's the wrong kind of uncomfortable for a Saw movie.
yeah, you're not enjoying it.
No, definitely not.
You,
And,
you,
and,
you,
and plus, it does this thing where I think you kind of like lose the point of the trap once you learn, like, because what this trap is for Rig, what this test is for Rig, 'cause it's not a trap for him.
no,
He has to hook this guy into his own trap, where he has to
yeah,
chain him down to the bed, presumably the bed where he committed horrific crimes. And he has to like hook him up to this device where you push a button to have like a little scythe come down and pierce your eye out. And if he pierces both his eyes out, he gets to leave. And if he doesn't do it in time, then all the chains rip him apart, right?
yeah, or like just
Um,
dismember him.
yeah. And so, but like once you see what this guy is, you're like, I don't care if this guy passes his test. I want him
Exactly.
gone. You're like
Yeah,
completely disconnected from the idea. I feel nothing for this guy.
he
Experience.
deserved it.
Absolutely. So I think you kind of lose yourself in that once you add that, because like uh there are people in like Saw 2 that were like, oh, I'm a drug dealer, or the guy from Saw 1 that called in sick from work.
Oh
Compare
god.
him to this guy, right?
Oh my god.
Like, how is that fair for that guy that got lit on fire because he called out of work one day, and this guy is doing the most foul thing you can even imagine?
The worst thing.
And yeah, and then it's not on the same level.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy this trap. I'm glad he was like dead, but
Yeah,
he kind of looked like Peter Griffin.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was like, why is Peter doing this stuff? That's not good.
That's, you know what? I'm not going to disagree with you in the sense that he was a round, fat white guy
Yeah,
wearing a white t-shirt.
yeah. Also, don't wear white beaters if you're that big. It does not look good.
Yeah,
You,
yeah.
you don't look good. I mean, you look like a bad guy.
I think he was supposed to not look good.
Yeah, sure.
Because that's another thing. I think they, making the movie, they wanted to make him like a caricature of a disgusting, gross man.
Yeah,
Because obviously, the fact that he's a rapist, that's gross enough. But then
yeah,
they're like, they hired a rather plus-size gentleman, shall we say,
sure.
and they made him like sweaty and put him in the tiniest wife beater possible, and he's just lumbering around. Yeah, he's like balding too. They went out of their way to make this guy not look so good. What is the guy's name?
His name is Alvin Lansness.
Ivan. His name's
Ivan.
Ivan.
What did I say?
You said Alvin. I don't know. I
Alvin.
don't even know. Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I'm glad he's gone. Riggs is on the next thing. The next thing was what you mentioned was it's called a spike trap.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I may have some breaking important news here.
What happened?
This guy might have a YouTube channel.
Oh no! Does he does not look the same or?
He looks the same.
Oh.
Oh no! This is not his YouTube channel. This is a YouTube video that features him for some video that does not have a lot of views.
Oh
right.
no!
This may not be that big of breaking news. This is like the equivalent of like me being on your podcast because I was in some movies, you know.
Hey,
But
you're
you
a
know what?
celebrity.
I never played a rapist
Thank God.
that you know of.
Yeah.
So,
Also, like to take that role, come on now. I think I know it's acting, but I don't know. It's just weird. But yeah, Riggs is on to his next thing. It's called the spike trap. It's between those two people so they're in this predicament because Riggs, did he slap the guy?
So yeah, we learn via flashback that there's a situation at like a elementary school or something where was he?
Did he just? He was like a principal, I believe.
It's what it implied. He's like a principal, but then like his wife is there. Does his wife work there too? It's not very clear.
No,
and it's why this movie is worse than the other ones. But so basically, there's this guy at this elementary school who is either the principal or the parent of a student, or potentially both. I don't really know, but he's physically abusive towards this little girl.
Yeah.
It implies it's like, you know, like a teacher like beating or, God, I hope not molesting this little girl, but she's got bruises and stuff, and he acts all creepy, like telling her to shush and stuff like that, and he says something off color to Rig, and Rig just decides to knock his lights out, which
he duked him out.
Yeah. But the point is, it's this guy from Rig's past that we now know is like abusive some way or another. Turns out he's also abusive to his wife.
Yeah.
And so the trap here that we get to is the wife and the guy are pierced together through like some
spears.
Metal spikes. They're like there's like construction like rebar pipes or something.
Yeah.
And the gimmick is they're stabbed through her like non-lethally, like they're not puncturing anything important through her, but through him they're hitting a bunch of like major arteries. And if she pulls them out, she'll save herself and kill him.
Yeah.
And the idea for her is like rid yourself of your abuser, which she almost immediately does. She does not hesitate, which props to her.
Yes.
So by the time that Rig gets there, the guy's already dead, and she only has like one spike remaining. She's basically won. And Rig like helps her pull out the last one. And as far as like the test for Rig, this is the entire test for him tonight has just been like learning, kind of like an indoctrination, like, hey dude, you should be Jigsaw kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like the first one is he helps this lady who doesn't deserve to be helped, and then she tries to kill him. And then the second one is like, look how horrible this guy is, put him in the trap, he'll learn his lesson. And then he does that. And then now it's like, look at this woman who's freed herself from this horrible thing because she went through this trap. It had the potential basically to create a new follower in this Jigsaw saga.
Pretty much.
But did it work? We'll get
No.
there.
Yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, pretty much they both died. There was like no winning here, of course. When Hoffman and the other investigators, I believe the FBI was there too. They were investigating it, but then I think they set up some type of trap where one of the photographers got stabbed by the rod in the face.
Yeah, so the FBI agents are investigating. I don't even remember what scene it is. It's where the hell are they when they're doing that? They might be at the school at this point.
Yeah, they're at the spike trap. It was the same.
Oh, so they do. Oh, that's right. No, you're correct because when Rig leaves,
Yeah,
because like he says this whole thing, he's like, because he gets the spike out of the lady, and she's still like hanging there. She's like safe, but she's still like stuck up there until she gets herself down. He says like, "You got to help yourself down," and it's like a cold moment, but he immediately walks out and like trips a fire alarm on purpose to get the cops to come here and save her. So that's cool. But then yeah, you're right. The FBI agents go to the school and they're all investigating the area. And then someone touches something they're not supposed to, and it just like fires off a spike and hits some poor photographer woman in the head and kills her immediately.
yeah, that's kind of messed up.
It's a moment of like mass hysteria where everyone's like, "Oh shit! Oh god! Oh no!" But Strom kind of just like takes Perez into the next room and keeps asking her questions, and she's like, "I don't know how to answer questions right now."
Well, speaking of them, they went to, I don't know if it's in the same, I believe it's in the same school. They went to this little room with our favorite puppet,
Our boy Billy is there,
Billy.
and Billy, through John's voice, says something a little cryptic where he's like, I think what he says is he's like, to find the thing you're looking for, you just have to move out of the way or something. What Billy says is get out of the way or I'm going to shoot you in the face.
Yeah.
And she does not get out of the way, and then she gets shot in the face. But it's not by a bullet. It like shoots.
It's like shards.
It's shrapnel.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
shoots shrapnel into her face, and she goes down, and then they rush her to the hospital, and then she's out of this movie, basically.
Pretty much. So that happened. You're like, great. But then I think they went back to a flashback with Jigsaw and our guy Cecil.
Oh, Cecil. Yeah,
Yes.
he gets put in the first ever Jigsaw trap.
Shout out to him.
And what that is a nifty little device that just holds a bunch of sharp kitchen knives in front of your face, and you have to push your face through them.
It's very simple, but
Yeah.
it looks like it hurts.
Yeah, it's effective. It looks nasty, especially it does the thing that a lot of people in Saw traps do, where they like start doing the painful thing and they get halfway through it and then they give up and then so they have to do it all over again. It's like, no, stop rubbing your face, just go the once.
It hurts, man.
Yeah, but yeah, so he's tied to this chair, he can't move his arms, and he has to get his face through these like knives to get a key to press a button. It was something.
It was something like that. Pretty much he went through those knives. He's all cut and bloody.
Yeah,
No,
he was just kind of shaking around in there for a minute, cutting his face up. But then something that we never see happens. The chair broke. Jigsaw, I guess he wasn't the Jigsaw we know today, where everything he works always. He made a shoddy chair, and I guess we're led to believe he learned from that mistake.
Yeah, he's like year one of Batman. You know, he's just learning all the sticks and stones.
True. That's like Robert Pattinson with the parachute, and he like hits the bridge.
Yeah, and he's like, ouch.
Yeah. So Cecil did not complete his trap, so he did not learn any lesson. So as soon as he breaks out of that chair, he's like, "Oh, you mother this, you son of a this! I'm gonna get you here. I'm gonna beat you up, John." And then John like very easily sidesteps him, and Cecil just like tumbles into like a big bed of razor wire, and we assume dies in there.
I guess so. I would say he's an idiot. I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
He's an idiot. John Kramer just weaved him, and he just went into that trap. So he basically
Yeah.
made. So I think he wanted. He was expecting that maybe for the first trap for him to succeed.
No, I think that was a complete coincidence. I
guess
think
so.
John just got really lucky. Also, I'm certain that this is where John's sense of like entitlement to I'm not a murderer, I don't kill people. It comes from Cecil killing himself here.
Yes, that is true. Well, he got him.
Yeah.
Rig. We're not back to Riggs, right?
Yeah, Riggs' next thing is he's about to find the final room, which has Hoffman and Donnie Wahlberg in it. So he's almost done with his whole thing.
Yeah. That one is called the Ice Black Trap, where you mentioned before between the Hoffman on the little thing and what's his face, Eric Matthews on the ice. So remember Riggs' whole thing is about patience, and he got to learn about that, right? And it's his obsession. But there were only, I would say, do you know how many minutes left before he barged in? I think it was like
when he actually gets in that room,
yeah,
it was legitimately like 1 second.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was tragically close. I'm trying to remember at this point because the other thing that ends this movie is what's Strom doing, and so obviously Perez is taken to the hospital.
Yeah.
But Strom, how does Strom get to where he goes? I do not remember that.
I think he was giving clues of where was the warehouse was.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't supposed to find out because he's not on any test yet. He wasn't supposed to get there. He pieced together what I made fun of earlier, the fact that his son's name was Gideon and then the Gideon warehouse.
Yes.
So he's like, I'm going to go to the Gideon warehouse, and that's where he goes. So this is all, it's doing the Saw thing where two things are happening at once. So we're going to pick one, go with that first. I guess we'll do the rig thing first.
Yeah, let's do the rig. So Rig found out where both the detectives are. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, remember, if once the 2 hours are done, Hoffman and Matthews are saved. Also, with the guy who's controlling this thing is the Art Blank guy.
Yeah, the guy with his mouth stitched shut in the beginning. We learn a little bit earlier through, again, more flashbacks, that Art was like John's lawyer.
Yes.
And they were like business partners or whatever. And so they knew each other. And Art basically is the Zepp of this movie.
Yes, I agree.
It's funny, actually, when it's revealed, because, Art's in the whole thing. We're only just talking about him now in this trap, but he's with Hoffman and Donnie Wahlberg the whole time, and he's like wearing a beanie and like a big jacket, and I don't know if we're supposed to not know who he is.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He has big scars on his mouth.
Yeah,
from when he ripped his mouth open.
Yeah.
So immediately I'm like, that's the guy. But then there's a part where he like takes the beanie off. And it like very quickly like flashes back to the mouth ripping open part, and I'm like, oh, was I not supposed to know that?
Maybe
it actually makes him more similar to Zepp than I even meant, because there's the whole part in Saw 1 where you see the side of Zepp's face all the time, but they never actually reveal him, so you're not supposed to know it's Zepp, but you're like, hey, that's Zepp.
Yeah, pretty much. It is similar from the first one.
Yeah, so when he takes the big jacket off, he's got like this big device on him that's clearly like, oh, he's still in his own game.
Yeah.
So his trap
is called the Spine Cutters.
Ooh, well, they don't in the movie. They never even really explained what that device would have done.
No, they
I
didn't.
mean, obviously, the name kind of gets that across. I didn't know it was called that.
It says here these pliers were aimed at Art's neck and would cut his spine if he didn't follow the orders given to him.
It makes sense.
Ouch.
Makes sense. So what Art does is he's been overseeing this the entire time and stopping Donnie Wahlberg from falling off the ice the whole time. And at this point, he walks up to Donnie Wahlberg and he's like, "All right, the game's almost over. Take this," and he gives him a gun, puts it in his hand, and he's like, "You're gonna want to stop anyone from coming through that door right there."
Man.
And at this point, we see that the door is rigged up with some sort of like wire or something. It's rigged to a device that should anyone bust through the door, something's gonna happen with a big like block of ice above Donnie Wahlberg.
Yeah.
And basically, as we've echoed a few times through this discussion, Riggs' entire lesson he was supposed to learn is don't be obsessed, run through, like don't be the first to the door, let people save themselves.
Yeah, be patient.
Like I do, like Jigsaw does. Let them save themselves. Be patient. Rig obtained like none of that knowledge. He didn't listen a single word apparently the whole night. He kicks that door down. Donnie Wahlberg shoots him in the arm.
Yeah.
The door gets flung open with literally 1 second left on the clock. If it had gotten to 0, nothing would have happened.
Nope.
And everyone could have walked away perfectly fine. But instead, Rig kicks the door down with 1 second left. I think before he gets shot, he shoots Art, doesn't he?
He did shoot Art.
I know he didn't kill Art right away because there's a whole bit on the ground where they're yelling at each other. But so he shoots Art. Donnie Wahlberg shoots Rig. They both go down. The doors open, which means Tom and Jerry style, 2 giant blocks of ice swing down and just smash Donnie Wahlberg's head like a watermelon.
Rest in peace.
He's gone. He's finally out of his misery.
Yeah, I actually felt happy-ish because he's been in the hellhole for the longest time.
Yeah, I think, again, if I'm Donnie, I'd rather get shot than have my head smashed by ice, but that's fine, at least it's over.
I mean, that was instant. He won't feel that.
Yeah, maybe you're right, yeah.
Because you get shot. Well, he did feel all that pain from his foot, but...
True, that's true. So, Rig is down, Art is down, Donnie's dead, and it leaves Hoffman to fry in the water and electricity and stuff. So Rig and Art are like having like a little standoff on the ground where Rig is like starting to bleed out, and he's like holding the gun on Art, and he's like, "Show me your fucking hands, don't move, whatever." And Art's just like, "Dude, I'm just trying to press play on this tape recorder," and Rig shoots him in the head. So Art's gone now. And the tape recorder starts playing. He's like, "Hello, Detective Rig. If you're listening to this, that means you failed the test, and I'm very disappointed in you. Yada yada. You did not learn to not run through the door. It's everything that we already talked about. How he didn't learn his lesson. And then the big twist here.
The big twist was Hoffman just got off the little thing and." He was behind the whole thing.
He's our new Jigsaw, Detective Hoffman.
Oh, yes.
He was never in any danger. I don't even think he was tied down. He was just sitting there.
Probably.
It clearly did not electrocute him. That was fake. He gets up and he, I guess he kills Rig, right?
He killed... No, he left him alone. I mean, he was bleeding out, so he just left him.
I mean, we know that Rig dies, but I guess he just bleeds out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he gives him the game over type dealio.
I know. Yeah.
So Rig failed. He's gone. He dies, and the rest of the twist comes in on Strom's end.
Yes.
Where he gets to the building that he thinks he's gonna find everything at, and he makes it through this warehouse, and he comes across a gnarly scene of a woman whose head has been turned into chili, and there's a dead lady on the ground, and there's a dead John Kramer on a table, and there's a dumbass holding a gun and a saw, and that dumbass is Jeff.
Yep.
And the twist is this movie has been happening concurrent to Saw 3. It's all at the same time.
I just want to say, John Kramer doing two people's tests at the same time.
Man, he had to get it in because he was busy. He was on his way out, you know?
Yeah, but the thing is, all that planning, how long does that take?
He's a smart guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the end of Jeff's story is that Strom shoots him.
Yes.
Jeff's like, I gotta get my daughter, and Strom just shoots him, and he's gone.
I'm guessing that daughter died.
You would guess incorrectly, and we'll get to that in the next movie.
Oh, I'll watch that. But yes, so let's rewind back to what we first talked about, the autopsy. So when Hoffman played the tape in his stomach, it basically said, Hoffman, you're the new guy. You're taking control of everything.
Yeah.
And
it was vaguely threatening too, because he was the tape was saying stuff like, "You think you will walk away untested." So we'll see how that plays out.
The thing that kind of made me piss is in that tape he said to Hoffman, "All right, the games is just getting started, dude. This is the fourth film."
We got more to go. We got all the way to 10 this year.
Oh my goodness.
4 isn't even halfway. Yeah, so another kind of semi-twist, I guess. It's kind of funny at this point, is that the warehouse that Donnie Wahlberg's at and Rig just died in and all this other stuff, it's the same warehouse. It's just like the other end. So Hoffman's already here, and he like locks Strom in the room with the dead John Kramer.
Yes.
Which is our cliffhanger leading to the next one. Although it doesn't really work that well as a cliffhanger, as like if you're wondering what happens to Detective Strom, because we know that John gets autopsied, so somebody found that body, so somebody found Strom, so but that's a Saw 5 conversation. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that. Right now, I have not seen. I don't remember watching Saw. I'm sure I watched Saw 5, but I just don't remember it. Once I rewatch it soon, I'll probably remember everything.
I don't want to get your hopes up, but I think Saw 5 is worse than Saw 4.
That's what people have said. Saw 5 is the worst one, except 7. That they said that's the seventh one is the worst one.
7 is definitely the worst one. But Saw 5 is...
It's up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, out of these 4 films right now, do you think they should end the series right here?
No, I don't think they have any reason to. I think at this point in time, I mean, obviously they're getting to a point storyline-wise where, like I said, they're reaching. They're like, how do we get John back in the movie? How do we...
Yeah.
Whatever. But I already said I like Hoffman, and I kind of like, how they use him a bit, and the fan base at this point in 2007, right? Fan base is still there. They're still getting over $100 million a movie, so they really had no reason to stop at this point. So no, I think they can keep going. If I were back then in 2007 and I was able to give them like one piece of advice, I would just be like, please don't make one 3D. Don't do it. But they wouldn't have listened.
No, man. It was. We're almost to that time where 3D was a thing.
Oh man, especially in horror films, there was like My Bloody Valentine 3D,
Oh yeah,
Piranha 3D,
yeah,
um, 3D. I mean, 3D was really popular at that time thanks to Avatar.
yes. Shout out to
Avatar is what
Avatar.
did that, and that's why for like 10 years, like sometimes you just have to put up with any random movie being in 3D. Like I think when I saw like Thor 2, it was in 3D. I didn't want to see Thor 2 in 3D. But I did because it was like the only way to see it on like that day. And I'm like, God damn it!
How was
But
it in 3D?
pointless. It was. It was.
No, there was that one scene in Thor 2, like they show like, oh, it's 3D. You know that, like when he was trying to get his hammer or something.
Well, it no pointless. Like a movie like I'll say at least Avatar. One of their main points of making that movie was that they were gonna make it 3D, so they like
Yeah,
knew what they were doing. Every other movie being post converted to 3D, it's like pointless, and it's just a way to charge like $15 for a ticket instead of $10 for a ticket. Although now here we are in 2023, and a lot of places 15 is just the normal price.
yeah. And also,
But
3D movies are not a thing ish anymore.
thank the Lord, thank
Uh,
goodness. I don't like 3D as a gimmick when you're a kid. Like there was Spy Kids 3D and Shark Boy and Lava Girl, right? And
yeah,
little kids are like, haha, 3D, I get it. But like if you look at history of movies, it's funny that we're talking about this at the end of Saw 4 and not actually during Saw 7. Oh well. But if you look at the history of movies, like every movie that's slapped 3D on for the gimmick, like Jaws 3D, Friday the 13th 3D, um, it always sucks. It's never good, and it only leads to crap where people are just like, "Oh, look how in your face we are because we're 3D. This guy's head exploded and an eyeball flies at you. Who cares? This is
yeah.
awful.
I think
You're
yeah.
just ruining the movie."
Final Destination was also in 3D as well.
That's another conversation.
But yeah, that's pretty much it for Saw 4. I would say they would. I would say if they stop now, I'll be fine. But yeah, actually, the fourth one we mentioned like all the sex things, but
Yeah,
besides all that, the story wise, I thought it was still good.
yeah.
Um,
I think the reason that this movie kind of skates by, this movie gets another 3 stars from me.
mhm.
I think it's probably on the lower side of 3. Like if Saw 3 was almost 3.5, well this is almost 2.5.
Oh, wow.
It gets a 3 for me because I like Rig. I think like for the most part his story that he goes through in this is kind of interesting. Um the hair trap is something. It's
Yeah.
it's it's definitely the gnarly trap that what I think of when I think of this movie. I like the FBI agents. But yeah, the sexual abuse stuff in this movie is just uncomfortable and it doesn't really fit in this series. And um,
Yeah, it's
yeah, honestly,
uh,
the I think the reason why this movie got like that half-point bump and why it's not 2.5 and why it's 3 instead, it's because Donnie Wahlberg's here and he's just a comforting presence
I agree with that.
until he gets his head smashed by a big block of ice.
That's just terrible. I would give it. So I gave Saw 1 5 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Saw 2, I gave like a 4 out of 5 or something like that. Same thing with Saw 3, I gave 5 out of 5. This one, I am giving it a 3
Mm,
or a
yeah.
3.5. I just love the transitions. That was the best part.
The transitions are really good. I won't deny that.
Yeah. Other than that, this movie was alright. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Saw 4 here. Next episode or whenever it will be Saw 5 and then Saw 6, then Saw 7, and this Jigsaw, and then Spiral, and then Saw 10. We're
Oh
almost there.
man, I'm really excited to talk about one of those movies.
Very nice. We're halfway there, We're almost done with October. Not really. We just started with October. We just kind of start early with the films.
Yeah, as we're recording this, it is October 10th.
It is currently October 10th, 10
Oh
10
no.
23.
You know what's crazy, Abrar? I just
Yeah.
revealed it's October 10th, but this video is not going to come out for like 2 weeks because uh now everyone knows that we recorded our Saw 3 and Saw 4 conversations on the same night, just like the movies happened.
Oh, that's what we did that on purpose.
That's the twist. We got our own twist.
Ha 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 ha. We got you, audience. You're listening now? Ha ha ha.
That's very
Anyways,
nice.
thank you. Well, that's it. Skyler, where can the audience were we just duped, or what did R2 said? Bamboozled, not bamboozled. What did R2 say? Okey doked. Okey doked. That's what he says.
What are you referencing?
Remember R2? He says like you just got
Oh.
okey doked.
Our truth. I don't remember him ever saying that.
Look it back. But yeah, where can they find you on the socials of the internet?
You know what's crazy? I mentioned just now that we recorded the Saw 3 and Saw 4 conversations at the same time on the same night, right?
Yeah.
After our Saw 3 one, I had a good bit. I was like, oh, I've got a funny joke for the next time Abrar asks me, and I've completely forgotten it.
That's okay, man. I'll say that you can follow the Brown Boy Wonders on Apple Podcasts.
Oh, I
and
remember what I was going to say. I was going to say you can find me on the Brown Boy Wonders YouTube channel.
oh, let's not bring that up.
Everyone go check that out. Let's go look up the Brown Boy Wonders. He did a cover of what's that song? Hotline Bling?
Hotline Bling.
Yeah, he did a cover of that. Everyone go listen to that. It's really good. It's a
Okay.
YouTube channel.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. It's my cover of Hotline Bling.
Don't
Is
tell,
called,
don't tell them what it's called. Let them find out.
but it's
Let them
related
find
to
out.
it's related to Zepp's toilet.
No, it is. It very much is. It's the theme song for Zepp's Toilet. But here's what I want everyone to do. This is a good test too. This is the audience's test.
Oh,
If anyone's listened this far, and you enjoyed this program at all, go to the Brown Boy Wonders, all one word, YouTube channel. Go to the video. I guess now you should say what it's called so they know where to go to.
it's called The Poopy Stinks.
There you go. And leave a comment that just, I don't know, tell them how bad the video is. But if we get a comment of how bad the video is here in October of 2023, we know that someone listened this far.
You're correct, but I think my audience would not do that. Or you know what? Just do it. Why not? Who cares?
Wait, you think your audience would not listen this far?
No, I think they will listen this far. I don't know.
I listened this far.
I appreciate that. But you can also follow this podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Hopefully you're listening through there, and also Google Podcasts. I don't know who's listening from there, but there's an audience for that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Any final words?
No.
All right, on 3 we'll say no. Ready? 3,
Okay.
2, 1.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
Whoops! I did not stop.
Oh, this is bonus podcast, bonus.
Bonus. Okay, I'm stopping it right now.
Bing bang.
Welcome to the spooky edition of the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. In this month of October of spookiness, my guests and I are rewatching all the Saw movies. And right now, we're going to talk about Saw 5. My guest here is, he's been there since Saw 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here's Skyler. Skyler, man, how you doing?
I am great. I am great, Abrar.
How you feeling now? We're on Saw 5.
Man,
You want to play a game?
I want to play a game, but I'm starting to get a little tired.
Yeah, we're at that point where, like, you know, past 4 films, you know, they're good, but now we're getting fatigued.
Yeah, we've had our ups and some downs, but we've come too far to turn back now.
Yeah, gotta keep going.
Yeah.
Pretty much like what, 4 more movies left or 5 more movies?
Well, if you count Saw 10, then and this one we're doing now, it's six more movies.
Damn.
Yeah,
Well, we gotta do it, man. It's spooky season.
yeah, it is. It's spooky.
Yeah. I do have a little question for you, or a little
All right,
trivia.
hit me.
All right. Well, I have like, well, okay. I'll hit you. I'll hit you. Okay. Uh, how long did Saw 5 take to film?
Oh God. So this was a year after the last one, right? That it
Yeah.
came out. I probably to film. Um, 3 months.
Wow. That's I mean, you assume for like a movie, it'll take about like 6 or 8 months, right? 3 months. But this took
Yeah.
only 1 month.
Oh, 1 month, huh? Well, I guess most of the stuff they're doing are in it's like the same location. So,
True.
yeah,
But
some movies don't take that long to film. With I'm going to show a little bit of expertise, as we've talked about on a previous episode. I was in a couple movies as a background actor, and the one I'll cite is the baseball comedy The Benchwarmers.
nice.
And I want to say like the main principal photography for that was only like about 3 months, and then the rest
Okay.
was all like post production or just like specific stuff at certain like private locations or whatever. But as far as like all the filming through like, because that movie had a lot of like location shoots at like different baseball fields throughout
Yeah.
Southern California, like in the kind of Los Angeles area, obviously. Um, all that stuff was done, which is a majority of the movie, in about, I think I was on it for about 2 months. So 2 to 3 months, the whole thing, I think. So obviously, if a movie is small enough, like this one certainly is, a shorter filming time isn't that unheard of.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. 1 month is a little short. But speaking of, you just talked about Benchwarmers. Did you meet like the main cast, like David Spade, John Heater?
This has nothing to do with Saw, but yeah, I did.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty
Um,
cool.
yeah, I met all the main guys from that movie. Ones that seem like chill dudes, like John Heater's a chill dude, and David Spade was a chill dude. And then other people who may not be chill dudes, like Rob Schneider, right?
Oh
His
yeah,
his name kind of has some stink on it now, doesn't it? In 2023.
yeah. But I did love him in um is it Mr. Not Mr. Daddy, the Daddy movie, Adam Sandler. Um,
The Daddy movie?
yeah, like he adopts one of the Sprouse brothers.
Oh, Big Daddy.
Big Daddy, yeah, the
Yeah,
Big
that's
Daddy.
that's a great movie.
Yeah,
That's
I liked him in
probably
that one.
one of one of my favorites of Adam Sandler comedies is that one. That's a genuinely good movie.
It is.
Same director, I think, as the Benchwarmers.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, Saw 5 did took about 1 month. What do you think about Saw 1? How long did that took?
Um, that's tricky because that was the cheapest of these movies,
Yeah.
which means they have less time to get everything done in. But also, as far as like filming an actual somewhat budgeted movie, right? It's their first go, and so
Hmm.
maybe more mistakes were made. Um, I'd be surprised if it was much different. Was it like 2 months, or was it also a month? It wasn't less, surely.
Oh, you are mistaken. It is
Oh.
only 18 days.
18 days
Yeah.
for the whole Danny
Whole movie.
Glover.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Whoa, whoa. So did they get Carrie Elways in and out of that bathroom in like 2 days or something?
I guess.
That's nuts. I had no idea.
Yeah, and then Zepp, he took that big shit in the toilet.
Oh, that took at least 4 days.
4 days, yeah. That was really half of the filming.
Yeah.
But yeah, my next question, it's not really trivia, but it's more of a question. Do you want to see a live action Billy the Puppet movie, and who would play him?
All right, I'm a little confused by the question.
Yeah.
Because Billy the Puppet is live action. And Billy the Puppet also is not alive.
I
So
mean,
are you saying like if Billy the Puppet became like Chucky?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Who would play?
All right. Well, I'll
Billy.
answer your first question, which was, do
Okay.
I want to see that?
Yeah.
No, because first of all, that's not what Saw is.
Yeah.
Second of all, we've got plenty of movies about puppets or dolls that kill people, and it doesn't need to be this.
I mean, it doesn't have to be scary. It could be like a rom-com with Billy the Puppet.
Okay, well, if you're putting that on it, then that opens up a whole new world of possibilities. Who could play him?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who do you think?
If he was still little, is that kid from Room, Jacob Tremblay?
Oh, I disagree. I don't care for him very much.
Why? I think he grown up. He's grown now, right? He's like,
Yeah, but I feel like the older he gets, the more I don't like him.
oh,
He was in. I talked about this on a previous episode. He was in the Predator movie.
yeah.
Didn't like him in that. He
Oh,
had
wow.
a small part in Doctor Sleep.
Yes, he did.
He was okay in that, but I mean, no. Okay, I'll give him his props and say he was good for the role that he was.
Mm-hmm.
But he's one of those. I didn't see a character. I was like, oh, there's the kid from Room. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of. Oh, I dare say I don't like this small child. What a fucking thing to say.
uh,
No, he's all right.
yeah, he's good. But yeah, who would play him for you?
Um,
I'm
Jack
trying to think of
Black.
any Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, Jack Black has.
If you do Jack Black, you can go either way. You can be a romantic comedy where
Yeah.
someone has
Nacho
to
Libre.
date a little puppet. Yeah, it can be an action comedy or it can be a horror comedy. It's gonna be a comedy no matter what you do, but you can play with the genre a little bit.
Definitely. Okay, Jack
Maybe
Black and Jacob.
maybe the kid that was McLovin,
Oh, what's his face?
Christopher Mintz-Plasse. I don't, however you say his name.
I can see that.
People call him McLovin.
Yeah, he's McLovin.
That's what his legacy is, and that's his own fault.
Well, this episode is about Saw 5. You're about like 10 minutes into this episode. Saw 5. Saw 5 came out in 2008. And we have some new cast members. We got Megan Good as Luba Gibbs. Megan Good, she's a good actress. I'm surprised she was in this film. She was also in Shazam.
Oh yeah, she was, wasn't she?
Yeah, and like in many other things. I don't know if you saw the movie Intruder with Dennis. What's his name? His son is in The Boys.
Oh, Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid. So she was in Intruder with his film, and that was a dumb movie, but it was fun to watch.
Okay.
Another new cast member is Carlo Rota as Charles, or I kind of want to call him Ricky Gervais. Kind of look like him.
So just for reference, for people listening, picture a man that looks absolutely nothing like Ricky Gervais, and that's this guy.
Okay, maybe he sound like him.
That is insane. You have face blindness. This guy looks nothing like Ricky Gervais. He looks more like Stanley Tucci.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He has Stanley Tucci's like face, but he has like Ricky Gervais' voice.
No, once again, sounds nothing. Sounds nothing like Ricky Gervais. Why are you so desperate to connect this man to Ricky Gervais?
When I see him, it's Ricky.
No. No, you know what? If people listen to this and then watch the movie and they'd be like, well, who's the guy that's supposed to be Ricky Gervais? They'd have no idea that it's him.
All right.
You're an insane person.
That's okay.
I'll say though that this guy was also in the movie Brick Mansions with Paul Walker. Remember that?
Yes. I remember that, but I did not see that film. I only saw the trailer.
You never saw that film?
No, is it good?
You know what's really crazy?
Yeah.
I've also never seen that film.
Well, I think we have to do a rewatch on that then. Well, not rewatch.
Yeah, sure.
Watch first time.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Another new cast member is Greg Burgak as Malik Scott.
I think that's probably pronounced Brick.
Oh. Is it Brick?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore.
And their last new well, it does matter. I mean, they're in the film. We also got Laura Gordon as Ashley, and we got Mark Rolston as FBI Erickson. He's also in Rush Hour.
Of course. I can't escape that goddamn movie.
You cannot. You have to watch it. Just watch it with me in the future. Come on now. Deal?
All right, deal.
All right, deal.
We'll
so
get it done.
We'll get it done.
I can't. Can't even resist it anymore.
The budget. What do you think the budget was for this film?
$10 million.
Yeah, you're close. 10.8 million. And the box office. What do you think? What it was?
Man, I never remember how much. Last one was a dip.
It was a big dip.
Last one got less. Last one was like 120 million.
Last one was 139, but the budget was 10 million.
Yeah, well, that's still quite a bit of money.
I'll tell you this: it is another big dip.
Another dip. It goes back. It goes further down.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Saw 4 was 139, as I think I mentioned before.
I guess
so this one is.
I shouldn't be surprised because they are right. They're getting worse right now. So I guess that makes sense. Are we at just like 100 million?
You're still around there. It's 118 million.
118.
So it lost like another 20 million. Or not another, but like it lost 20 million.
Not lost, but it made less. Yeah.
Yeah, it made less. Yeah, made less. But yeah, so we're going to that direction. But I think Saw 6, if I did the research, I think it went up. But we'll find out in the next episode. But yeah, your thoughts on Saw 5 over initial thoughts.
Well, as we progress through this series, talking about this series, my fatal flaw of how I watch them is becoming laid bare because I shotgunned them like all back to back in like a week.
Damn.
And now here we are like 2.5 weeks later, and I have to remember Saw 5, which is not the memorable Saw movie.
Yeah.
So I gotta really think. This movie is not great. All right, so Saw 1 was great, and Saw 2 was good, and Saw 3 was alright, and Saw 4 was eh. And I would label Saw 5 not good.
Okay.
There's stuff in it that's probably good. I just have to remember what it is. It's forgettable, really.
Yeah.
Walk me through it. Let's go through the story, and then maybe I'll change my tune and be like, "Oh yeah, that part was cool. Oh yeah, that trap was good. Oh yeah, that character was good." None of the characters are good in this one. I'm throwing that out now.
Oh well, for me,
with the exception of our kind of main two characters being Hoffman and Agent Strom.
Yes.
Like their kind of story, like the chase between those two, is the interesting part of this movie.
Yeah.
And it ends tragically.
Yeah, I agree. So for this one, it's not. I think so. A lot of people say it's one of the worst Saw films, but I think it's okay. There's less traps or like less memorable traps, but I think as you mentioned, this chase. I think that's the best part of the whole film.
It's probably the worst Saw film like of the series so far. But if you're looking at like the original set of like all seven, no, this is
Yeah,
not the worst one. We know what the worst one is.
yeah, but I feel like for this one, it's like a little breather from like what we've been seeing so far. It's like a little, like you kind of relax when you're trying to watch this film.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, let's just get into it. So in the last movie, Saw 4, pretty much Hoffman's a new Jigsaw. When he found out through Mr. Kramer's stomach.
Yeah.
But yeah, so now the first trap, the movie starts out with the first trap, and that's the pendulum trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is okay. It's fairly straightforward. It's this guy who did he beat his girlfriend?
Okay, so he's important to the story.
He
at
is.
the end.
I remember how he ties back into the story in like a flashback later. I'm just trying to remember how they say it now. I think he like beat his girlfriend or
I don't think it's Biba. I think he killed.
he did kill her eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the trap is he's strapped to a table, there's like a pendulum lowering above him, and to get out all he has to do is press buttons that crush his hands.
Yeah.
Which he does. And the hand crushing thing is pretty good. um,
It's crunchy.
yeah, it's crunchy all right. It does this effect that you see kind of a couple times in this movie of something being squished and then kind of grotesquely pops. Like you see, oof, paints a bad picture, but you see like the blood shoot from his fingertips a little bit.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable, but it's a good effect that the hand part. There's
But
not
when it
much.
came to the
Yeah, go for it.
when it came to the slicing dicing, there were some, as you mentioned before, blood splatter.
Yeah,
So that one's like it's okay.
yeah.
Um,
The pendulum gets to because he crushes both of his hands, but the pendulum doesn't stop,
yeah, it just keeps going.
so
It's,
it
it's an
kills him.
unwinnable trap.
Kills him anyways, and he's shouting something like, "I did it! I did what I was supposed to!" And then he dies. But as he's dying, he like makes eye contact with someone watching from the other
To the
room.
door.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll find out who that person is.
Yeah, I mean, people who watch the other ones probably already know.
There's a lot of dumb people out there. No, I'm not saying that my audience is dumb, but do
Mm,
not. I shouldn't say that at all. I apologize to
what
everyone.
Abrar is saying is, statistically speaking, if you are listening to this, there's a chance you are dumb.
I'll say like
That's what Abrar is saying. I would never say that.
0.1%.
Ooh. He doesn't even have 100% faith in you, is what he's saying.
No, all right. Let's go. Let's move on. To the next thing. So, what's his name? Peter Strom.
Strom.
Strom, the Gilmore Girls guy.
Gilmore Girls, yeah.
So the baseball. Okay, I'll call him baseball cap.
Sure.
So baseball cap guy. He got trapped in the place where Jigsaw died and Amanda died. That place because Hoffman closed the door.
Yeah,
He's
the medical room or
medical
whatever.
room. It's like Yeah. So he found a secret door, he went through there, and then I think he got like what? He got not recognized, tranquilized,
Yeah,
and then
drugs or whatever.
yeah, whatever. By the big mask person, and I think that was Hoffman as well.
Yeah, it had to be.
Had to be. So you found him in a cube. His head is stuck in a cube, and it's called the water cube. Uh, so this one is also like a non-winnable trap as well. Most of these are not.
Yeah.
Pretty much the water. There's tubes. Water will fill into the cube, and he's gonna suffocate if he doesn't. What was his thing? Do you remember?
Well, that's the thing about the water cube is it's not a trap, it's not a test. It's just an execution.
Yeah.
I guess immediately watching this, you're like, well, you had him drugged. Why don't you just shoot him? Why don't you just stab him? Why don't you just kill him? Because Strom does get out of this. He cheats his way out of this. But very clearly, Hoffman did not intend that. He's upset that it happened. He wanted Strom to die here. I guess the reason he put him in the cube was to make it look like he died in a trap. But any investigator in this town from the past, 5 movies is gonna know, like, okay, there's no tape, there's no TV, there's no puppet, there's no clues, there's no nothing. This isn't they're gonna know this was an unwinnable thing, and they're gonna be suspicious about that. So I have no idea what his actual plan was killing Strom that way. He could have just shot him in the head, and he did not.
Yeah, but he escaped from the water cube. He got a little straw from his pocket, and
It was his pen, I think.
Was his pen? Okay, it was his pen, and then he poked his throat to make so he can breathe, and eventually he got out. And when he was in the ambulance, you see Hoffman holding Jeff's child that was in the safe or in the trap room
Yeah.
to show that he's not part of this whole thing.
Yeah, he's taken the credit for saving the child that he probably abducted himself.
Yeah. So that's one thing, and then later on you'll find out that he was being honored for like some type of police thing because and you can see like the pictures of each cop who died, like Tap, Singer, Hoffman, Donnie Wahlberg,
Yeah.
and Carrie,
Mm-hmm.
and
Rig from the last movie.
and Rig, yes, Rig. Shout out to Rig. But yeah, so pretty much Hoffman's being honored. He's like, he's doing all this work. Meanwhile, also you see Strom. He doesn't have a clear voice now because he kind of poked his throat.
Yeah. Him escaping like that was pretty clever.
Yeah.
Bursting the pen into whatever it's called. Well, his throat essentially.
His throat, yeah.
Creating a separate airway to not drown. Because I don't even think we mentioned that the box, filled up with water to drown him. I mean, it's called the water box. I guess you could have assumed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was able to not drown that way, and then he kind of I don't know the rest of the movie, but for a good chunk of the movie, he speaks raspy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He got a little Clint Eastwood in him.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
I think in later scenes you see him in a hospital or in a hospital room with Hoffman, and they were discussing about Perez.
Oh yeah, his partner from the last film, who got a bunch of shrapnel to the face.
Yeah, so it looks like Hoffman. Well, we don't know if Perez is alive or dead at this point, but we'll find out in the next movie.
Yeah. I mean, the odds are the fact that we don't know, kind of a hint.
It's a huge hint.
whether she's alive or dead. Because I feel like if she was one way or the other, we would certainly know. But the fact that it's a mystery is like, well, I wonder why that's a mystery.
Well, we'll find out. But let's get into our four. Oh, it's called the Fatal Five trial. We got our Ricky Gervais. We got Making
Nope.
Good.
Mm.
We got Ashley, and we got Mr. Scott. But yeah, what's your thoughts on this trial?
This is definitely the weak part of this movie. Is these five characters, their trials they have to go through. It's just not interesting. I'm not gonna say it's boring because, well, no, it is kind of boring in the sense that, as we'll learn, most of the traps that they have to go through are kind of boring. And if you have any brain at all, you know what like the answer is. The answer that is the answer all the way through. And then you get to the end and they finally figure it out and you're like, duh, we've had that for the last hour.
Yeah, it's not a good. I would say that they're so much better. This group is so much better than Saw 2 group. Because this one they were at least kind of working together, kind of.
They start to work together only when it's way too late. And even when they do work together, they work together in a way that doesn't work together. Like, in Saw 2, they all stumbled around and kind of yelled at each other, and it's the group project not working together, right?
Yeah.
And they don't accomplish anything at all in Saw 2. In this one, they keep progressing, but they're progressing in a way that is only hurting them.
Yeah, it's like Tom and Jerry. You don't know what they're gonna do.
You're full of colorful analogies tonight that I'm just never understanding.
The honest one know what I'm saying.
The first trap that the first puzzle that these five need to go through is they're all chained or like tied to this device that's like going to pull them back against the wall with like these razor blades. Essentially, if they don't get their key to unhook themselves from it, which is on the other side of the room, by the time the timer's up, they'll get yanked back and they'll be decapitated. Every single one.
Yeah, this one's called the necktie trap. Pretty much they all woke up and they're like, hey, what the hell's going on? But Charles, for some reason, he knows everybody.
Yeah. We learn slowly throughout the each room that we go to that all these people are connected. Just like every time there's a big group of people, they always are all connected. The guy who looks nothing like Ricky Gervais.
Come on.
His connection is that he's a reporter, so he knows who everyone is. And he uses that information to just shit talk everyone constantly.
Yeah.
At no point does he ever shut up. He's always just like, oh, daddy's little rich boy, or oh, this girl knows something about bad stuff. And everyone's like, dude, what are you talking about? And then he'll just shut up and he won't say anything until the next time he finds it appropriate to slam someone with some verbal comment.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say now, like why all of them were there. It's because I think so. 3 of them, they were part of like some arson cover up.
Yeah,
of an apartment.
So one of the ladies,
it was Ashley,
was like a real estate woman.
Yeah,
and they wanted to like clear out this like lot and like get rid of this building. So she hired this junkie guy who's also in the trap to burn down the building, but there were people in the building that got killed. And then one of them was like she worked for like, was it the fire department, like first responders, and she helped cover it up. And then the reporter guy also like buried the story, covered it up. they're all connected in through like covering up this arson that killed somebody.
Yeah.
That's their connection, and it's just not terribly interesting. In my like, they all did something bad. Well, yeah, everyone who's in a trap does something bad, and there's like different, in my opinion, there's different things like later in the series. I won't say what yet, but when we talk about Jigsaw, we'll talk about revelations of some bad stuff people did that I think is pointless in a different way.
Mm.
But you know what? Comparing what these 5 people did, I think the next movie, Saw 6, like they're able to tell the story of something bad someone did in a much more interesting way.
Yeah, 6 has a better
Through line.
story. Yeah,
And it even connects to John more than not at all.
definitely. But for this one, Ashley died in the necktie trap. She was the last one not able to
Yeah.
make it.
So part of the gimmick is like, to get to the box of keys, you have to fight against your restraint, but the more one person makes it towards the keys, it pulls everyone else back. And so
Yeah.
the timer starts ticking, and like one by one, they all start kind of fighting against each other to make it to the key. And by the time that the timer's up, Ashley's the only person who didn't get her key. Now, watching this trap go through, right off the bat, immediately, you're like, there's 100 different ways you could all survive this. And they chose the one way to not survive it. So they could have just said, all right, everyone, one at a time. If everyone had gone one at a time and got their respective key, they would have been fine. If they sent one person up to get all 5 keys, they would have been fine. Or as we learn at the end, and I think this is kind of unfair, one key would have worked on everyone's lock.
Yeah.
They didn't look. They didn't even try to look. Whatever. But no, the one way that people were to die was if they just don't work together. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, what Jigsaw says when he starts the trap, he's like, "Hey, work together." Like, he says it in a Jigsaw way, where he's like, "Sometimes your survival can depend on other whatever." He's Jigsaw, but essentially, if you're paying attention at all, work together and you will survive. And of course, they don't.
Yeah, I mean, you're in that fight or flight situation. I don't think you're listening to anyone. I would just give them that excuse. But yeah, you gotta work together. You gotta do something.
So we're one down. Ashley's dead.
Yeah, her head chopped off.
And not only is her head chopped off, but it looks terrible because it's a
Yeah.
digital decapitation.
Yeah.
Her head like comically rolls forward. It does not look remotely real. It's, if you're watching Saw for like the practical gore effects, and then you see that, it's just
We're all let down. No pun intended, because she did roll her head around.
Ain't
She
it?
had a big headache.
Oh.
Yeah, she had a headache. But let's do a flashback before we get into the traps. So freaking John Kramer, he kind of trapped Hoffman before he became the new Jigsaw.
That's right.
Hoffman was part of the shotgun chair.
Yeah, that one's pretty simple.
Very simple. Pretty much,
He's tied to a
there's
chair and there's a shotgun.
yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not a really clever name, but
Well, it's not a really clever trap.
No.
You're threatening someone with a gun, and the reason he's threatening Hoffman with a gun is because Hoffman killed the guy from the beginning of the movie.
Yes.
Who
From the bedroom trap.
Yeah, and the woman that guy beat and killed was Hoffman's sister.
Yes.
So Hoffman kidnapped and killed him and set it up to look like a jigsaw trap but he made it inescapable, and uh, Jigsaw started his thing being like, "Oh, I don't like being imitated," but then it ended up being like, "You're gonna work for me now."
And Hoffman agreed, because he made that his trap. He made that trap, so he's like, that caught the eyes of Mr. Jigsaw,
Yeah.
John Kramer, and now they're pretty much working together.
Really?
Beyond that, let's go back to our dumb group. The next trap is the ceiling jars.
Yeah. This one, kind of boring. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest. So the gimmick of this one is there's keys in these jars that are filled with like broken glass or nails or whatever. Whatever's in the jars doesn't actually end up mattering at all.
no,
There's keys you got to find, and then the keys can unlock these little like hidey holes that you need to hide in to survive, because at the end of the timer these like improvised explosives are going to go off and kill whoever's still standing around in here. But there's only 3 keys, or there's only 3 holes to hide in, which if you look at like the little tunnels or holes that there were to hide in, they're huge,
yeah,
easily. And I'm not just saying like, oh, it breaks the movie logic. No, the movie knows that, because that's part of the gimmick.
yeah,
Because I'll just say it now, the gimmick of every single one of these traps throughout this gauntlet that they're going through is work together and you will all survive. But they don't. Like, I've already said that part, but like if they had gotten the keys and opened all the holes, like they all could have snuggled on in there together while the bombs went off, and then they could have just continued on their merry. But they decided to fight and bicker, and the not Ricky Gervais guy starts to like beat people up and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna be the one." So then someone smacks him over the head with something, and they all crawl in the holes, and then he gets blown up.
yeah.
And that's it. Like, you don't even really see. He just gets blown up. It's probably, definitely to this point in the series, the most boring death. Just like, because I'm struggling to even remember. Do you even see?
You see,
any-
like, a little bit, like you see him like in front of the explosion, but when it comes to like his body, no, we don't
Yeah,
see it.
that's lame.
Yeah,
That's like, as far as Saw goes, like the whole point is to see people get gooey, and he didn't get gooey.
yeah, yeah. I'll rank the ceiling jars trap as maybe the worst traps.
Um, Definitely so far. I don't know. I guess we'll see. If we're going off of like best and worst traps right now, based on what we've watched through the series, the ceiling jars is the worst one, because it's just a bomb. It's not exciting. It's not thrilling. It's not visually cool. It's just a bomb.
Yeah. The next trap is the electric bathtub. Pretty much the real estate lady kind of um you know or like they were she was trying to be with Megan Good's character, but then she kind of became a traitor and then worked with the Scott guy, and they put
Yeah.
Megan in the bathtub and then she got electrocuted.
Yeah.
That's
So
pretty much it.
the 3 people left, they need to connect the circuits to the bathtub water. There's 5
Yeah.
circuits, and they need to connect it to the water, and the door will open, or else guess what? Another bomb will go off.
Yeah.
Um, so it kind of becomes this thing where Megan Good's character is talking to the junkie guy and like, you're gonna go in the tub and you're gonna die so that we can go on, and he doesn't want to die, so that creates conflict, as you'd imagine. There's a scuffle, and essentially Megan Good gets killed. They hook her up to the circuits in the water. Door opens. Uh, Again, kind of boring. Like, the most gruesome part of this trap happens to Megan Good when she's already dead.
Yeah.
It's because like they're like hooking like jumper cables or stabbing like needles into her or whatever. She's in the tub and she's all zip zapping, and then like the last connection thing is like a metal hook, and she's even like, "Oh, the last one's a hook." It's like she's dead. Just stab it into her. Who cares? Like she's. I mean, it sounds cynical because I guess if you're looking at it on paper, you're like, "Oh, that'd be nasty to stab a dead body." But we're in the fifth Saw movie. We are
Yeah.
completely desensitized to anything like that. Like she's a dead body. You need to survive. Who gives a shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Like I said before, like it's like a breather from all the Saw films. If you want to relax and just watch a non-gruesome Saw film, is this one here?
um, here's where I take issue with what you're saying there.
Okay.
If I wanted a breather from Saw, which I can understand wanting a breather from Saw because they're either gnarly or not very good. But if you wanted a breather, you can watch something that's not Saw. What you don't want to do is watch a Saw movie that doesn't do what Saw movies are supposed to.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's more like a letdown.
Yeah,
You're
you
like
can go
you want to
watch.
see more,
You can go watch Paw Patrol if you want to watch something different.
or The Stranger with Liv Tyler.
Okay. How about The Ritual? Then on
That
Netflix.
that's really scary.
That's a good movie.
It is really good. Um. So
Anyway, if you get them to their last trap, uh,
it's called what is it called? The 10 Pits of Sacrifice.
um, essentially, there's a bunch of saw blades, and they need to fill these tanks with blood. And it's laying out very simple, where it's just like it needs to be filled with this much blood, and if one person loses this much blood, they'll die. But if, oh, I don't know, say 5 people all lose a little bit of blood, then they'll all
Yeah.
survive. And it's at this
Yep.
point they realize how stupid they are. Oh no, we've been killing everyone the whole time. Well, okay. Here's what I have to say about this immediately. Do you know how you solve this, Abrar? You know how you solve this without sticking your hand in a saw blade?
Oh.
You go back exactly one room and you grab the dead lady out of the bathtub. The door's already open.
Oh man, you're right.
And you know what she's full of, Abrar?
Yeah.
She's full of a whole lot of blood she's not using anymore.
Yeah, so they're of course not thinking. Eventually, it's another bomb, right? If they don't complete this task.
Yeah, there's a bomb in each room, and it's just like, oh, you have to close every door behind you before the bomb goes off. But I remember distinctly watching when I was like, you got plenty of time left. Go get that body. The only problem I could possibly think is the body's hooked up to the cables and like electrified.
Oh, yeah.
But like, you can unhook it, or you can unhook it from one side. Are we supposed to assume because it's Jigsaw, like, oh, if you tamper with that, then the door's gonna shut again?
Yeah, you gotta follow the rules, right?
Because you gotta play by the rules.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my problem, I guess, is I keep trying to cheat. I'm a dirty cheater.
No, you're not dirty.
Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Well, pretty much for this trap, the 10 Pits of Sacrifice, they didn't make it. So,
Incorrect. They did
Oh.
make it. Or at least, okay. Here's a spoiler going forward, because they each end up
oh yes.
putting their hands in on the saw blades, and they give the amount of blood required to open the door to leave, right?
Yeah.
And they show the junkie guy's hand is like split all the way like past the wrist is how much
Yeah.
he cut. And by the end, we can rewind after I say this part, I guess, but Strom does show up because he's still on the hunt for Hoffman. He follows his list of clues or whatever to make it to this point where he finds the 2 survivors quote unquote of the trap, and they're like, oh,
Yes.
we made it, we gave a lot of blood, we're dying, help. I don't know if the lady made it, but the junkie guy you see later
Yes.
in Saw 7, there is a support group of jigsaw trap survivors, and he's there, so he did make it.
Okay.
There's a couple of survivors through previous films in that scene. Not enough that are at least recognizable. And we'll talk about that more when we talk about Saw 7, but it's probably the cooler idea that movie had is like, oh, all these people that survived traps are like here together. Whether or not it succeeds in that execution, we'll talk about in 2 episodes from now.
Yeah. Well, so we're done with the trial now.
Yes. Their story's done. Their story didn't matter. I don't care about any of them.
Yeah. What do you think? The Saw 2 group will like win this trial, and vice versa.
No,
Yeah.
because in this group of 5, the only person that was like remotely smart was the real estate lady. I don't remember
Yeah.
what her name is, what her character's name is. It really doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah. I actually didn't write it down. I
Brit.
apologize.
Her name is Brit.
Oh, Britt Baker.
DMD.
DMD. Oh yeah. Yeah. She was the smartest one.
Yeah, uh she's the smart one, and in Saw 2, the smart one was, I don't remember the character's name, the black guy.
Yeah.
He was kind of the smart one.
Yeah.
Because if you look at everyone else at Saw 2, there was the lady that stuck her hands in the razor blade trap. She's not getting out of anything.
No.
There was the Seventh Heaven girl who just fell over and died.
Yeah.
There was the dumb guy that wanted to fight and kill everybody. And
Yeah.
then there was Abby. I guess Abby could have played ball. Who I don't really know. We didn't really get a chance to know him.
Nope.
Oh, and then there was the guy that put the key in the door that said "Do not use the key," and then he died. And then, of course, Amanda, who was in on the whole thing, and then little boy Daniel, who just stood around and watched everyone die. Really,
I want to say, I don't know if I should say it now, but like, do we see Daniel in the next few films?
we do not.
So where do you think like his like what should be wondering about his father? Like, where's he at?
No,
I guess that's not like my plot hole for this whole thing. Is like, where the hell is Daniel?
no.
But yeah, so yeah, we got Seven Heaven Girl, and we got the guy from Gilmore Girls. So we got it all over the place. According to actors. But yeah, but let's get to the nitty gritty at the end of this movie.
Yeah.
So the Gilmore Girls hack guy trying to find out. You know, he thinks or he probably knows. Or I think he says he like, hey, Hoffman is the new guy. He's the new Jigsaw guy. He was getting clues. Like, hey, and then eventually he ended up at the glass coffin trap, or I want to say it's a trap ish.
Yeah. Well, leading up to this point, there is a lot of story beats that I'm gonna be honest, I just don't remember very well. And I know that makes for a bad discussion, bad review in this podcast. It's all about the movie. But there's this whole subplot where he's trying to find evidence or, you know, prove that Hoffman is the bad guy. It involves him like trying to talk to John's ex-wife, Jill, and essentially his investigation is kind of manipulated by Hoffman to the point where Hoffman is able to make Strom look suspicious. He kind of like makes him act suspicious in like certain places he goes and documents he withholds and stuff like that, to the point where Hoffman eventually like takes steals his Strom's phone and like plants it at the scene of the trap of 5 people in this movie, actually. So he like, I think actually when I said earlier that Strom showed up to find them, it wasn't him, it's his boss, I think.
Yeah, it was the Rush Hour guy,
Uh-huh.
the FBI guy. Yeah,
So when
Erickson. Thank you.
so by the end of the movie, it's clearly all of the clues that Hoffman left point to Strom being the actual new Jigsaw killer to cover his own tracks.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that beginning of this film, Jill gets like a box from her lawyer that Jigsaw gave her in his will. We'll find about that box in the next movie.
That was in this movie?
Yeah,
Because that doesn't even pay off till the next movie. She just gets a box.
she just gets a box. Yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah, that was early on.
That's interesting that I didn't even remember that was this one. I thought it was the next one.
No, next one she discover looks through the
Yeah.
box.
The payoff is pretty all right.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not gonna say it's earth shaking, but it's pretty good.
That's
But
good,
that's not in this discussion. That's next.
Yeah, the next one. But yeah, let's get into the last thing. So the glass coffin. We found so Strom is trying to figure out where, Hoffman is,
Yeah.
and now he's in the glass coffin trap. He sees a box in the middle of the room, and he doesn't get in.
Yeah, he tracks down Hoffman to this location and he finds this glass coffin filled with broken glass in it. And there's a
Ouch.
little tape player. He presses play on it and it essentially says, "Hey Strom, if you want to survive, get in the coffin, ha ha ha."
Yeah.
And Strom naturally is like, "I'm not getting in that coffin." And
Yeah,
then Hoffman comes in, they have a little scuffle, and Strom, using his big brain, takes Hoffman and throws Hoffman into the glass coffin and closes it. He's like, "I caught you, you son of a gun." It's very smart. Very
yeah,
smart.
but the walls are coming in, and you see Hoffman in the box, going or it's like his box is going downwards into the floor.
Yeah,
And you
where
see him.
the coffin will not be crushed, but
Yeah,
the room is inescapable.
and the hack guy's raspy voice. He's like, ah! And he's getting squished, and he was trying to hold the wall in front of him, but you see his that's the one thing in this film that hurt me a lot was his bone popped.
Yeah, when the bone
From
shoots
his-
out of his arm.
Yeah.
So this is the end. So the Saw music is playing. This is the twist. Not really a twist. I guess the twist is that this is kind of as we're learning that Hoffman put all the evidence that points to Strom being the killer while Strom is dying.
And you see when the hack guy's blood is on the coffin, and Hoffman has this grinning face. He's like, you did it, you died." But yeah, that's how the movie ends.
Strom being crushed to death, pretty good. Like the arm pop when he's getting crushed is probably the best thing gore wise in the entire movie.
Yeah.
But that's really like as far as like a twist ending that the Saw series is known for, there's really not much to this one other than watch the next one. And
Pretty much.
it in a different level, it kind of sucks to see Strom go because I like the actor, the character's all right. And we're once again at this point where it's just like protagonists cannot win in this series.
Oh,
They just can't. Like it's never once happened.
the Jigsaws keep winning
Yeah.
each movie, which you don't see in a lot of films. Like movie by movie, you see the villain winning. You don't see in a lot of maybe Scream,
the series, but
No, I disagree because in Scream, it's a different person or different people every time, and they all
true.
lose in different ways. It's only the idea of Ghostface that survives. And
Yeah.
even in a movie like Nightmare on Elm Street, like Freddy's pretty much defeated decisively at the end of every movie. He just comes back in BS ways. Same
Yeah,
same thing with Jason. Same thing with
Michael.
yeah. Well, Evil dies tonight.
Evil's nice to it. Yeah. That neighborhood was so dumb, but Evil dies tonight. But yeah. So Saw 5. What you think? What are you thinking now? Since we talked about it.
Uh, it is of the original 7 of their like year-to-year theatrical release. This is the second worst one total.
I agree as of right now. Yeah.
It's
Uh,
kind of just nothing.
it's more of like Hoffman's like early traps, like you see here, but his early traps are like whack.
Sure, there's stuff in it that works, like Hoffman being recruited by John Hoffman, his kind of reason for doing it, which we did need. We did need a Hoffman busy movie, considering
Yeah.
that the twist of the last one is Hoffman's our new guy.
Yeah.
And I've said from day one, I like Hoffman. I really do. But just this movie as a whole doesn't have much going on. Don't really care for it. I feel like we could have accomplished learning more about Hoffman while other actually interesting stuff happened. But
Yeah.
that's just not what this movie does.
I'll say like if I'm trying to do an analogy of like Batman in his second year as Batman, he's not like his full Batman self, he's going through all the trials, he's going through all the knocks, but
Sure.
yeah, that's what Hoffman is. It's like Hoffman is like his in his early Batman in Saw 5.
No, I disagree completely. Because he was able to outsmart FBI agents and pin this whole thing on a different FBI agent, and he got away scot-free. His execution of his stuff was almost flawless.
Yeah.
Uh, it's just nothing that happened in this movie was very interesting to see.
If I can think, I think the only interesting part was the ending, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this right now. I did fall asleep while watching this film.
Oh my heavens.
Yeah, so no, but I fell asleep. I woke up and I see the credits rolling. I'm like, oh crap! I have to rewatch the whole movie again.
You missed the one good part.
Yeah, so exactly. I think I fell asleep where I think it was the bathroom trap. So I fell asleep around there. So I'm like, all right, let me rewatch the whole movie again. And yeah, so I'm like, okay, great ending, but the first an hour 20 was like, eh. I don't like the chase part inside the traps. That's pretty much the whole thing of this.
Mm.
But yeah, that's all 5. But yeah, good. It's a second worst movie, but there's a lot better, which is coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about Saw 6. I think that one's a lot better than this one. This one, I think, I don't know. I think when I first rewatched it a couple weeks ago, I gave it like a 2.5 out of
Mhm.
5. Right now in our discussion, I'm leaning more towards just a flat 2 out of 5.
Whoa. Okay.
Maybe that's a bit too harsh, but maybe this movie's not very good. So,
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I think I gave it 2.5 as well. But yeah, a whole lot of nothing, but it was something, if you know what I mean.
I mean,
But yeah,
a 2.5 could still be fun to watch. This
yeah,
movie has, like, as a Saw fan, you can you can muddle through this one because it's only an hour and a half long. I think that's the strength of a lot of these Saw movies. Is
Yes.
it's not an all day commitment. If Saw
Yeah.
movies were like 2.5 hours long, we wouldn't be talking about these movies right now.
If it was like the length of Avatar: The Way of Water or the Fire Moon that's coming up, yeah, forget about it.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, with Leo.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like 3 hours and 40 minutes. But yeah, I'll watch that. But
Zack Snyder's Saw 5.
ooh, it's just Zack Snyder film reboot the whole series, or are
No.
we done with Saw?
I haven't even seen Saw 10 yet, and I'm gonna say we're done with Saw. I'm ready to put the complete collection up on the shelf and be like, that's done now.
That's it. I'll give you a preview right now. Saw 10 is good.
That's what I've heard. Mostly from you, but that's what I've heard. It's like the one, not that Rotten Tomatoes score means literally anything to me, but it's the one Saw movie that has like really high on that, considering.
Is, but that's 6 movies from now. But yeah, let me just wrap this up. Yeah, that's pretty much it for Saw 5. Skyler, where can the audience can find you, man?
They can find me in the movie The Benchwarmers in the background. I was one of the little kids cheering on the nerd team in most of the baseball games that are in the movie.
You know what? I have never watched the Benchwarmers, but since
Are
you're in it,
you goddamn kidding me? You
yeah,
say that to
you're.
my face live on the podcast.
Hey, I'm being honest right now.
Oh, I'll honestly kick your ass.
Maybe next time. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the Brown Boy Wonders podcast. You can find this, of course, this podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, YouTube Music. But yeah, that's pretty much it. On 3, do you want to say Hoffman on 3?
You know what? I will say Hoffman on 3.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, the past episodes, no one says anything when I count down to 3.
Okay.
But let's do it, okay?
All right.
I know 1. Oh wait, how to go from 3? 3, 2, 1. Hoffman.
Damn it. I fucked it up.
You said the F word.
Ah!
Bing bang.